Hopefully everybody can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. I probably can't hear a goddamn soul myself. Always up with these shenanigans on here. Please let me know if you can hear me well. You gotta forgive me. I'm still healing up from the flu. So hopefully I'm coming up here loud and clear. Might switch the device once people start coming up here. So let me know if I'm coming in good. Excuse me. So if you hear me coughing, just bear with me for a little bit. Your boy had the new strain of that flu, and it's not as good as you want it. Not as good as you want it. So how's everybody tonight? Got ABM in the building. First coming in. Excuse me. What's up, appliance? How you feeling? Right now with over 6,000 people, and this is all I can muster. Something's wrong with this algorithm shit, man. Something wrong with the algorithm. Something wrong with the algorithm. So, what's up, Mike? Yeah, let your family know that I'm making a comeback after the flu rat. It was so bad. Today's the first day I shaved my hair since, like, what? Wednesday morning? No, Tuesday morning. Jeez. It was rough, fellas. It was rough. So, today's discussion, at least to start off discussion, because, the discussion goes anywhere and everywhere. I've been noticing there's a real disconnect because of the level of maturity and experience we have with not only the opposite sex, but life and relationships in general. There are certain things that I think that this space is like the OGs and the big unks for a lot of people. And anybody who had their fair share of relationships or women understand what I'm talking about. It's not trying to brag about having so many women. It's just that this is the reason why it is important for boys to be a little worldly. Not just slinging dick, making babies. Remember that. Not making babies. Be well traveled. Be cultured. Because here's the upsetting part. Nobody teaches young boys about the wilds of women. It takes a good father who's not henpecked. And by the way, if you see the thumbnail, that's one of my characters in my book I'm writing. So It's pretty cool. Pretty cool design, right? So we have to really make adjustments to what we'll be trying to display. So we're gonna talk about that disconnect. A lot of the more conservative Christian religious brothers look at things at a different sway as the more secular brothers will. And I get it. I get it. But dating is like mixed martial arts. Remember when the UFC first arrived, it was Brazilian Jiu Jitsu versus wrestling, shoot fighting versus Kempo karate, boxing versus Kung Fu. There was formatted styles versus another formatted style. Then what happened, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu was beating all these guys, with Hoist Gracie. Then after the Gracie reign came the day, Dan Severn, Mark Coleman and Don Fry, the era of the wrestlers and Mark Kerr, where wrestlers were just dominating people because nobody was explosive as they were, as strong as they were, as relentless as they were. And that's when the term, shout out to Mark Coleman, the godfather of ground and pound, came out. Then what happened to that? You had the era of the elite striker, the K1 level kickboxer who could sprawl. And what happened after that? You had people who were blending styles like the Lions Den, Frank Shamrock and his alliance, and the Militage group, and Brazilian Top Team, and all those people. That's how dating has become. It evolved very quickly in a short amount of time. That if you don't evolve with it and somehow blend in different styles, you're going to be lost in the sauce. And that's one of the things that a lot of people, especially older men, don't want to admit is that, the same way you look at women is not the same way my son would look at women. Because you're looking at them from a holistic aspect, and he's looking at them as in, these hoes ain't loyal. And if you don't have some type of wherewithal, and shout out to, what's brother's name? Who I was on his live stream. Damn it, I can't think of your name right now. But shout out to him. It was a great stream. But, and I gave him the answer. I said, my son is colder than me, and that's just naturally him. Before I even talked to him about girls, that's just naturally him. He's not going to take your bullshit. That's naturally him. And I think that's the part where, a lot of brothers are a little bit too forgiving. Once again, what do we say? A lot of brothers don't know when to throw the olive branch or the sword. So, some of the issues we see is dating norms. A lot of these chicks can be pretty, they can be successful, but their attitudes are funky. What decent man wants to come home to that? And when people look at marriage and within the church, you can't trust the church anymore. The pastor getting more crack than you do. And many of the times the pastor is what? Married. Look at Jamal Bryant. Look what his wife was wearing. That's supposed to be the first family of the church. I'm going to try to give you my best Whoa! Still healing up from the flu, but happy birthday, Aqua Dragon. Hopefully you have a great one. Get some crab cakes of strength, man. Some good old fashioned sushi and some catfish, man. Happy birthday. Everybody wish Aqua Dragon 88 happy birthday. It's like dating. There's fine ass women I've never gone past first base because they annoyed me. And I don't know if I could simp long enough in my heart of hearts to even stand their asses. And it's funny because he said steak and lobster. That's my man. My man. I think that a lot of people really have to take in consideration some things. That, one, being in a position of that type of situational awareness is going to be beneficial for young black boys because you're not going to find love. We gotta tell people the truth. If you're in the black community and you're a black man and you're successful, and that chick wasn't there with you during that success, let's tell the truth. You're probably not going to find love, true love. You're probably going to have to look for practicality. You're probably going to have to look for practicality. And this is the reason why I tell people about the practicality. What is the purpose of that woman being there? But nobody ever wants to talk about that. There are situations, I'm not naming names, but friends of mine who are married and their fathers took the side of the wife and they can see evidence that the wife is a holy terror. That's a gynocracy. That's the part we talk about a gynocracy. Nobody wants to talk about that shit. You can't even, there's some men, let's get to it. There's a lot of men who are married in their homes and don't run a goddamn thing. I know. I know. I know. And you know what happens? You know what happens? Those are the same motherfuckers who tell you how much they run their house. And guess what? Don't do shit. White boss them around. You tell her you out with the boys playing cards or pool, and she calls you 10 minutes after you get there. 10 minutes when you leave out the door. And that's what you want? You gotta understand that. A lot of these kids out there cannot even go lean on their father because they find out the hard way the father is one of the biggest simps they know. And then we're gonna criticize the boys for not getting married. We're gonna criticize the boys on why they gonna better themselves. I think it's I think it's very disingenuous. It's no different than asking for something that you can't provide. And now, because you've been indoctrinated so long into witchcraft, you want your son to be a nice little slave because let's tell the truth that nobody wants to say. There are some fathers jealous of their son's freedom because they didn't establish their freedom at the door. They didn't establish freedom at the door. They didn't establish authority. They wanted to get along to get along. No type of voice, nothing. Whatever the mom, happy wife, happy life. And a man's stead is God's plan. Sorry. A woman doesn't know happiness. Only thing she knows is I want more. She doesn't understand happiness. Because if she did, she wouldn't be looking for more every goddamn 5 seconds. Women don't even know what the best they could get. The best they could get. How many women will ever tell you about the man that got away? How many ever tell you about that? I never tell you about the man that got away. I'll never tell you that. I want you to think about that. You're a 15-year-old, 14-year-old, 16-year-old teenage boy in the black community. Your mom, your dad are together, even married. And I want you to think of this, what I'm about to say. Imagine, just imagine, every time your dad makes a decision, your mom raising hell. Never supportive, just raising hell. What do you think does? What do you think that does to a boy's psychological profile as a man? What do you think that does? It's gonna tear it down like the walls of Jericho. He's gonna say, "Why do I want a relationship like yours when all I see is misery?" That's all the hell you see is misery. So what are you gonna be miserable for? Some of us don't even want to admit. Does your son look at you as a wise counsel, or does he look at you as a chump? We're gonna have to ask ourselves that. We'd have to ask ourselves that. We could talk real good shit to the world, but that boy who lives in that house knows all. And we really got to put out this message to say, hey, are these the type of men that we need today, that we should raise? And if the answer is no, what example are you giving them? What's up, T. Riddler? What's up, AB? What what structure of masculinity? What's up, Snowman? That we put in front of our boys And then you'll understand why the disconnect. Why you have to school your young men in dating and mating. I want you to think about this. When BGS played the video from Dr. L, shout out to Dr. L, and he was having a hard time understanding why a woman would tell you she's seeing other men or talking to other men. And I simply put, because why? It's easy. Because she has options. You should always, you should always think a woman is talking to other men. That should be uno number one. I'm just going to ask that. If you don't school your kids in thinking that she's an earnest woman, well, I heard about that trust black men trust black women roundtable. I heard about it. I don't trust them. Give me one reason why we should trust them. You turned our girls into whores. You turned our boys into simps and effeminate. I don't trust you. The former First Lady said she's glad that she had daughters because she didn't want them to turn out to be like her husband. Why, oh, why would I trust you? Why? Why? Hell, if somebody got a computer, because I got to get mine fixed, and they could play the damn thing, let's play the damn thing and I could critique it. Because this is that mommy syndrome. I don't need you to mommy. I really don't. I really don't need you to mommy me. So what do I need you to trust you for? You don't know best. Black women make horrible leaders, statistically. Look at your community. Look at your children. Everywhere you see a gaggle of single mothers, everywhere you see a gaggle of single mothers, you see crime. You see lack of educational prowess, intellectual prowess. You see underachievement. You see single mothers beget single mothers. Statistically, It's okay to spread lies about black men, but when you tell the truth, nobody wants to spread that, huh? You raise the best children out of anybody in America. Nobody wants to spread that truth. The beautiful thing about this shit now, even under the Trump administration, everybody's got to bow down and pay homage to the man. The black man, that is. And part of that is the disconnect I'm talking about. You want black boys to go up there and goddamn trust a bunch of women who sold them out. Sold them the fuck out. Sold them the fuck out. These are the same chicks who will say, we are the backbone of the community. If you are the backbone of the community, then we have herniated disc and scoliosis. You don't even know how to be ladies anymore. But we should trust them. Give us one reason why should we? I want you to think about that. Think about it. If you're on my Facebook or Instagram, you'll see me post beautiful black women who work out. Why isn't that the norm? Why is the black women that work out are hated? Because easy. Now, now, you have to have what? Now, you have to have what? You have to have a standard of saying, you can't behave like this. You need to actually come healthier. But we don't talk about that shit. We don't want to put up a standard because of the fear of no pussy. And I think that's disgusting. But you got grown men who will lose all goddamn sense about themselves, all sense about themselves, and somehow not have a standard for themselves. And then get mad about the result of the women getting picked. get mad about the results being picked. At some point, at that point, you have to turn and say to yourself, is this the situation do I want to be in? And god damn it, is this the situation I want my son to go through? But nobody's going to put that up. Excuse me for a minute. I'm back. I had to cuss somebody out real quick. Um, I think this is one of those fundamental things where we really need to talk about the fathers more than even the mothers. And I mean the fathers who are there. If you're the father and you're teaching your sons, great job. But we have an issue with some of the fathers in the house who are just lame ducks. Lame ducks. Don't get mad with it. Don't get mad with it. Comprehend what's being said. You can't get up there and say, hey, this is the religion I want our son to be practicing while he's in this house. This is what I want my child to be taught and not taught. And if there's gonna be a fucking conflict, then what is it? Even if the child says they want to be homosexual, you be whatever the hell you want to be outside these doors, not in my house. There's not enough conviction. It's one thing about women. Women compromise. This is the reason why you have a single mother epidemic and not a single father. If you would have gave the boys to the fathers, you would have had stronger men. You would have had ingenuity. But now you're seeing a whole system of the Western world reaping what the fuck they sow. When you got a bunch of people reaping what the fuck they sow, you got to remember, we live in this motherfucker together. And I don't like being on a sinking ship. No sirree. I just do not. So if somebody got that film up, or what is it? Somebody got this up. I like to critique that. Be greatly appreciated. I think I have fun with it because I think I have a unique sense of humor and intellect where I would actually love to decipher this shit. Somebody's gonna have to be my video artist of the day. I would love to do some commentary about that. If somebody's computer is up, of course. But one thing we have to be very cognizant about is that the forces and the powers that be are going to make you think that you're fucking crazy. And what did I tell BGS in the beginning? The number one purpose of this space is to make sure and to tell you and to confirm to each and every one of you you're not fucking crazy. You're not crazy. Excuse me. Because the first thing people want to do is hang a scarlet letter over your head because you can see the fuck shit that's going on in the world. And you're supposed to be all inclusive into that shit. You're not supposed to argue about it. You're not supposed to battle it. There's nothing you should be disgusted with. But yet, these individuals still expect you to do your manly duties and get nothing out of it. How about them fucking apples, right, fellas? Like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app, please. How is it? That's the equivalent of telling young men to get out there and put your life on the line for this country. You're not going to get a GI Bill. You're not going to get a GI Bill. You're not going to get a you're not going to get a GI Bill. You're not going to get a VA housing loan. You're not going to get access to the VA hospital. Oh, I need somebody to bring that motherfucker up so I could critique it. And the beautiful thing about it is I didn't watch it, so everything you get to hear from me is going to be live. And it's going to be very honest. I can't stand weak men. I really can't. Let's debunk that real quick. I need somebody to put this in the chat for time immemorial. In the black community, 70% of the time, the black woman is the aggressor in a domestic violence situation. Black women are initially violent. This is the reason why they teach their sons not to hit their fucking daughters. This is why. Because they want you to be a trained punching bag. Didn't Dr. T, BGS, and myself show you the FBI statistics? These women are the aggressors. They're the most violent women in America. When they don't get their way, they want to get violent. But they'll tell their son, don't hit girls. No. You bitches are violent. That's like saying, don't shoot a dog if it's trying to bite you. But these are the reasons why you see the big bitches want to date the skinny niggas. Because in their mind, they think they can overpower them. I'm not a violent person towards women or men. But I will say this: if you hit me, I'm gonna make like hell. I'm gonna make like hell. You never like that shit. Keep your damn head. Unless you're play fighting with me and play wrestling, tickling or something. If I'm not training you to spar, keep your goddamn hands to your fucking self. They talk about there are too many D's. Somebody bring that video up. Man, who got the video? Who got a computer so we can play this shit? I'm already pissed. I need somebody to bring that goddamn video up. I need somebody to bring the video up. I don't get triggered from bullshit. See, that's the problem. You shouldn't get triggered by anybody who's fucking soy. What's triggering is when you see a black man die of suicide because he's getting garnished more than half his wages and still can't see his kids. That's triggering. Not a bunch of fucking. Almost used the F word. Almost used the F word. What F word? It's English slang for cigarettes. English slang for cigarettes. Okay? If you know what the English slang for a cigarette is, you know I almost slipped up. I'm gonna tell you what's triggering. Triggering isn't a bunch of soy boys. Triggering is when a black man can't, who's qualified, can't get a goddamn decent job to take care of himself and his family. That's triggering. Triggering is the fact that we still got fucking racism. Triggering is that we still got fucking racism, and everybody in the fucking world laughs at you and act like it does not exist. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't get it. That doesn't make sense to me. That's triggering. Triggering is when Only what? 8% of your boys can read on fucking level? Triggering is when is when you can't get enough black boys in the STEM. That's triggering. Triggering is when you try to be a police officer and your own damn department fucks you. Triggering. Oh, we could talk about some triggering shit now. We could talk about some triggering shit. Don't let shit fool you. We can do some triggering shit now. Triggering is when you rather have transgenders read to little kids than to teach fucking black history. Triggering. Am I saying too much, fellas, ladies? That's triggering as fuck. That's triggering. Nobody wants to talk about that type of triggering. Somebody put that in the video so I could put it up here. We'll talk about some triggering shit. We're gonna talk about some triggering shit real quick. Oh, we got some triggering shit. You want to feel triggered? Triggering is when they try to fucking talk to you like you don't know what the fuck's going on in the real world. I'm gonna talk about some goddamn triggering. There's the link if anybody wants to be in there. What's up, Lois? Who's on that computer so we can open up that window? Excuse me. I'm trying to see how I could actually. Well, let me do it on my iPad. Hmm. 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 Trying to see if I can get it on here somehow. But it won't let me. So, anybody coming up? I like to do a critique of this shit. Because this shit is going to be really interesting. Trying to think. They do not like to make it easier on you on this bitch, do it. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm gonna figure it out in some ways. Shit. Give me 1 second. Okay. See if we can find something, at least the sound of it. String guards like to make shit difficult, I see.
We are smarter when we listen to black women. Not because all black women are right, but because all black women deserve to be heard. The main thing is trusting black women, but how do we get ourselves as men fixed to be able to love them the way they need to be loved? How do y'all think about safety outside of just I'm the protector? You know what I'm saying? How do we build that? Patriarchy is not good. The system of domination for women is not good. But a lot of us buy into that. Well, I got a question I want to ask. These are all things that don't allow women to come and open up to us because we are ready to play football every goddamn time. That's how I'm gonna make my wife feel safe. She wants to know that in any conversation, I ain't gonna just be like, all right, I gotta go outside and smoke real quick. Like, she wants to feel safe. You can't be a natural protector. You are the one that's causing harm. A lot of men don't got shit to contribute. If you can't even commit marriage to a motherfucking woman, what makes you think that she wants to commit to having a baby? And the reward for being disciplined is the outcome of what makes men so great and what makes men be able to understand. I think we on to something here. I think we on to something.
First of all, this is how you know black women have gone to shitty levels. You're gonna allow transgender and a gay man talk for you. No, not every black woman should be heard. Just like not every black man should be heard. Who makes this shit up? No.
All right, so we rolling. So this the thing. We done came together. We done been brought together. We got Sister Song. Sister Song is the homies, and they are doing some revolutionary work. I mean, 2025. Let's just be real. Has been full of some weird shit, some fuck shit. It's been just some strange shit this year. And black people being attacked left and right. Our stories, our educational institutions.
Where the fuck has your educational institutions been attacked? You broke motherfuckers. You don't even support HBCUs. You telling me all the black people that graduated from Jackson State, you allow that shit to go into shambles? See, that's that bullshit. You're including yourself in the fights that don't belong to you.
Our safe places, and our power. And that's my thing. I got an organization called Build Power. So I'm really about power. And it's from the legacy of the Black Power movement. And I don't think you can get any closer to power than the person who birthed it. Right. Yes. The black woman. Yes. Right. Yes. A lot of the time.
See, this is stuff about ass kick. Where the fuck did black women ever exude power? Where the fuck did they? Give me one time in history. You're not powerful. You always had to beg men to do your bidding. Bullshit.
It's black men that stand in the way of it, right? That get in the way
Whoa.
right? Yes, the black woman, right? Yes. And I don't think you can get any closer to power than the person who birthed it. Right. Yes, the black woman, right? Yes. A lot of the time, it's black men that stand in the way of it, right? That get in the way of, what we're supposed to be empowering, what we're supposed to be collaborating with. And so when we're thinking about things like, Sister Song is steeped in reproductive justice. And when we talk about reproductive justice, it's the human right to bodily autonomy. Now, here's the thing. I get into all the academic.
Wait a minute. You want the right to commit murder to a child, but yet you still want to hold a man accountable for supporting. Fuck out of here. Some of you motherfuckers need tampons. We can no longer call you men. I'm convinced you're no longer men.
Terms, and then I get confused. So we gonna get into it for real about what this means to us, what the human right to bodily autonomy, the human right to have kids, to not have kids, to parent kids in a healthy environment, to set up that environment, and what goes into that actually means to us. And I want to make sure that the way we talking about it, other people can understand it, because I know for a fact, if people came to me however many years ago and was like, hey, what you think about reproductive justice, I would have a very confused look on my face. I'm like, I don't know exactly what that means and how we engage with it, but everybody here comes from a different perspective, a different life, a different experiences, and we want to bring that to this conversation. So I know that there's no way to get there without the empowerment of black women and centering black women in that power talk, in that power struggle, in that power strategy, in that movement, in our behavior. And what in y'all's eyes does that mean to you? Like, and from y'all's experience, what's your connection to or experience with reproductive justice, and what does that actually mean to you? Anybody should kick in.
As a father, you fall deeply in love with parenting, right? And what that means, and understanding the responsibility that it takes. But you also learn, as a father, the mother ends up doing so much more than what you can offer sometimes. And it's just facts. You don't have breasts to feed this baby. You don't have the kind of just natural intellect to kind of carry things. That's why a lot of fathers just say, here you go, I don't know what to do, right?
Let's just. I need all my men to listen to this shit. If that shit was true, why do black men raise better kids than black women? If all that was true, why statistically do black men raise better children than black women? This is unbelievable.
I think for one, it's just accepting that, understanding that you are there to help produce and provide, but then there's going to be so much more that you can't, provide. And
These lazy bitches don't even do that. These lazy bitches complain about cooking for their children. Hell, they don't even cook for themselves. And you're telling me we gotta praise these motherfuckers? Let's look. What did I always tell you? Somebody put this in a chat. Wherever you see a group of single mothers, you see crime, you see a lack of functionality, you see all kinds of misfit behavior. You act like we didn't take studies of this shit before. Your goddamn prisons a majority of single fucking mother households. If the mom was so goddamn this godlike figure who has all this vaunted strength, then why the fuck is the community a shit show? Why do you have a bunch of underachievers? Why are all your colleges, your HBCUs, what? Why are they failing? Why are some of them? If you gave a fuck about historically black colleges and universities, why, oh why, do you fail them? I'm asking for a friend. Why do you fail them? You can't even teach girls how to clean themselves properly on their menstrual cycle because you're so fucking lazy. You cannot tell me that you're building a fucking factory of overachievers, college graduates, and this woman is so highly vaunted. No, a lot of you just don't want to admit your mama was the reason why you failed. Your mama's the reason why. How many of your fucking mothers couldn't keep a man? But we supposed to sit here and give all this fucking praise and glory? No.
Support system around whatever your spouse or your girlfriend at the time is choosing to do with their body. It's something that I've learned over the years. Personal experiences from having to make that decision to have an abortion, with your girlfriend at a young age to end up feeling like that you didn't have a say so in it, right? And then understanding as a man where you don't. Once you decide to go into that position and you put your seed into this woman, now that's her decision where to go. You can't say, well, I don't want no baby, or you can't have a... No. You should have thought about that before you go. So teaching my son.
So guess what? Why don't you fight for it's her body, her choice? It's my wallet, is my choice. A lot of these chicks want to force men to being fathers, then guess what? Cool. Cool. If that's how you want to carry it, I got no problems. But I will say this one. What happens when, let's say, men don't fuck with you like that anymore? No, come on, she's a good girl. No, she isn't. I ain't gonna get through this shit.
That, right? And understanding that you have a decision very early on in the process, but later on you don't. And if you decide to go through with it, then you need to be ready to support and provide and do the things that you need to do. So that's kind of been my learning curve over the situation. And then just feeling horrible for, as we were talking off camera, about all the women who've lost their lives in this situation and not being able to have the medicine that they need. And not only around, reproduction and having babies, but even down to like fibroids, right? My wife stroked.
This is 2025, this went on, right? What fucking black woman is having issues with getting fucking medication, food stamps, housing, unless you choose to? Well, now, yeah, they're taking a lot of the shit from you because you abused it, and that's just not black women. That's just all women. So let's be real careful with the wording. Because a lot of slick fucking talking is being put out in display. A lot of slick talking. Continuing.
With that, and black women not having the information that they need to figure out how to get rid of the fibroids and all those type of things. So whatever we can do to just kind of lean in and learn and listen.
You literally have a fucking computer in your hands. You that damn lazy not to fucking check it out yourself? God damn, you niggas suck.
That's what I've been like. Same thing. If somebody would have asked me a couple years ago, I said, oh, I guess my perspective may have been different, but now we're in a time where you really just wanted to have a different understanding. I teach my son that, and then also my daughter, what decision she has to make before she lays down with somebody and how it can change your life, right? So it's incumbent upon you to have that information if your desire is to be a father, is to understand the woman's point of view and the things that they go through. We think of a lot of things that we go through, our upbringing, not having a father or having a father, all our experiences, and the dream of being a father, and having a son or a daughter, and what kind of father you want to be. All of that comes to mind, but before inception, those thoughts never came to me in the sense of what she would go through. How would I handle being in a waiting room and being told something and not knowing the information? Who do I lean on? All those things that come to mind that happen when you're in the delivery room or the process of having a baby or having a healthy delivery and all of that stuff. And then, I think it's absolutely important for us to have these type of conversations and have these thoughts leading up into the idea and actualizing fatherhood. I think we center ourselves, the patriarchy of it all. We center ourselves, we're the ones that make it happen.
I always say something. I was raised by women.
Right.
And I ran into some brothers a couple of years last year when we were running for election who felt like Kamala couldn't lead.
Correct.
I said, but your mother ran the house.
Right.
My mother tragically died when I was 4, but my sister who raised me was a gangster. Could take $1 and balance the budget like in 25 minutes. $100. So I think that in order to trust black women, we gotta kind of like, I think you and I were talking about, or no, I was talking to my driver on the way over about holding yourselves accountable. 81% of people don't talk. And black men have to talk to the women.
I'm gonna answer that because I would be booed off set because I'm gonna be like this. If black women are so great, right? Why do 8% of your boys read on level? If black women are so great, how many of you have your babies by the lesser of the men in our community? You don't even give a fuck who you had the baby by. And then you're going to talk about, well, I did all this by myself. You could have chose somebody else not to do it by yourself. Because let's you know what? I don't ask for donations, but since I'm doing this shit, look, hit the Cash App. Get in my commentary. A lot of motherfuckers, I've been letting people off the hook with the freebie skeebies. Because a lot of people will go to other people's lesser shit and will just hear a bunch of fucking, Keisha fucking rhetoric that we heard 13 fucking years ago. And people will donate out the fucking ass for that. I'll actually give you a manly perspective of how not to fucking worry and live your life Keisha free. So if you can donate to other channels, you can donate to this one. It's not my fault the algorithm fucks me over. This is the reason why a guy like me wouldn't be invited. Because I would debunk all that bullshit. I don't have to care too much of how you think. Because I'm already there. I'm in the living room. I'm the one who caught him. The doctor didn't catch my son, I did. How am I going to do? You just take care of a motherfucker. See, this is the part about it. Nobody wants to call mama a failure because mama couldn't find a fucking good husband. Mama couldn't have a baby by good men. You call a man a provider, but you're okay with him selling fucking drugs till it comes home. You want to keep it real? We're going to keep it real funky. You bitches out there be praising the wrong niggas. You bitches will fucking put up GoFundMe's, put your fucking savings together, and worship a man who wasn't shit when he was alive. But you want a man like me to pay fucking premium for used up pussy, drug dealer pussy. Why did your mom have to raise you by herself? What type of man does she sleep with? That's the one question none of these sick ass, weak ass Negroes don't want to ask. I don't have to worry about you. I'm here. You don't even have to worry. I'm here. You want to be the ultimate man? Be there. What did I tell you about the man of steel? He's reliable. These dumb motherfuckers don't sleep with reliable men. Remember, I keep telling you the one blessed thing about my channel, everything I talk about comes full circle. Black women don't pick reliable men. Because if they pick reliable men, who the fuck can I blame the shit on? If I pick a reliable man, what does that make me look like? All the fingers go to me. I told one of my exes all the time when she talks about her ex-husband, obviously didn't marry the motherfucker for his intellect. Why did you get married? Don't give me because you're young, because you had kids at 16. Appreciate you for the donations, fellas. I, this is the one thing. This is the one thing. If you learn anything, shout out to the $5 holler for Angry Black Man. Y'all gonna see me hot today. This is for the Angry Black Man.
By the power of Grayskull.
This is the shit that makes me living hot. Appreciate them, C Shields.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
See, I don't give that fucking excuse we were young. My fucking parents were what, 24 and 22 when they got married. If you have kids at fucking 16, 17 years old, there ain't no fucking way you're gonna use the excuse of being young. Oh, you're too young to be married in your 20s. I was 17 and joined the fucking army. My father was 17 and joined the Marine Corps during Vietnam. How young is too young, motherfucker? You're not young, but you decided you weren't young enough, too young to fuck. But then you pick the worst, and I mean the worst. See, I would actually have a modicum of respect for women, black women in particular, if you picked the absolute esteem, the top of the line, the cream of the crop black men. But no, you pick the worst of us. You pick the drug dealer. You pick the idiot. You pick the hobosexual. Then you get the fuck. Then you one day, you get the brilliant fucking idea that you should get somebody who's actually doing some shit with their life, got a few benefits under their belt, and they should be helping you take care of your fucking kids in your house. And woe is me when it comes to you. Get completely the fuck out of here. I don't feel sorry for sorry motherfuckers, okay? I can't. I can give somebody an effort, an A for effort, for doing their best that they can. You got my support. But when you go out of your way to say some ill-gotten shit to me, you lose me with that one. My sister was a gangster. You, nigga, I'm starting to think that these motherfuckers think black women are the fucking Justice League. Black women are the fucking. If you ever look at how the fucking black community is ran, how wild these kids are, how much crime there is, how many times have you seen he was a good boy, but his mama was a single mother living in a goddamn PJs or a ran down block? And refused. Matter of fact, it was a few years ago in Baltimore. She had 3 sons. One son died because of street violence. At the funeral, the violence continued. Another son died. This bitch did not have the audacity to move the fuck out of there. You ever notice a black woman will keep their children in the most violent neighborhoods they can and will sacrifice their sons to the system? She'd rather put money on your books. She'd rather put money on your books than money on your college books. You heard me. That's why a nigga like me wouldn't be invited. Because I will be disgusted in some of the most obvious lying, feminazi bullshit that you can ever hear. And you telling me we have studies of single motherhood, studies that you're not the most educated, and you still go off of lies? We have proven that black men are the best father. So much so that we raise better children by ourselves than in two-parent households. But you constantly lie. And one of the biggest things about me is I hate a fucking sentient being who's intelligent enough to read, write, and comprehend and still go with the fucking lie. Continuing.
And a lot of the women, and it's not 80% of 81% of women, it's 81% of people don't talk. So I think it starts with a dialogue. But I can personally tell you, I can't imagine walking around with another person inside of me. And I think that we have to yield to women. And I don't think the government can tell you if you were raped. I mean, they're talking about if you were raped or molested, that you have to have that child. Mm-hmm. I don't think the government should have any say in that. Along with women having a choice.
First and foremost, that's part of the lie. Every state that says that vote against abortion said the only way you could get abortion is if you were raped, if it was going to be a health issue to the mother, or out of incest. Stop the fucking lies.
Their bodies, we also have to teach our daughters and sons how to be responsible. Yeah. Not rely on the plan B, because abortion shouldn't be used just so you can all go out and have a good time. Right. Because we walk away, but women have to deal with the body, the changing your body.
But wait a minute. Folks, I'm going to ask this question. Who gets the most abortions out of the country? Who takes the most abortions? If black men use condoms the most, black women use contraceptives the least, then whose fault is it? See, this is the reason why I'm not invited on shit like this.
It's so much. I tell my girl all the time, I couldn't do it. Just having a menstrual cycle, I would say, God, can y'all let mine come it's like once a year? I can pay somebody once a year because I watch my girl go through the changes emotionally, and not just physically, but it's a lot of shit women go through. So I think men, honestly, need to sit down, shut the fuck up. Right. It's a lot that we don't see because
Get the fuck out of here. You know, this shit makes me really, really look at men, especially men in Hollywood, real funny. Women go through a lot, but women don't work the most. There's not one time in the history of Earth have women worked the most dangerous jobs. The closest a woman will ever be to death is giving birth. The closest a man will ever go to death is just surviving. Yeah, you have babies. Yeah, we congratulate you. Yeah, they're strenuous. Yep, yep, yep. Nobody has ever said it's not a strenuous thing. But guess what? Guess who's got to protect you and that baby? Guess who's got to protect you and these liabilities? Guess who had to go out there and kill animals 5 times their size to feed you in the village? When you get to sit home and nurse. Think about it. For the longest time, if a woman said, I can't take care of these kids, here's child support, transportation, education, cash assistance, food stamps, Section 8. The black man said that especially they offer to take his license in jail time. But we don't have a debtor's court. See the hypocrisy? You can't even follow your own goddamn laws, but you don't have a debtor's court. But yet you want men to come back into the fold and play this fucking rigged ass game. I laugh every time a young man said, fuck this shit. Yeah, you still got men in their early 20s getting married. But I'll tell you one thing, that same bitch you go down to the altar with is not the same bitch you leave that relationship with, is it? Same cookie cutter, they go through a lot of shit. Nobody gave a fuck about men when they take on all the stress of the world and die 40 years before women. They don't talk about all the fucking heart disease, stress he gets from his wife, stress from working that white man's job, stress for just being a black man in America. But she goes through a little cycle that she could call out from work. Imagine calling out, yeah, I'm stressed from being black and male. Fuck out of here. Y'all give these bitches too much credit. But when a man goes through something, oh, it's supposed to be Tuesday.
if you weren't raised that way, you don't know. It's like you listening to you guys trying to be good husbands. The women gotta let us in, and we can't tell them what to do. And I think this government has to step back and let women make choices for themselves.
You know what happened when women make choices for themselves? They pick horrible men. When you give women choice, notice it's the most horrible results ever. Tell me, what decisions did women make that are great? No, Kamala Harris couldn't lead. No, your mother couldn't lead a house. Your mother, your sister didn't lead a house. They left you in poverty. Hey, I want you to think about this. There are so many women who will keep having baby after baby after baby, knowing that's going to push them further and further into poverty.
Women are the first wonder of the world, despite what's said. It's the first wonder. Exactly. That's the only thing outside of God that I know that creates. Yes. First and foremost. The issues that we have are that.
Let's go back to this
tell
bullshit.
them what to do. And I think this government has to step back and let women make choices for themselves.
Women are the first wonder of the world, despite what's said. It's the first wonder. Exactly. That's the only thing outside of God that I know that creates. Yes. First and foremost. The issue.
Now, let's debunk that shit real quick. Like, share, subscribe. Thank you for people who donated. If you didn't get a chance to donate $1 or $2 or $5, please do. Because I think I'm going to go in real nice and nasty with this one. Let's debate what he just said. Because this is a nigga with a tattoo on his face. And Jesus Christ. Y'all let the Motley Crew in this bitch. Where was Dr. T, Dr. Neil, Dr. Dr. Dunbar, were they all taking a piss or something? Women do not create. They incubate. Can somebody put that in the chat for time of memorial? Women do not create life, they incubate. Life never started with the woman. Her eggs are inert. It's like chicken eggs. Those chicken eggs are inert until that fucking rooster fertilizes them. That's why you go to a farm and the chicken lady eggs to make sure there's no roosters around before she start laying eggs to fertilize them. The seed of life starts with you. Stop believing all this fucking witchcraft mumbo jumbo. I've heard people who teach health try to say this life starts with women. No, you're an incubator. If I take a fucking fertilized chicken egg and put it under a fucking sun lamp, I'm incubating it. You're just a placeholder. You're the vessel. You're not the start. You're the holder. That's like if I build a car and tell you to hold the keys until I'm finished fixing the goddamn car. It does not mean, god damn it, that you built the goddamn car. Appreciate you, Mike. Let's just get this shit out of here. We're going by biological science, not your fucking feelings. The seed starts with the man. Why do you think I always tell women it's very important who the fuck you're having kids by? Have you noticed that? Because that seed is going to take dominion over those fucking eggs. As a matter of fact, this is how powerful the sperm is. Men reproduce until the day they die. You can stop. Most women stop producing after around 35, 40. So if you were so pivotal for life, why did God Almighty put a stop count on you and not us? Continuing.
That we have are that the woman knows before we know whether or not life should be brought into the earth, born here, or if it should be aborted. They deserve to have that right for the simple fact of America does not allow us to run a system the way we should as a family. Men don't understand you may be the leader, but you might not be the provider. Do you know how to lead if you are not the provider? In the midst of trying to figure it out, we coming from a whole bunch of systematic. It's been constructed for us to be the way that we are, to think that we are. That's not how it was programmed. And then talk about that program I mentioned where they took they paid black fathers out of the house. And then from there, me and Cliff was talking about that. When it started with the Section 8, women were able to take care of the kids without the man being in the house, which gave her the mindset that I can be the leader because I have to be the provider. And then after that, it was the crack epidemic, which guys started using or they was going to prison. Regardless, we stayed out of the house. Now it's social media, and the thing is,
once again, we're going to use historical fact. Black women were known for walking out on their men, taking the kids, and having kids by another set of men since the fucking late 1800s. Black men didn't leave the house. Let's tell the real story. A lot of black men had to leave states, they had to leave towns to go find fucking work. But what grandma won't tell you is that she spent the fucking money and let the house go in foreclosure. And she left before granddaddy got back, great granddaddy got back, because great granddaddy was going to beat her ass. And oh yeah, by the way, they don't tell you this factoid too. You ever heard the term red hair stepchild, where she would have a baby by a white dude, usually from the clan, or some other nigga while he's off going to work? But here's my thing. You pick those systems over your men. Go back to Monahan Scissors. Every other race, when the welfare went down and the jobs went up, the welfare went down. But when the jobs for black men went up, the welfare went up for black women. See how half-truths are a motherfucker? How can I be the leader and not the provider? Very simple. Listen to what the fuck I say. Especially when it's logical. I've told you before, either I lead or I leave. I'm not going to go back and forth with a pissy broad. You think I'm going to go back and forth with a pissy broad that's almost 50?
we were always here to protect the black women. And if you ever seen the movie Sparta, men were actually the leaders, but the leader knew how to lead because he still trusted the woman with the gift that God gave her, which was intuition and discernment. And if you knew how to treat your woman and she knew how to love and that stress was off her, it allowed y'all to operate as a family unit, to be able to trust her so she can be able to trust you.
So let me ask you this question. When did black women ever take the stress off of their men? Or did they add more on? Asking for a friend. See, I hate when hood niggas trying to sound intelligent. Because notice, you get caught up with your own words. He never talks about how you gotta love her. No, how does she gotta love you? Because if you listen to this shit, exactly, the 300 reference. First and foremost, if we're gonna use the 300 reference, this is the same. Go back down, Namer. I'm gonna do this real quick, like I'm gonna bring everybody up once we do this commentary. What's up, Namer? I want you to think about the same chick he talked about discernment. Didn't King Leonidas bitch get fucked to go talk to the Senate? Notice what I talked about half truths. Nigga forgot that part about the movie. Notice his bitch, the queen, got fucked by some dude just to get approval to talk to the Senate. So this is the bitch I'm supposed to trust. I'm fighting war, and you giving ass to try to support me, or think you support me. But what you're doing is making me look weak to other men because you're overstepping your fucking boundaries. Does anybody follow what I'm putting down?
Shoot. Once you realize how powerful that woman is, a lot of us run around, and even for myself, I struggle with being monogamous because I didn't understand the value of a woman.
You struggle being monogamous because you're a hood nigga. You got tattoos on your face. What type of women do you involve yourself with? What's your involvement? Nigga, you're not from fucking university. You wear the uniform of a motherfucker who says, I'm in the streets. But yet, you're with a bunch of 85s, maybe an 87 if you're lucky. And here it is. Them bitches gave you ass because you were getting other bitches.
God, would you play with God the same way? And if you knew what you possessed as powerful, I don't think that we would.
She doesn't possess shit.
Mindset of thinking it's okay because we wouldn't look at women the way that we are downplayed the thing of how they are. So I'm gonna interject real quick though. I think there's something I think that's really dope that you started with is around women being first close to God, right? Like, that's a fact. And talking about creation, talking about creating, talking about
they don't create.
I do think the
chat. What did I tell you about women in creation? They don't create life. They incubate. They hold. They're the placeholders. That's a biological fact. You're the nurturing center. You're not the creator. We create the fucking kids. Your eggs are goddamn scrambled. If a woman goes through menopause, she's no good when it comes to reproductive system. None. None. Women think they should get the top of the line dude. And your reproductive system is fucked. No. The older a chick is, the less valuable she is in the fucking scheme. Sorry. And when you talk about closer to God, women are not a maintainer, a creator, a maintainer, a destroyer. Once again, what do women create? What do women maintain? What do women destroy? You're not a god. A lot of you really are just goddamn shames. And that's just not hating. Well, I take care of my kids. You want a fucking trophy? You do what men do on average.
People talk about the human race all the time, and it started with blah 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 blah. Yeah, it started in Africa. It started in Africa with a black woman, right? And so I do think the closest you could get to power, the closest you could get to life, creating the circumstances, and is with the black woman.
Okay, let me explain something to you, right? Can I go black pill with science real quick? Everybody? I'm gonna go black pill with science real quick. In order for an organism to survive in the wild, the organism must either A, develop a system to protect itself, i.e., fangs, claws, thorns, venom, size, strength, weaponry, or have another organism to protect it on its behalf. Camouflage, thank you, Namer. So how the fuck could life start with a black woman when they can't even fucking protect themselves in the wilderness? How? You didn't have you didn't have Lucy out there hunting shit down. It did not start with her. She's just the oldest we can find. She would not be, if she got pregnant, she would be prey. Hell, she's preyed without being pregnant. The average man is 2 to 3 times stronger than a woman. You're not godlike. You're a helpmate. The reason why you don't want to be a helpmate is because you're too scared to play second fiddle. This is the reason why you would actually go out there and get lesser men. Because any man with any goddamn sense would not deal with you.
Like you wonder, yes. But also just want to ground us in, when we talk about reproductive justice, it's not just about birthing, right? It's not just about having a kid. And it's about, when we talk about bodily autonomy, it's about we all want the right to control our bodies. I don't want nobody telling me what to do with my body, right? And that is a right that expands even beyond having a kid, right? And creating, fostering that environment to be able to raise folks. And we talked about like the village, right? And that it takes a village to raise a kid. It wasn't like, okay, all these people on the block got a responsibility. It was actually, you understood that kid had, that every decision that goes into raising that kid, teaching that kid how to move, teaching that kid how to communicate, affects, it forms their future, but it also affects everybody in the village, right? And so everybody had a responsibility to make sure that that person and the people that were raising that kid had what they needed, had the healthiest environment and things, to make sure that everyone is okay, that we all can live the...
But you know who broke the contract of that shit? The village only benefited the women. Okay? And the kids. And I'm glad you said that because you took the words, only lazy bitches look for the village. One of the problems now with my niece, she got 6 kids, 3 men. The last 3, you haven't even seen their father face to face in how many months? But then you get mad when the fucking village be like, yo, shut the fuck up and take care of your kids. It takes a village. No, it doesn't. It takes a father. It takes a mother. It takes a commitment. That village shit, you can't do villages in an urban environment. Every time I hear that village shit, it takes a village. No, it takes you to get off your lazy ass and teach your kids how to read. If all that shit was true, why are black boys the least educated? Go ahead, blame the fathers, but see who the kids are with the majority of the time. You're not even smart enough to give the boys to their fathers, so you could at least blame them. But you know why? Because you know that you can't blame them; they'll be better than you.
The life that we deserve, right? And so, I do want to also make sure that I ain't got no kids, just so I can't talk about
oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Did you just hit? Let's rewind that shit.
Make sure that everyone is okay, that we all can live the life that we deserve, right? And so, I do want to also make sure that I ain't got no kids, just so I can't.
It's funny. How does a nigga with no kids try to talk to niggas with kids? The fuck you gonna tell me? See, it's that Anton shit, that holier than thou, bitch. Niggas came for your kid's neck, your wife neck, because you fucking failed as a man. Yeah, I'm going to Anton for a minute, so fuck it. I don't care if y'all like it or not. Anton deserve all of that. You know why? You already almost got into a physical altercation on the show. Regardless of who said what, regardless of what it is. Because you were chasing money and you wanted to keep pounding it and I would have done this. What happens when you face a motherfucker who doesn't believe in, who's going to use that nuclear deterrent? Who's going to hit you where it hurts? See, he didn't have to move his daughter out of school. He didn't have to get, psychological help for his daughter. You did. He didn't have to talk to his wife and convince her to stay because some bitch was with him. Because I think that's very shaky that a female business partner is going to be with me and my wife's not there. I don't care what no man say. Ain't no fucking way, no married man or no man in no dedicated relationship, that's going to be okay. But back to this nigga. It's always some punk ass, pro black, pro stupid nigga trying to tell niggas with kids how to raise their children. You idealistic dumbass. You could tell everybody how easy it is, but you never put your fucking stamp or your fucking blood in the game. Oh, you can go say it's her, but you never had to deal with child custody, child support. You never had to deal with you wanting to see your kid or grab your kid and she's trying to play some fuck shit. Of course you got these rose colored glasses. We need to simp, simp, simp.
The standpoint from a father, but there are fathers at this table. I also got 25 nephews and nieces. I'm over here. You know what I'm saying? I got strategy over here. But there's perspectives from all and on this table from every angle of this, and I do want to go back to and we can go wherever you wanted to go, whatever you wanted to say, but I do want to talk about that. Like you said, the government shouldn't be involved. Keep in mind.
Yeah. You know why they say defund the police? Because they want these single bitches' kids to keep fucking get more shit. When they break into your house, there's not enough police officers. There's not enough cruisers. Yeah, so we need less police where there's more single mothers, which means there's going to be more crime. Get the fuck out of here. And see, this is the reason why I tell people you got to see the illogicalness in this whole discussion. When a nigga tells me that life starts with the woman, I'm gonna laugh at you and tell me where is that biologically true? They don't create life, you incubate life. You hold, you don't create. Life starts in a nutsack. That's why a 40-year-old woman doesn't have too much value in the world when it comes to reproductive systems. Why do you think all these chicks in their 40s who have businesses and no kids, what are they doing? You had all this good time, good years to fucking talk to get a man, and you didn't. But once again, you waste your good years on fuckboys.
Keeping in mind that this is a government that was steeped in what they call white supremacy. I like to call white delusion, right? You know what I'm saying?
How is it white delusion when white supremacy dictated your reality? That's how deep creation goes with men. We determine the sex. You're the incubator. You're the holder. You're the placeholder. Have you noticed? We can find incubators and build wombs, but we can't fucking reproduce sperm. That tells you something how biologically complex the male anatomy is.
Same thing, right? And they don't want to believe that they came from a black woman. Yeah, and the definition you came from a black woman. Well, the definition of masculinity, the definition of what we do with our bodies, and how we define a government's role in that came from that corrupt standpoint, that corrupt perspective. So I 100% agree.
So masculinity came from white supremacy, or was masculinity came since the dawn of time? I'm not computing.
Anything about, but where did you want to go with that? Well, I think one of the things that I think helps, I believe, with women's right in terms of their sexual reproduction is the relationship that we have with the black man. I heard a psychiatrist when I was on one of the panels say that African American men and women are suffering from 450 years of post-slavery PTSD. Yes. So one of the things that I love about this thing right here is that the next one I want to see is black men and black women sitting down together and talking about how do we learn to exist in peace. And I say that because I'm saying this, and a lot of times I have to catch myself. It's emotional. I grew up with a lot of violence around me. My father, when he drank, I seen him knock women. My father fight a baby. He was just off. He was mentally off from the oppression of this culture that broke him. And, so we were born, a lot of us were born into that. Our fathers, and we're trying to break those cycles.
No, we weren't.
So somehow that
So once again, we got to go back to the thing. Why did your mom pick him? Why did your mom pick him? You ain't gonna just date a violent motherfucker unless you got some violence too. Have you ever noticed they always have the babies by the most violent motherfuckers? The most drunken, the drug addict?
And to me, to women's reproductive choices in terms of having a baby with a guy that's comes from a broken family. Now the baby coming in with a broken family, and bam, 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 and the mother's asking the father for support, like, yo, I ain't actually had that motherfucking baby. That ain't shit. I don't even know if that's not my. I mean, there's so many levels to this that make women cower or not want to talk, or be the victim of one guy shot his baby mama and the kids the other day. It's so I think we got to attack that from not just right now in this racist culture that we're seeing with this administration, but also from a generational standpoint. For sure.
I don't have the historical information, man. That's why I'm a listener, man. I'm a great listener. But when I hear, from your generation, your perspective, and your perspective, everybody's perspective in the sense that as we get into it, I feel like we let women down in that regard. We didn't stand on business. And
what you mean by that?
I just feel like we let depression wear us down.
Notice, I feel. Let's blame the current government for 150 years of slave culture.
Perspective in the sense that as we get into it, I feel like we let women down in that regard. We didn't stand on business. And
what you mean by that?
I just feel like we let depression wear us down. Fathers let depression wear them down and beat them down, take them out of the house. And
they forced them out of the house.
Forced them.
No, they had a program. They forced them out. They didn't leave the house.
I feel that. I understand that. I can't. But ain't nobody gonna make me leave my woman. I get
You bullshitting nigga. First and foremost, your woman pushed you out. Your woman didn't have to take those fucking benefits. Your woman was full carte blanche in cahoots with the government. Your woman will push you out.
That. I get it, but ain't nobody gonna make me leave my family.
I got you.
I get what I understand.
The phrase that pays. With all due permission, can I go black pill with this one? Can I go black pill T Riddler with this one? Because this is the one. That clown said we let depression wear us down when he has a solution for depression. Good men and good women of this chat, can I go black pill? Because this motherfucker insulted me personally because I suffer from PTSD and depression from the war and being a cop. So you're saying that we let depression beat us down. How fucking dare you talk about men who were better than your sissy ass, who had to deal with a bitch who was ungrateful, kids that one or two of them may not have been his. And oh yeah, by the way, during those 70s and 80s, a bitch was quick to put a baby on you to get some child support. And we didn't even have DNA tested until years later to find out the child wasn't yours. And the only thing you get back in return was sorry. But she knew who the fucking father was the whole time. Only reason she put you on it was because she knew that you had a decent job and the nigga she was fucking was a bum. But we let depression beat us down. But we had motherfuckers who liberated you from the fucking Civil War, the War of 1812, the Spanish American War, World War One, World War Two, Korean War, Vietnam, the Gulf War, the global war on terrorism, both Iraq and Afghanistan. And you telling me those men don't let depression beat them down? You come back home and your wife fucking leaves you for a lesser man and takes all your shit? At any given fucking moment, oh, I'm not in love anymore. And she's entitled to your shit and she didn't do an ounce of the work? And you're not supposed to be depressed. You are lucky that black men don't take guns and make you eat them. Your woman is the biggest seditious traitor known to man. And they want you to shut the fuck up about it because now, the tables have turned. The tables have motherfucking turned. Y'all getting classic folk today. I hope y'all appreciate that shit.
Understand that I could never fathom what went on back then.
I think you might be alluding to weak ass men allowing things that might be coming up. Like, like, oh, this seems like, I don't know exactly the historical presence of it either. But you know how you say, like, oh, like, you stripping us.
You got an obviously gay man talking about weak ass men. Get the fuck out of here. First of all, ain't no weak ass man coming up in no goddamn Jim Crow. A lot of you motherfuckers want to talk about weak, right? You got the audacity to talk about weak. First of all, I'm not going to be insulted by a nigga who forsaken his own masculinity. Let's get that shit straight. Let's get that shit straight. I come from the blood of warriors and kings. I've literally got the DNA of a fucking Egyptian pharaoh in my blood. And can show you the DNA testing to prove it. So, you're telling me, first and foremost, going through a woman who was taught by the system to fucking sabotage her own goddamn family. Because first and foremost, you got to remember, when you got two-parent households, you only need one house. And when you have too many houses out there, you split up the families, you need two now. And guess what? Here's another phenomenon they studied. If you have enough single mother homes, you produce what? Typically criminals. Because a good amount of your criminal element come from what? Single mother homes. When single mothers have control of the boys, you tamp down that warrior spirit they naturally come up with. When you put bitches and give them the money, guess what else happens? Those men can't come back and say we're patriarchs, even though we never had a patriarchy in this country since goddamn, even before fucking Washington, damn near. What is it, like 1863, 1865? If women are so gracious and tough and need all this autonomy, why don't they do what we do? Pick up fucking rifles and fight. But you need what? You need the discernment and confirmation and protection of men to do so. You wonder why they got all these new jails built up? You ever notice why they got all this public housing built up? Hint, hint, nod, nod. Look at the correlation. They've been doing studies like this since the goddamn 80 years have passed. They know that you produce fucking criminals when you have single mothers. Black women will push their men out of the house just to live in poverty with a few fucking biscuits. And now all these other dumb bitches are following suit. Continuing.
From the house. Oftentimes, I'm a man who dates men. A lot of men are strong. So the way that you say you're not gonna take nobody from my family, you're not gonna strip me from my family. Yeah. A lot of people don't walk with that. A lot of people don't have that. So I mean, like it is systematic, but I mean at the same time, I mean, if you somebody,
how you gonna make such a? How you gonna make a lot of men ain't strong? How you gonna talk about something? And this is that fucking feminist ideology. No stats, just feelings. Because this tells you all the time, nobody gives a fuck about what a man goes through. They don't give a fuck if you cut your finger if you're hungry. How many fucking husbands out there come home, she feeds her and the kids, you gotta go find something to eat? Why the fuck be married? Why the fuck be married? A gay man should not talk about what black men have to do because you said, I forsake my masculinity.
People don't walk with that. A lot of people don't have that. So I mean, like it is systematic, but I mean at the same time, I mean if you somebody, I mean you part of.
Let's go back to that. How many black men are leaving their kids? If you want to look at who's the deadbeat parents, let's bring up my boy Terrell, former lieutenant in the Baltimore Police Department, multiple time business owner, has custody of all three of his kids. His ex wife hasn't even seen their three kids in how many months? 4, 5, 6 months? Barely pays child support when she feels like it. As a matter of fact, here's the kicker on top. Did you know that bitch had a baby on him in their marriage with another dude? But how many of these black men, let's look at his brother Josh that everybody knows and loves. Josh hasn't seen his daughter in over a year. This bitch lied to get into the army saying that he died, even though he has proof that she knew, and even proof that she came in military uniform, which you should have not done. Moved to Boston without him knowing. Didn't even let him sign the papers. And guess what? Still refused to give his child. But you're moving the child away. This is the reason why you got to be careful who they put in these fucking panels, man. They try to normalize this bullshit.
Like a few men who was not going to live their life like that. I mean, I get a system that you live in a place that is just geared to tell you you ain't shit, you ain't shit, you ain't shit, and it beats you down. You ain't shit, you ain't shit.
Yes, she committed fraud multiple ways,
and it beats your other counterpart down. So y'all come home to madness, beatness. Nobody know how to heal anybody, right?
It's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah,
I think it's a lot of different influences that happen, whether it's drugs, right? We know that our community struggled with that for a long time.
But let's talk about them. Let's go back. But no. Let's go back and talk about the CIA.
No, that's what I'm gonna say. We're in a country where drugs is probably the most highest profit of things that you want, right? But just speaking on fatherhood and being in the house and not being in the household. I think, yes, a lot of pressures coming from each side, right?
Yeah.
I've looked at fathers who weren't in the household and I had conversations with them and said, man, you've been on drugs since.
Give me a second, people. Sorry about that, folks. Always got to go for the bullshitters.
You was 12 years old, brother. Your brain doesn't have the capability of thinking correctly. That's right. That's what I was gonna say. We're in a country where drugs is probably the most highest profit of things that you want, right? But just speaking on fatherhood and being in the house and not being in the household, I think a lot of pressures coming from each side, right? Yeah. I've looked at fathers who weren't in the household and I had conversations with them and say, man, you've been on drugs since you was 12 years old, brother. Your brain doesn't have the capability of thinking correctly. That's right. You are afraid that you can't provide for your family, so you would rather leave, right? Not knowing that you have a woman who's willing to stay down with you and hold you down no matter what, right? So it's just as a man who, even to this day, get nervous, right? Like, man, this shit is slowing up. Like, am I better off telling my baby and them, like, are y'all going? No, of course not, right? But you have to be honest about yourself and say, I'm fearful of certain things, and say, and not necessarily a weakness, but necessarily it's like, I'm scared. Right, that I can't provide. Yeah. Now I've either let someone else kind of tell me what I need to do, right, rather than following my own intuition and having a relationship with my ancestors in the universe, and that can really guide you, or having that one-on-one with you.
Oh boy, here comes the spirit God shit. I do believe in the ancestors, but here's the part, right? Notice not one statistic, not one factual statement. Where are the men leaving? Here's another part, right? And this is where I'm going to teach you Investigation 101. The number one thing about investigation, you got 2 ears, 1 mouth. Guess what you should be doing the most importantly? Listening. If you're saying to one of your boys he's been on drugs since 12, why are these bitches getting babies from drug addicts? And thinking they're going to be Father of the Year. See how this shit comes. You know what? A chick always want to be, she always want to wait out when it comes to children and responsibility. And it gets corny. Real corny. It gets to the point where, excuse me, when it's my body, my choice, and you choose to sleep with drug addicts, criminals, you think you're going to produce the best possible kids? What do you think is going to come up with that? What do you think is going to be the results of this? You really think this is going to be? You really think this is going to be the best type of way to raise a child? Is with a drug addict? This is sad. You're talking about the worst of the black men, but you're not talking about the average nor the best.
Your lady. So there's so many things that can pull people out of the house. Similar to the conversation is like, well, if I was enslaved, I wouldn't have done that. It's like, well, you really don't know. So it's like, there's so many different things that go into why people do things. And sometimes, you can name it to. It's like, oh, this person was being a coward. Or this person was being, but a lot of it is fear. And a lot of it is because we're the minority. And because the pressure that comes from so many other people that don't look like us, it's a lot of pressure that makes you feel that way. And then you got the people that's in your community that oppress you, right? Sure. And so as men, we do it to women, right? As men,
wait a minute.
Tier. Wait a minute. Do it to women even more, right?
Wait a minute. I'm gonna let him finish. Then we're gonna catch him in his bullshit.
We fall underneath that same thing. So to your point, we got to strip that away, figure out what the issue is with that, have those conversations, understand that there's layers and layers of what it is.
Okay, because he just bounced past it. How do men oppress women in the black community? Y'all the ones who call the police on us. Y'all the ones who call your brothers or your boyfriends or your side niggas. Y'all the ones who call the child support agency. That's you. That's not us. You call the police. You call these extra niggas your brothers, your uncles, your fathers, even though you're the one start. You literally with a side chick of a goddamn football player, you fat bitch. This is the reason why I tell you stop messing with these fat bitches, man. Get mad at your side nigga and call your brothers to try to kill him. Why isn't that bitch in jail? But your brothers are dead. Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about that. But we oppress them. They'll oppress you by threatening you with child support, keeping your kids away. But no, nigga. This is soy. We're not even 30 minutes in yet.
But also, don't be like you weak as hell.
I'm making sure that word like that now.
No, I know. You wouldn't be able to do it. You ain't been able to hold it down. But it's just like, man, it's so many, reasons why a man would leave.
How is a gay man going to talk about other men are weak? Really? You could tell this platform's not based in reality. This is bizarre world. Back in the day, even back in the 80s, maybe even the early 90s, people would have got slapped for disrespect.
Household, and then sometimes it's us not holding them accountable and saying, "Hey, look, man, you need to get your shit together. Yeah. All right, you need to make sure you over there." Because now I'm saying, "Hey, playing spades, you smoking again. You ain't seeing your kid 3 blocks down the street and wait." Right. So no accountability. So to your point,
well, wait a minute. We gotta go back to that. How many of you niggas holding the bitches accountable for not letting them see their kids? So I'm supposed to. Everybody wants a black man to fight to go see their kids, but nobody ever asked the question: why should he fight at all? But we in a community, right? We're in a community, right? That's that. You can shove that bullshit up your ass. You can call that up your ass. We're losing recipes. You can shove it up your ass. I will gladly tell you, shove it up your ass. And thank you. Thank you. A lot of them don't even know what their fucking father is to their children. The saddest fucking thing you can ever develop is a goddamn Negro trying to tell you some shit. This fucking this fucking community ain't do shit for us. You're right. If you make it out of this community, it's not because of, it's in spite of,
accountability,
and
but then
despite
also
of.
kind of give each other a little bit of grace and understanding, especially our OGs who went through a lot, especially our guys who are coming from Vietnam, who came home to nothing and lost everything and went out there and lost their mind, saw things we could never imagine, right?
Did everything for this place.
Did everything for this country just for them to take it away from you. And so now I say, well, fuck everybody. You know,
that's my entry point to this conversation. I think that because I went to college and I got a master's degree in human relations, I really sat with and grappled with power and domination when it comes to like gender discrimination and when it comes to discrimination against women. So for me in this conversation, thinking about like fatherhood, I can't help but to think about the way in which I was introduced into this conversation about women's progression and how there were critiques of black women that talked about how us as men start thinking about this shit until we start having kids. Mm-hmm. So we start to think about how we only think about women when it's tethered to a man. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, respect her, bro. That's so and so. Sister. Hey, respect her, bro. That's so and so. So it's really thinking about how us as men, in terms of accountability, we really don't even have a good transition from objectification to fatherhood because you've been a fucker for 20 years, mm-hmm. and now you don't want to be a fucker no more. Now you want to be a father. Because we don't have that accountability to think about the like how we are taught to objectify women. I know in our conversations it'd be like, hey, you can get respect from the homies based off how you get down on a bitch. Yes. Yeah. Be real. Mm-hmm.
Nobody does that clown shit. Let's be real, okay? Let's be real. Because I swear these are a bunch of actors. Like, who the fuck says this shit? Number one, nobody wants to look at the truth. And these are motherfuckers supposed to have a fucking degree. You know what? Fuck it. I feel another Baptist revival coming on. You want to talk about, this is how I know that you're full of shit. Because if you go, take Baltimore for instance. Have you noticed that all your fast food restaurants is 99% female? Why aren't you hiring the males? Why aren't you hiring the teenage boys? Why? Why aren't you? Who gets to go to college more? Where's all the scholarship money going towards? The girls or the boys? Who's got majority of the homeowners? Majority of the degrees? Majority of the opportunities? Well, it used to be in the federal government. Who was getting majority of that shit? Since you want to talk about discrimination. Because what you like to do is try to bottle that up in and think that because white women get some type of discrimination, black women are getting the same type of discrimination from their men. And this is the whole thing about it. A black woman will see a job where she's making $55,000 a year in HR. Will see a job where her boyfriend or husband is duly capable of getting that career. She'd rather give it to her homegirl who doesn't know shit and will fuck up that job than to see her man at the helm. Because they are the fucking queens of the ashes. And then will have the audacity to say, why can't you find a job? Uh, 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 uh. Stunned.
Popularity, preference, based off of how you're able to dominate and objectify other women. So then when I come to the conversation and I want to talk about progression of women, we start to have different, I'm going to say pathology, different ways that stigma taps into it. And I think one of those is us being very critical about how we relate to women that's not related to us. Like, how do you respect women that's not your sister, that's not your mama, that's not your, you know what I'm saying, you feel me? Oh, even when we find attractive. Like, how do you respect for those women? And I think that the conversation starts before we start thinking about fatherhood. It starts to me, thinking about it in middle school, you know what I'm saying? But also in this conversation, though, it's like, hey, so before you became a father,
before you came father, when did you think about the general welfare of women?
I don't.
Well, I'm adopted, so I think some of that has always been in my mind, just to what will make someone give their child up. You know, since I've always known since I was 7. I mean, so what environment was she in? Did she feel protected? Did she feel wanted, cared for, seen? All the things. So early on, I think for me it's kind of gone to a place of just humanity of it all, just like a person. I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it. Right. I want to feel how I feel. That's me. I want the same for everybody. Yeah. I want you to live your life. I don't want nobody to take their life. For the most part, if it makes you happy, go do your thing. That's me. Right. That's who I am. I understand that a lot of people are not like that. A lot of people also don't have my experience. Yeah. That has probably made me this way. For sure. My upbringing, you dig? Single parent household, only my mama. Watching my mama deal with men. A safety engineer at NASA, you know, surrounded by white men, telling her she don't know what she's doing. And she telling them, you got to put the gloves on. You know what I mean? It's my perspective is from fuck. That's my earliest. It's written. I want to, because how in this moment, because we have, when we're talking about the government, we have abortion bans in Georgia, my home state, Texas. That's leading to women dying, babies dying, people being less safe. And here we have folks, we've been hearing about folks being hung, lynched. We've been hearing about so many things this year that scare me as to how I got a big ass family, how all them people are going to survive this time. And I'm thinking about, and I'm not thinking about protect black women like we've always heard it. Like protect black women, like, oh, that's my girlfriend, that's my, don't hurt my mom.
Hey, my bad, ABM. My bad. You're back in the stride again. Let me think about this, right? Homeboy was adopted, but notice how much grace the mother got, right? Notice how much grace the mother got. And I do agree with you. Black American men are the weakest men on the planet. Excuse me. They are. It's disgusting. You could give your mother all that grace, but your father, you would probably try to fight him or cuss him out. Why? Why?
Right. Don't talk about my mama. Right. You know what I mean? Right. But when we're talking earlier about a village, right, and how a village, everybody has a responsibility for each person and each responsibility in creating that nourishing environment, making sure there's healthy food, clean water, et cetera, et cetera. What are we doing right now to learn what women need, black women particularly, and play our part in that power building?
I have a question for you guys, because this is something I've been trying to explore, and then I got more on the journey of once I got married, which is like therapy, right? And self-discovery, right? Understanding that my wife had her own journey of therapy. Being introduced to anger management, right? It's not because you punching holes in the wall, but it's because you just get certain triggers that you don't know how to handle. You don't know how to. So I think for me, I'm going on a journey, and I'm curious if you all are going on this too, or eager to go on it, because I am learning how to be more enthusiastic about it. Because therapy saying, I don't feel like talking to somebody. I don't want to, So just having that kind of, for me, that's where I'm at, and figuring out That's how I'm gonna make my wife feel safe.
Yes.
She wants to know that in any conversation, I ain't gonna just be like, all right, I gotta go outside and smoke real quick. But I ain't. She wants to feel safe. And the more we can make them feel safe, yes. And because naturally we all want to provide. Most men, you want to be the provider, you want to go out there and do it.
I think the problem with it is that I think they feel a little too safe. If you want the best out of somebody, competition's a motherfucker. Okay? Competition's good for the soul. I don't want to hear it. I will let any detractor come up here and think they can say something. And I'm going to carve you up. I'm going to carve your ass up. Any one of you goddamn detractors. I don't need... What the fuck? Have you ever noticed that the women can do nothing in these men's eyes? They don't have to provide shit. But you're supposed to provide them the world. You could literally be a fucking crack fiend, mama. You always gonna be a black queen, mama. That's how you knew Tupac was the biggest simp. Keep going. Nothing. This is the reason why the world doesn't respect you, black man. Because you ask for nothing. Before I even start this shit back up. Nobody respects you. Nobody likes you. It's because of this shit. You put your women first before you, and what has that gotten you? Early graves? Can't see your kids? Bitches don't want to be married? You don't have good results out of doing this simp shit.
But you forget about it. Ain't just monetarily, it ain't just hanging out with your son and your daughter. It's like, how do I have these conversations and actually know how to have them? Yes. Because sometimes you don't understand that. You don't get taught how to, deal with impulse control and all those type of things. I would be curious to know if you all had your own therapy journey and trying to figure out how to, obviously keep your spouse safe or anybody in your life to safe. I know we're particularly talking about the women in our lives. So
He literally said just what I was about to talk. I don't care what said. If you think you are okay, go to therapy. If you don't, I've been in therapy like 4 to 5 years, and it's bigger than like Luke was saying. I'm going to stay in my house, but just because you stay in your house, don't mean you're going to have a healthy environment. Because you can stay for 20, 30 years for them kids, but if they saw anger and this, that, and the third, you can't be mad that they go out and do the same thing of what they saw. It is encouraged that if you take yourself, you need to take yourself. You need to have couples there. We as men, even wanting to be better, we only have the information that we've been given amongst each other. And we don't have different perspectives. It's okay to take perspectives from white people because they don't have the mindset of survival that we have. So when you hear different, you think different. You move different.
You don't have this. You don't, nigga. You don't have a mindset of survival. You don't. You live in a first world country, nigga. The fuck out of here. Most of the times, you're being betrayed by your own goddamn woman.
To know how to move within your house, it is good. My children, I don't care that they're only 9, 10, 7, 6. They have problems, and every black man at this table had problems. We had situations we couldn't talk to people about. Get your children in therapy. If you can't afford to do it, healthcare can cover it. Mm-hmm. Get your children in therapy because they need to have that healthy outlet to have somebody. They don't always feel safe talking to mom and daddy, regardless of how well we are.
they don't feel safe doing that.
I would say be careful about getting your therapy for white people. But I
didn't say get it. But I didn't say white therapists. No, I'm listening to in general when they talk about
when you listening to them. But what I do want to also say is that
once again, you're getting the advice from the guy who doesn't have kids. What the fuck you in the father's like? But here's the crazy part. You don't like the advice from white people, but you sure as hell would take their money. Get the fuck out of here.
The important is that our safety doesn't. Our responsibility in Black women's safety isn't on us to protect our partner. Generally, it's not just us that's going to have that responsibility.
Partner alert.
We have to realize that honestly, statistically, the safety from a partner in America is that you're actually less safe from your partner generally. Violence is so the safety has to come from how you build an accountability.
See, this is where I need audience participation. Can I get my woos in the chat? Wake up, goddammit. Wake up. Wake the fuck up, okay? Motherfuckers ain't waking up. Wake up. Wake up. Woo! We're gonna debunk something. See, this is what silly ass Negroes do. Okay? Silly ass Negroes want to talk about intimate partner violence. But the most violent relationships are lesbian relationships. So all this make your partner feel safe. On top of that, 70% of the aggressors in a black male and female relationship is the woman. So get the fuck out of here, dude. See, relax me. Why would I be on here? Because it's so easy to debunk all this sissy shit. That's what it is. It's sissy shit. I'm supposed to talk to a guy about raising children who don't have children, and I'm supposed to talk to a guy who's forsaken his masculinity. Fuck out of here.
Outside of that relationship, outside of that family, what is that village you building, right?
Right.
And so, I'm interested.
Nothing that bites my hand will ever have my protection. Nothing that ever I feed or protect will ever bite my hand. And I swear to the immortal God, I don't owe no fucking female protection. As soon as you... Because what's the first rule of protection, folks? Is obedience. If you can't fucking obey, then you can't get protected. There is no fucking way. There is no fucking way. I'm supposed to protect all these wayward bitches? You choose to date the most dangerous people. You choose to put yourself in the most dangerous situations. You choose to live at the most dangerous locations. And I'm supposed to get the fuck out of here.
I'm listening, so I'm just gathering information. I have a lot.
Well, I'm saying both of y'all.
Yeah.
Jump in there. How are y'all thinking
beyond like I'm gonna protect my partner, because that is, I think that there's a value in that. I think there's
Stop that partner shit. You're not partners. We're not equals. The world doesn't look at us as equal. Stop the bullshit. If I get a flat tire and a woman get a flat tire, who the fuck they gonna help? That's the biggest fucking bullshit piece of lie. You're not my partner. That's a gay term. It's that sissy ass shit, partner. I had to tell bitches, you call me your partner, we done. We done. I'm not your life partner. I'm not your gay best friend. If I get married, that's my fucking wife, not my partner. Your wife ain't gonna go out there and shovel snow for you, is she? The only reason you see a bitch shoveling snow is because she's single. I'm sorry. When we had the snowstorm, when you seen a bitch shoveling snow, it means two things. She had sorry ass sons, or she had no man, or both.
the value in I'm gonna protect my partner. Ain't nothing gonna happen to my partner. At the end of the day, though, when you have such big systems,
Thank you,
that are targeting you and doing their best to
I'm not
pull y'all
running a law
apart,
firm. I'm
doing
raising
their
a
best
family.
to divide y'all and pit y'all against each other, you can't depend on, and that's something that we're taught. Masculinity is how powerful we can be and how we can protect what we own and what we, you know what I'm saying? That is not what protection is. That's not what safety is. So I'm thinking about, outside of that, how do y'all think about safety?
First of all, safety, if you can't obey me, then how the fuck can I keep you safe? The second rule is protection costs. What do I get for my protection?
Outside of just I'm the protector. You know what I'm saying? How do we build that?
The thing that pops into my head right now as we're having this conversation is the system is capitalism, and what that looks like is we're talking about therapy, which is, I think, is very important, but we don't think about the colonial aspect of therapy, which I mentioned in our conversation earlier, and how capitalism and this individualistic view of our responsibility as well is tied to breaking up of our communities. You talked about a village. So when we're thinking about our families, like you as a father, I'm not a dad. I don't have any children. I don't plan on it. When we talk, when people think, okay, I have a family and I'm raising my children, it's like mom, dad, kids, and we forget like that is a lot of pressure, and it's not supposed to be that way. Right. I think it's supposed to be a community of people that are helping each other, and
it's not a community of people. Okay? Once in a while you might get some help, but it's your responsibility overall raising that child. Here's the glorified, this is the reason why pro-blacks, the modern pro-black, kind of makes me sick. Because they speak in this Hollywood idealism and not reality. You got a bunch of wayward children from a bunch of bitches, and you expect men to jump into that situation. Why? Why? You expect men of fucking talent, men of fucking esteem, to come in there and rescue from your iniquities. Why don't you get your baby father, who you had, that's sitting in jail, to protect you? Stop waiting for the decent men to protect you. You know that nigga you didn't want to get pussy in the first place? But now you 230 pounds overweight. Oh, now he's an option. See, we are not Boyce Watkins over here.
We have not created that community. It's just like, I'm over here with my family here, I'm over there with my family there, and there's there's no communication. Mm-hmm. And I think that's ultimately something that's really important, is us being able to come together and create from there, create the community where everyone has a responsibility to themselves and each other. Our natural ways have been dismantled.
Real quick, I mean, do you have examples of what that looks like in your life?
Give me a more specific question.
If it's not, you think about it, but just like what that protection, what that looks like. That you talked about colonial effect on therapy. Yeah, now, I know that to me, I'm like, hell yeah, talk about the colonial therapy. But I also don't. I know that a lot of people don't know what the hell that means, right?
I'm saying, like, when you think about therapy and when you're going,
and I'm not asking you necessarily about that. I'm asking you generally what that protection and that outside help and so it looks like in your life.
Like growing up, I'll use my life as an example. Obviously, I grew up with both my parents, my mom and my dad. From the outside, it would look very traditional, but my mom was the one that was really holding everything down. My dad was very supportive with me when it came to providing monetarily. He also was the one that had a more formal education, so he was able to help me when I needed help with schoolwork. But when it came to my care, it was my mom that was there. And then I noticed the way that he behaved, or like his behavior around women, and how he was with my mom, how he was with his sisters and his mother, and how he was with me. So I'm, as a trans person, and as being his daughter and his little girl at the time.
Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
Did you hear what this motherfucker just said? You're a trans man talking at a men's table. This is the reason why you're not respected, black men. What the fuck does a trans man gotta do? You know what? You know what? A lot of you motherfuckers out there, people are gonna really make me hate my own damn people. People are gonna really make me hate my own goddamn people. And I'm trying not to. I'm trying my damnedest to still have love for my people, man. I'm trying my damnedest. I'm trying my damnedest, man. I'm trying my damnedest. I wish you could see my face right now. Why do you have trans men talking about black men's issues? You're a biological female. You talk about my mother took care of the care. You gotta shit on your daddy. If your daddy was not that much of shit, why are you trying to emulate him? My God, my people are stupid.
care, and it was the complete that was there. And monetarily, he also was the one that had a more formal education, so he was able to help me when I needed help with schoolwork. So
wait a minute. He made the money. He had the education. That still wasn't good enough, nigga. Nigga, bitch. Listen to what the fuck he just said.
Help and so it looks like in your life. Like growing up, I'll use my life as an example. Obviously, I grew up with both my parents, my mom and my dad. From the outside, it would look very traditional, but my mom was the one that was really holding everything down. My dad was very supportive with me when it came to providing monetarily. He also was the one that had a more formal education, so he was able to help me when I needed help with schoolwork. But when it came to my care, it was my mom that was there. And then I noticed the way that
what the fuck was he supposed to do? He's going to get the money. He's the one helping you with the schoolwork. The least he could do was fucking care for you. Wash your ass, put your clothes on. Your mom didn't hold shit down. She was stifling off of that nigga's wallet.
His behavior around women, and how he was with my mom, how he was with his sisters and his mother, and how he was with me. So I'm, as a trans person, and as being his daughter and his little girl at the time, he treated me with such care, and it was the complete antithesis in the way that he treated my mother and the way that he treated his sister. So it was interesting to see him treat my mom like shit. And then be like, no, but my sister's like, I'll kill somebody if someone messes with my sister. I'll kill somebody if someone messes with my mother. I'm like, why don't you bring that same energy to my mother? So,
wait. You know why? You know why? Because, thank you, mama's boy or mama's girl. And this is what children don't understand. Your mama sometimes is the blight on a lot of men. Your mama is probably stressing the fuck out of that dude. Alright? Your mama may be special to you, but to another nigga, that motherfucker's getting on his goddamn every last nerve. You feel me? I just had that conversation with my son. There's shit you're gonna see about your grandmother and your mother that I've seen, and when he saw it, my son had to shake my hand and give me a hug. I said, "How did you deal with it?" I said, "I'm still wondering at myself." The way you deal with your mom and the way your mom dealt with them, that's not the same relationship either.
So when in my process, like in my transition, and when I started thinking about how I wanted to show up as a man in this world, it was like I wanted to borrow that softness that he embodied when he was interacting with other women in his family, but not the way that he treated my mother. And when that
you're a fake man. You're not even. How the fuck you gonna try to embody something you never been? See, this is what the fuck. They think masculinity is some kind of fucking suit you could put on and take off. You wonder why you got studs prostituting. Because when the chips are... I'm going to explain something to you Negroes. When the chips are down and a bitch got a slit, she's going to get $1 filled in it. Don't ever think it's above a stud not to sell her body for $1. Ask the question, because it might be a little minute. Because I'm so frustrated with this shit. I don't even know if I can go through more of this shit. But ask your question here before I open it up.
Violence looked like, and why. So that I started to question what was his view of my mother, because clearly he didn't see her as family. Not really. He saw her as an incubator that gave birth to.
No, go ahead and ask the question.
And cares for.
And then he has his sisters and his mother that he also cares for and wants to protect. But all the women that he would be engaged sexually with were just that. There were things that I got to get pleasure, and they can make me a meal, and that was that. Personally, I grew up with all women. Like, single parent home, had no grandparents except my grandmother, no grandfather. Both had passed away before I was born. Father wasn't around, and taking care of everybody. So I've always conceded power to women. That's been my nature. I said my nature and my nurture is because that's all that was there. So for my journey, I was in autobiographies trying to figure out where's a man and who can teach me how to do it. What does it look like? I'm looking to Sammy Davis Jr. and Sidney Poitier and anybody's got autobiography about whatever. Right. Bill Cosby.
Any man that is proud to be raised by nothing but women should be ashamed of himself. I'm just going to say it. Any man who does that, be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed. Why wasn't your father around? Nobody wants to talk about why wasn't he around. Here's what you need to ask if you're raised by nothing but women. Ask your mom, what was the first date my dad took you on? Excuse me, I gotta cut somebody out again. I'm back. Had to cuss this motherfucker out with send me this message. I don't go to his job and interrupt him and his sister sucking dick for loose bottle caps. Ignorant bitches. Oh, trust me, people think I'm rude on women. No, I'm 10 times tougher on men. Especially if you're a fucking racist.
As the only to get that dream shattered, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of men who've grown up in those environments are trying to figure out how to hold themselves accountable while also holding themselves hostage, right? I was trying to take up for my father not being there. I was trying to take up for my grandfather's not being there, overcompensating and not necessarily knowing exactly what my place and my position was. So I think a lot of, I can't speak for everybody, but I think a lot of black men just don't know when they say be a man. What does that mean? Yeah. And not even what does that mean? That doesn't mean the same thing for this woman. That doesn't mean the same thing for this woman. What is her that? So I think a lot of it is double dutching. It's like, how do I give myself enough grace while also pushing myself and challenging myself to learn and listen and hear. And like I said, like even doesn't this look? There's not a single same perspective. It's all different. It's all different. We're all figuring it out. And I think that's like I say, it's like how much grace can we give ourselves? How can we hold ourselves accountable without the guilt and the shame kicking in? Because guilt and shame will do a whole lot. Yeah. Guilt and shame will freeze you up. Mm-hmm. Guilt and shame will keep you from actually sitting in a space that actually is safe. Mm-hmm. You don't know that it's safe because you're so used to, putting on. Yeah. It's just, I think it's just that. It's having space to even do this. Yeah. This is village. Yeah, and right? Accountability, like you said, giving yourself that grace, and then understanding when it's like, all right, tighten up. All right, it's sometimes. And then,
this is what I hate about these conversations, man. When do you fucking check the women? So it's always the man's fault?
Educating yourself. A lot of us, we don't remember to read, right? Y'all remember them posters that they used to say read? And you got your celebrity on there, and you don't even see them posters no more. Right? You don't even see things to really push each other. Right? Educate. So the more we can kind of educate ourselves, and like you said, to your point, to the village, right? Understanding that it's there, it's attainable, right? I just shot a movie in Nickerson Gardens, and I'm like, yo, all these kids in the project still got villages that we are taking away. You try to get away from it's tough times and
There's the link. Anybody coming up? Good God, man. I gotta go piss standing up or go get in a bar fight or something to get my masculinity back. Fuck. I mean, I'm looking at these fucking idiots. Man.
Is that the Simp Roundtable?
Give me a second, fellas. I'm switching devices so I can hear y'all.
Okay. What's going on, ABN?
What's good, man?
Is this the Simp Roundtable everybody looking at?
Yeah, it's the moist sissy summit of 2026. I hope it's annual. I hope they do it next year. See what the sissies got to say next year.
Myself, thinking about either doing it Saturday or sometime this week.
What's up, everybody?
Mm-hmm.
God, that shit was painful. Jesus.
We're not even too half it. I've
never seen a bunch of black men have their periods at the same time like this.
Was that the moist roundtable we were looking at on Sunday?
Yeah.
That shit was difficult.
Yeah.
Consciously is such a girl. Such a damn girl. And he's a paid Democrat influencer, by the way. Documented.
Hold on. That's an insult to a girl. I apologize. He's a bitch.
Whoa, wait a minute now. Let's not get toxic.
Please, get
like he's like, this is why I can't do the Democrat Party anymore. Like, consciously is documented. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a paid Democrat influencer.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, that shit is out there. You know what I'm saying? And this is what it's like being a Democrat. This is the type of black man you want. These niggas up here calling partners and shit. Like, dog, I'm not with it, bro. Like, I'm not with it. Like, as long as that's the Democrat Party, I'm not going to have shit to do with it. Fuck that.
Yep.
A partner. When the last time I'm Brett the Hitman Hart or you're Jim the Amble Neidhart? We're not partners. We're not.
I'm not running a business.
I'm
not running a bed and breakfast. I'm not running a law firm. I'm raising a family. I'm a husband and I have a wife.
Yeah. You're not my
partner. What the fuck is wrong with wife?
Just like my friend in PG. She says, you don't think people are equal. No. That's the biggest fucking lie we tell kids, that we're equal.
Tell your partner to climb on that ladder and go clean the gutters.
Exactly. Go. Here's the gun. Here's the 45. You heard the noise downstairs. I'll stay comfortable in the bed.
Well, you know how I want to reach to these airwaves and choke these.
I'm trying to reach through these airways and choke these motherfuckers, boy. Make them do some push-ups. Even the old nigga.
I think they might break a fucking nail.
Oh, we wouldn't want that. Mhm.
I'm
Well,
gonna
let
tell
you
you how
fucking
awful.
live.
I'm gonna tell you how awful it is, man. How awful. We're not even through halfway, and I couldn't
Hey,
stand it anymore.
yeah, I knew it. I knew it, motherfucker. I called it.
I
Yeah,
couldn't
MT,
stand it.
MTR can only cover like 40 minutes of it. He's like, I can't take no more.
Mhm.
It is the softer than Toll House cookie shit. What's up, Dapper Dons? How you feeling? I, this is notice. I don't carry myself like a tough guy. Y'all notice that?
Mhm.
Have I done tough shit? Yeah, but I'm not. But I don't call myself a tough guy. I'm capable, but this is the part of masculinity. Masculinity is multifaceted. See that little trans motherfucker. Maybe you haven't figured out because you look at the world of rose-colored glasses. Your mom's this innocent motherfucker. Your daddy was higher educated than your mama. Your mama probably was spending all the goddamn money he was making,
Mhm.
and your mama probably pissed him the fuck off. Sometimes you gotta understand. You don't understand it. You know the two times I understood my father when I went to war and when I became a father. And when you got these black dumb motherfuckers sitting here trying to sell young black men some bullshit, well, and you got a nigga with a tattoo trying to talk about some masculinity. Nigga, why'd you get them tattoos on your face?
Hey Charles,
Because
am I coming through?
you either were gang affiliated or you were trying to look like you were gang affiliated.
I heard you, bud. I heard you came in. I heard you.
Oh, okay,
Hey,
okay. I didn't know. I don't know. My audio be on and off sometimes.
hey, go ahead.
But this is worse than the Gen Z panel.
Yeah, this
I
is older
was,
men.
I, 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 I was ashamed by that panel. But this is worse. We're not even halfway.
Not even halfway. If your masculinity don't cringe, then you might need to talk to God.
True.
And I'm gonna tell you what's so filthy about it, right? And those guys were about our age group, right?
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah. So Lost, you're 25. Imagine trying to get advice about women from them.
I would never. I would never. Oh Jesus.
And I tell people I keep it funky. I'll tell you my losses and victories.
Yep.
My friend now, she's like, you don't think men are equal? What the
No.
You're a two-time Hall of Fame college basketball player. Do you think you would have got that if you had to challenge men? I said, I'm a four-time wrestling champion. I have a bronze medal in Germany. When I won those championships, did everybody stand on the highest part of the fucking podium? No. So guess what? There was no fucking equality. You cannot be an athlete and seek equality. You can only seek two things: rivals and domination.
Yep.
And even then, they can only be your rival for so long because one of you are going to have to dominate.
Yes, indeedy.
Because within the masculine frame and spirit, if you go out there and you do the hard labor work that ABM does, in order to feed his family and take care of himself, he's got to be better than the next motherfucker at his job, correct?
AB,
Yep. Yep.
when you do your programming, you gotta be better than the next programmer, right?
Right, take a look at my screen now.
Oh yeah, classic. Such an asshole.
Panda, this is Panda Bear Roundtable.
And AB, the craziest thing is one kind of a fun fact about the panda. Most of the shit that they eat is bullshit and is no nutritional value.
Oh, don't worry.
And
When I take it to infinity, I'm gonna add some gynocracy soup on that table and some other shit.
Shit, them motherfuckers are beyond pandering. That shit is basically like weight worship and
Right. They're
trying to
lying.
invoke for other men to worship. If
Well,
not, you're gonna pay a cost.
Congress
actually,
leaves a
actually,
paid and bought for. He's a Democratic ship.
yeah, actually, in Democrat terms, well, not, I'm sorry, not in Democrat terms, but in religious terms, they basically broke the first three commandments.
what does Sand Dog say? Niggas need to stop. How many times have Sand Dog and myself said this shit? The biggest issue with black men is this goddamn idol worship. When you
Yeah,
Pussy worship, Charles. Call it what it is. Pussy
pussy worship,
worship. I say it
yep,
all the time.
it's
I
pussy
mean,
worship.
again, how many of you have heard me say this repeatedly? Black men in America are the weakest men on the fucking planet.
Did
Mm-hmm.
you get to the part where Powell was talking about his wife?
Oh no, dude, I can only take that for so long. It
but
just
you said
irks my
Yeah,
soul.
mediocre
I
towards the end of
barely
the. Go
y'all
ahead.
don't. I'm gonna explain. When that trans motherfucker got up there, it was bad enough with the gay motherfucker talking about men are weak.
Yeah,
They had an actual tranny up there?
Yeah, a trans
trans.
man.
you talking about
Yeah,
that one dude with the light skinned dude with the glasses?
No, the light skinned dude with the curly hair. The other, well, they both
Oh,
sweeter than Toll
So
House
that's a
cookies.
broad who did the
Oh,
witch doctory shit and turned into a dude.
It's a chick with no titties, pretty much.
yeah,
You see
and,
what I mean? Black
and
men
this,
in America. Show me the Jamaican round where it's nothing but a bunch of Jamaican men and they got a motherfucking tranny up there talking about black men, this and that and the third.
Oh no.
show me the
Show me the
Asian,
African men.
show me the Asian, show me the
You see what I
Asian.
mean? Black
We'll put.
men in America are the weakest men on the goddamn planet Earth.
You gonna tell me this motherfucker talks all this shit about the father being educated, providing, helping you with the homework, something that you motherfuckers claim y'all don't see a lot of fathers do, but it was your mother who took care of you. No, it was your mother who
And give
fucking
all the fucking credit. Give all the credit to your fucking mama, cause you ain't nothing but a fucking mama's boy.
and
Well,
you're a
mama's
fake.
That
girl
man
technically.
woke up every day of his life, bust his fucking ass, did what he was supposed to do as a father, according to your words. Did
Mm-hmm.
his job as a father, and you give all the goddamn credit to mommy.
Mm-hmm.
What a fucking ripoff! What
Look
a
at the fucking
ripoff!
look at the fat dude adopted. I wonder if she felt safe, but she didn't. You didn't give a fuck how your father felt.
And
You
what is
didn't.
this shit about safety? What more goddamn safe do you want a black woman to be? She can fucking lie on you and have you hauled out the fucking house.
Mm-hmm.
well, what I
You
seen
piss a
with
black woman off, 911, and your ass is gone. You're out of there. What more
Hey,
safety do you want?
I seen
That
what
shit
Powell said
colorful.
in MTR's clip. Powell said about his wife, where he was like, "Oh man, she's a queen, man. She's a boss, man. She's a boss." Man. I was just such a shock and awe, just awe. I'm
You
like,
know.
"Are you serious?"
It's funny.
Yeah, how many fucking movies has she been in though?
Exactly.
We
You,
need to
you,
get rid of this queen term.
I've
We
first
been
need
of all,
said get rid of that queen. Get rid of kings too. Kings and queens sold our asses over here in the first fucking place.
I know I gotta send. I think I might have sent you a couple of copies of my of chapters of my book ABM, but check just in case. when you get a chance. If
Hell, they
not,
may
I'll
be
send
on
it to
the
you.
slick though.
But
On the
but I'm a
slick, there might be coons too.
yes,
Raccoon.
yeah, that's true too. You're not too far away from it. But notice, but Lost knows what I'm going at. What's the one thing the main character always refused? To be called the title he was born. He was supposed to, because guess what?
Yeah,
He chooses.
the throne calls for him to rule, but he doesn't take it.
Well, he doesn't need to be a king. Do you know how much power it takes to resist power? That's bars, by the way. Do you know how much power it takes to resist power? Meaning, I'm so disciplined, I'm so straight and narrow in my beliefs, I don't need your throne. If I rule, I choose it, not you. What's the first rule of protection? When every time I want every black man
Obedience, damn it.
obedience. Does that make sense to every goddamn swinging dick on this fucking panel?
Yeah,
That
because damn it hell, if an alien invasion come, damn it hell, if you got a group of bitches and shit that don't want to damn listen and shit because they want to be on some rah rah shit, and you telling them, bitch, the aliens is coming, bitch, ahead. I'm sending people to safety over here, bitch. If you don't want to come, your ass is gonna be left. That means so yeah, they're gonna be left.
so when I say this, only a few chicks get mad with it. But notice they have no protection of their own. Well, I got a gun. There's a lot of bitches who died with guns in their hand. What's the next rule? Protection cost. Number one, you anytime a bitch tell you black women are the least protected, yeah, but protection the first rule of protection is obedience. I bet you that'll shock a room, wouldn't it? And be very cavalier when you say it.
Damn right.
Hey
Would
Charles,
too.
Nama and Sig Diggy is in the back.
Fuck Namer, say that's my boy. But I'm glad for Namer's patience, but I had to do that.
I get it. I get your frustration. Plus, I had to let my Bluetooth recharge because I know it was going to be a
So
long one.
so I worked for everybody, and it was this was a
Yeah.
long one.
I did
I
say I
have
was going to
never.
come back.
I appreciate it. I and
So,
it's no offense to anybody, but I had to give my commentary because this is the first time I seen it, and I think people will
mm,
appreciate my initial response, which was like, "What the entire fuck did I just see?"
Yep.
I I've literally stood next to people. I've been around some of my buddies who had compound fractures. You know, when the fracture goes out your skin from a car crash on duty.
ooh,
Jesus,
I've had to
with the
pull
bone
the
people
out and
out
bone
of that.
everything.
splits, breaks the
I had
skin, and
to,
everything.
and
Yikes.
the grace of God, he had to be medically retired, and the motherfucker's healthy as a horse riding bikes. I had to be around people. I had a buddy of mine who was injured and had his fucking wrist shattered in Iraq from a mortar
Ow.
strike.
Ooh.
You don't you don't even get the guys like that men at that fucking round table, and those fucking young people at that FD signifier are not even manly enough to piss in the same urinals as those two. These are these are not men. I don't. Here's my thing. I don't care if I was with my friend. Let's say if I made it official with my friend. I don't. As long as you're safe, I
Excuse
don't
me.
even give a. As long as you're safe, just like I'm a smartass. I talk to many damn women, and if you get for those of you who meet me in person, I'm a nice, cordial, jovial, joking person. So be able to take a joke.
Hmm.
But when it comes to women, I'm very respectful, but I will dig in that ass no quick. And I will say this. You gotta realize that it wasn't the men that forsaken their duty. It was you. Nobody told you, guess what? Them Native American women followed their men on the trail of goddamn tears. Them goddamn them goddamn Asian women were in them fucking lockups during World War II in those encampments. Did those Irish women leave those Irish men to those
Absolutely not. In
Italians?
fact, a lot of them stayed with their men and said, "Fuck off, you fucking English, you bloody English church, you wasp bastards."
So,
Excuse me.
so why is it that when you bitches get a little bit of poverty money, because we all know what welfare is, stay in poverty money,
Mm-hmm.
your men start getting jobs, you kick them out. When you get, you
Because
lit,
a black woman has never been our woman, and
that's
nobody
true.
wants to admit it. She's never
That's
been our
very true.
woman, even since slavery times.
That's very true. You know what's piss? You know what pisses me off the most about that? You know what really pisses me off the most about that, dude? Is that
What?
those men were telling so many absolute lies and half truths that I doubt BGS probably went through this whole shit.
BGS probably needed a stiff drink after all that shit. You know,
You
his is
can't.
preferred tequila, but the thing is we talked about this on with Compassion and Callous is the thing.
Oh
What did I
damn! So he
say?
covered it. Oh, he covered it
No,
already.
that's his
Okay.
name, Compassion Callous. Shout out to him.
Hey Charles,
Yeah,
he
shout
covered
out to
it
him.
already.
Yeah, he did.
Uh,
Yeah, just anyway. Ray, hold on a
Compassionate
second.
did. That's why I'm covering it
Mm-hmm.
myself now
Yeah,
because
but okay, go
this
ahead.
is
No need to tell me. Hold on a second. I was just asking that question. It was good.
uh,
Good.
Let's go.
this is one of those times where
Hey,
how can I say this? Masculinity is under attack, and it's not by the women. You're allowing all these evil entity forces to disrupt because you know the pendulum is swinging. Don't save them. She don't want to be saved. Stop trying to say how am I going to make a woman feel protected? If a woman's not under my if you're not making me money, if you're not doing anything, I'm not protecting you now because I am a soldier, and once a cop, always a cop. There are
Mm-hmm.
some protective things that are going to stay, yes. But once you show me your wayward shit, you on your own. I told my niece this when she got into it with her first child's father, and I had to put belt to ass. Go back to him if you want. I will walk over your unconscious body and make a sandwich. Think I'm playing. And then this is the fucking shit that people don't understand. Black men don't put a limit on their protection.
Nope. And there should
I'm gonna
be
go around. I'm gonna go
because
around the room. Go ahead, name her. Then I'm
yeah,
gonna go around the room and ask this question
yeah.
for everybody.
Like I said earlier, yeah. Like I said. Oh, by the way, ABM's in the back. But anyway, like I said earlier, when you listen to this round table, you have to understand first and foremost, these guys are intellectually dishonest, they're disingenuous, and they're speaking from a narrative, and they're ultra feminized. Because remember, like you said, they felt there was no thinking. Now, unfortunately, that word "feel" is a dirty word for us because, guys, we do feel emotions. But when some of us when we say we feel something, we're not talking about we feel emotion. We're talking gut feeling. So we need to reclaim that term. Y'all know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
understand me on that one? We got
yeah,
that gut feeling. I tell y'all, I say I got a bad feeling about this. Like I got a gut feeling about this. We should reclaim that feeling.
yeah.
So anyway,
That gut feeling literally means my logic don't feel right about this.
your instincts. It's an instinctual drive, actually, man.
It's an
Because remember
it's
that
instinct.
almond in you, that part of your brain, I'm sorry, Charles, but hang on. That part of your brain that's responsible for your fight or flight response, called the amygdala, it's responsible for you having like that weird feeling in your gut. That's
Yes,
your instincts telling you. That's your instincts. That's why we're always told to trust our gut because
yeah,
it's your instinctual drive telling
yes,
you something's up. Because we're still animals at the end of the day, and sometimes we have to
yeah.
trust our gut,
That's your
aka our
gut
trust
getting
intuition,
that, that's your
aka
gut ready
intuition,
to empty it
aka.
out. That's why they
Mm-hmm.
said trust your gut because your gut's about to empty out because You're about to empty it out to either do the fastest running in your life or the hardest fighting of your life.
And then
Yeah.
And
on a spiritual level, the anima and the animus, the kind of
hmm
inner world kind of telling you like, hey, something's off.
Yeah. I've had to trust that on many occasions, but then I have to rationalize what it is. Like I remember a woman came up to me, talked to me a certain way. It made me uncomfortable because I knew something was wrong. I didn't know what it was initially, but once I looked around, I observed everything, got my information. I realized, this person's bad news. I got to get the fuck away. There's some people you just know right from the get go, and there's those you understand later on. But these individuals do not want to admit that first and foremost, the first person you have to protect is yourself. If you can't protect yourself, you can't protect other people.
you're no good.
Prime example. I mean, you're no good. I mean, and secondly, Charles, you have to ask yourself sometimes, why? What is the point of protecting certain people if they're absolutely ungrateful? They're ingrates.
Yeah, you don't.
You don't. You got to walk away. This is why Patrice O'Neill said sometimes you got to take an L. But that's the thing. Guys are scared to take a loss on certain things.
I
Sometimes
mean,
you need to lose in order to get a big win. You
what is
said it
it?
yourself, man. Your first wrestling match, you lost it. You lost your first match, but
Basically,
you went
I'll
on to
say
win the
this, man.
championship. hmm
Hey, good shit. I'll
I
say
mean,
this, man. Like real talk.
hmm
Um, you might as well say them cats. They're the reasons why we got these damn these little hoodlums out here running around these skinny jeans and long pistol with long clips. Calls.
yeah. I mean, you gotta think about it. Like I told Compassionate, I said, the more men talk like this, the more you're gonna bring them straight to the manosphere. I mean, you'll lose some because statistically it's gonna happen. But when you
You can't
start
save them
looking
all.
at this, you're not supposed to.
Mm.
And
And I
when
think
you
this
make this,
picture.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh
Y'all just look
shit.
at the picture.
Oh
The
shit.
Bandit Round Table brought you by the big.
ABB. Oh, by the way, which Puma's got the best hand? ABM. So AB, which panda's got the best hand in that four table cup poker?
Hmm.
None of them.
Yeah, it reminds me of that old picture of the dogs playing poker.
None of them because
What you think about.
none of
They
them
just
because of
forgot.
the impact round table.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Uh, you know
That's
to
why
make it
we see
funnier.
impact.
You know to make it funnier,
this,
and people won't
mhm.
get it. The first you put a bunch of hens on top of the goddamn pandas pecking their heads.
Be careful what you
uh,
ask. Give me a second.
So you put the people will be like, "Why did you do that?" They're a bunch of hen picked panda bears. Oh.
Mm.
now I gotta
It,
start
it,
playing kung fu fighting.
it's this is sad when you got.
Mhm.
Why would you? I'm gonna ask this question,
Mhm.
and I want this to go around the whole panel. And if
Mhm.
anybody want to answer in the chat, please do. We're gonna start with AB. How does that look when you have a openly gay man and a trans man on your panel speaking about straight black men's issues? Go.
It
Then black. Then we going around to bad hombre. Then around.
it makes the other males on the panel look like they're soft. Other males on the panel look like they're soft as baby shit.
Yeah. Bad hombre.
It makes the Democratic Party seem like they only want very effeminate men in their party, and they heterosexual black men have to just shut up and be led by black women like Crooked Way Crockett.
Hmm. Next is everybody's favorite Baltimorean, ABM.
Um, as I was saying before, this is why 21% of black men voted for Trump. Even more did not vote at all in this past election. Black men don't want anything to do with this.
I'll be
This is
last.
just liberal think tanks um trying to shoehorn a ideology onto black men that's never been and is really never gonna be. Because this what you saw in this little sissy summit is not what you see in reality when you go to any black community anywhere in this country.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not the reality on the ground. Um, I don't know what more protection you want to see black women have when black women can get you arrested at anytime they want, get you removed from your home anytime you want. Uh, the courts are favored to family courts are geared towards women. Okay, I don't know what more protection you want to see them have, and so I don't understand this whole thing about well, we need to make black women feel safe. I really wanted to know how many of these dudes were married. Um, I'm sorry. The
Only
new
Powell.
generation.
Only Powell's married. Or
Okay, so you see what I'm saying? You got a bunch of single men, most of whom don't even have children, telling you how to treat women. Like, what makes you the fucking expert then? Gen Z doesn't want to be married. Gen Z doesn't want to be fathers. They don't want to be stepfathers. This is why. When you said what you said out your mouth about your own father, hey, my dad helped me with my homework, and my dad went to work and paid the bills. But I give all the credit to mommy. That's why Gen Z don't want to do it. So I don't understand what's supposed to be the goal here. And lastly, to try to throw Trump in this, when it comes to women's reproductive rights and shit, because let's call it what it is. It's abortion. Okay, it's baby killing.
Yeah.
All Trump did was throw it back to the state. I'm sick of black people being politically illiterate.
Politically stupid.
All Trump did was throw it back to the state. So get mad at your state if you can't get an abortion in your fucking state. You broads hop on a plane to go get BBLs, well then hop on a plane for an abortion. I just don't understand. I'm sick of this shit right here. I'm sick of it. And to drive it home before I land, this is why I say black men in America are the weakest goddamn men on the planet. I'll land right there.
Namer?
Ray? No, I said I'll be last. Ray, you're going ahead.
That a little better for you,
yeah,
Tom?
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, Ray, go ahead.
Nah, man, it's just I can't stand to see dudes like this, and it's so clear now, man. Like when a lot of us was when this veil was over our eyes, to where we couldn't see things clearly, but we knew something was wrong. But until the space was created and everything, and so now these talking points have made things very clear to us and strengthen our awareness. And so now with that, we're able to see through this weak ass get jutsu bullshit, this simp jutsu, and 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 I'll see that these kind of guys are really dangerous, man, because like I'm looking at it like in other dimensions, because when it comes to work, working like anywhere with these guys just this is too detrimental, because they're gonna always be in the way. They may scheme with another woman just, because they want to get up in her drawers, and so and this chick, she don't like you, and so therefore he's gonna maneuver, figure out a way to get rid of you, that type of shit. And so yeah, these are those kind of guys, and these men are no good, bro. Like they need to stay away from young boys. I will put that in action to say that right there. Yeah, they need to stay away from. They need to stay the hell away from young boys because they can't teach them shit. They can't.
Is that enough hints for you, Charles?
Oh yeah, gotta love that.
Well, yeah, you go ahead. I'm finished now. So yeah.
Last but not least, Lost.
I
As
said I was gonna go
somebody,
last, but go ahead, Lost.
yeah,
I'll be after Lost.
as somebody is part of the demographic they're trying to talk to, it's a non-starter at this point. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't reflect your real life. And then, on top of what ABM has said, as someone from the generation where 1/3 of his population never was sucked up from a tube and never born, 1/3 of them was deleted. Now, because of the aging population and Social Security is pretty much flatlining. Now, more than likely, I'll have to work to the day I die. So yeah, explain why these women are acting this way. Explain why I can't afford a house. Like give me solutions, but they can't. But yeah, I'll keep it at that.
All right. Like I said, as the only one on the outside looking in, because I can understand this is not just to y'all. Because remember, black men are the canaries in the coal mine. So trust and believe they're doing something similar with white America, but this is about black men in particular. And I will admit, at one time, before I was exposed to the manosphere shit, I did sound something like some of these guys in a way. Not completely, but I did sound like some of these guys in a way at one time.
Shit, not even in my
Not
simp days.
hey. This is my cross to bear. It's okay, Ray. This is my cross to bear. So I can understand why certain people look at things like this. But me personally, the way I look at this, I think it's absurd. Now, nothing against the gay brother who was in that panel or the trans brother. They put them in there for a reason because they need the quote unquote representation. But they can't completely speak for what heterosexual black men deal with, even though they are still viewed as black men, regardless. So I would say it's absurd that certain people think that this is the type of presentation they're trying to voice on people, and nobody's trying to hear it. But we understand why they're trying to do it, because black men at the end of the day are the most masculine men on the planet. And black masculinity at the end of the day is still seen as a threat if they cannot control it. I can say the trans black man has enough problems as it is trying to be recognized as a man, even though he was born female. Gay brothers, they have enough problems as it is because they're trapped between their sexual preference and their race. They represent a minority group within black masculinity, but they're not telling the whole story, because there are actual black men who understand how this society still views them, no matter which generation you're in. And there still needs, and they still don't want to address some of the issues that affect black men specifically. I mean, I can use an example by Dr. T, how he once had a conversation with a gay brother, with a gay black man. And that gay black man was crestfallen when Dr. T told him, "Do you know what the HIV rate is for gay black men compared to straight ones? It's 2 to 1." So until they want to address issues that genuinely affect black men directly in all aspects of life, these are not people you should be talking to. This is a false flag. And unfortunately, I can't trust the other side. I don't care which side is talking about masculinity. They are in no position to to define my masculinity whatsoever. I've said this once. Why should I care if somebody recognizes my masculinity when they can't even acknowledge my humanity? I know you can't. You won't. You cannot define me being a man when I know first and foremost you don't see me as a human being. That's up to
Hey,
me.
that's real talk, man. Real talk, bro.
Hey, that's what I'm for. Real talk. And ain't no. Hey, I may be an outsider, and yeah, I will have some disagreements with y'all, but that doesn't make me a tether. That makes me a brother, a true brother who's open, who's willing to go to bat and stand on his square and tell you this is what I think. And yeah, I disagree with you on certain things, but that doesn't mean I hate y'all. I'm not your enemy. Thank you.
I'm gonna say what's bad about this. You have people who have no skin in the game, like having children, talk about abortion rights. That's not our shit. Notice
What
that.
y'all shit is paternity fraud.
Nobody talked about paternity fraud. Nobody talked about 50-50 custody. Nobody talks about when they want to talk about how
Nobody
Defending
talks
getting
women.
about
falsely
these men.
accused.
Nobody talks about these men staying in their cars after a divorce.
Hmm.
The homelessness for the rate of homelessness for men. Yeah,
Nobody talks about how the suicide rate because a lot of these guys can't see their kids. And she's constantly going down to fuck with them.
how about how about the incarceration rate
But this is we're gonna get to that for a minute. Keep a
for
pin in
child
that.
support? No, for child support. For
No,
child
keep a
support.
pin in that. Keep a pin in that.
Okay.
Nobody talked about when they talked about women. Notice they were very careful with their speech. They said
Yep.
women and not black women. Because wait a minute, y'all got
No, they mentioned black women. They talking about trusting black women. I think they did. Yeah. Yeah, they said trusting black women. This is about trusting black women.
Yeah,
so
that was the whole panel topic pretty much.
so you telling me that there's a discrimination from black men from black women? How?
They believe that we're patriarchs and that we're just not we oppress black women and that we need to get our foots off their neck and then let them
Okay.
lead.
No. What if I say no? Is she gonna march with a standing army to stop me?
And
What did I
they
tell you?
believe that they believe that you should be put down and be taken care of.
And I believe I got the gun first. But these soft toll house liberal motherfuckers don't believe in gun rights. I do. So sucks to be them. Really sucks to be them. Then on top of that, let's look at the fundamental flaw. If women don't respect you, she can have babies by anybody. I'm supposed to protect her. No. Tell that drug dealer motherfucker you had a baby by to protect you. You're not my responsibility. You don't see every white man protecting every white woman, do you?
No,
Shoot,
not every day.
I had an incident with a brother at the job. He's cool, but he told me like, "Hey man, why every time I see every time I see I look at you, you letting a woman do some hard work. A woman should never know what anything heavy touch like." And I was like, "Brother, we all work here. Like I get to be the master of yes or no whether I want to give my labor to some woman." And he said, "See,
Hmm.
you ain't got no man code." He's one of these down south from the country ass niggas, pretty
Well, he's a
much.
country. He's a country simp. He's the type of person who a woman will boss him around because he's in that pussy mode. Oh Lord, she gonna give me some pussy.
Yeah,
That's a nigga you can't
and
trust. Down
He's
south,
a
and
work
Charles,
mule.
and then he boasted like, "Hey, I done ran off some boyfriends from my mama and my sister," and I was like, "Is that a flex?"
Is that some type
so
of
now,
who you trying to impress?
so
I
now,
mean, mhm.
so now, they wanted to would have shot your dumb ass for stepping to him.
Ooh.
Is that
Does
so?
anybody
Why?
remember Travis Rudolph?
Yep.
But he's one of these deep down south country ex cons, heavily tatted up
Mm-hmm.
type dudes.
Oh,
Yeah, and literally
wait a
he
minute.
told me like, "Hey, if he said like, what you gonna do if you got a woman?" I said, "Well, that's my woman. Like, these are just women I just work with. That's two different dynamics." When I
You
brought
Wait,
that
hold on
up,
a
he was like,
second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Lost. Let me ask you something. Important thing here, because you're not a big man yourself. You're like what, 5'6"?
"We about the same height,
Oh, y'all about the same height?
but he's more
What is
like
he?
stock. He got more weight on him. He's more,
He got
he got that jail. He got that jail body.
here's my
okay. So he
thing.
thought he could just intimidate you and shit, right? He could get
Like
all swole on you like that. I
he's
get it.
he's older than me. He's cool overall, but like just there was an incident we had just recently.
Okay.
It wasn't nothing threatening or nothing like that, but it was just like he pointed something out, and I pushed back on it, and I was kept hitting that programming that was in him, be like
The Winter Soldier chip.
pretty much,
Oh, he got
because he was
tricked.
like
He got set off because you said certain things. All right, I get it.
yeah, pretty much.
First of all,
I was operating as a free man, pretty much.
no, who's that nigga on that nag?
Exactly.
Who's that? Who's that nigga on
Like he
that
literally
egg?
even brought me into like if you was my sister, dude, sure there would have been an issue. I would have ran you off, and I was like, ran me off. Like I was like, damn. Now you a
Oh
son
man.
husband too?
Well,
Oh,
first of all, that old country saying shit. I had to warn women. I'm not the type of dude you get mad and you call a bunch of niggas to my house because I'll kill every goddamn body and come for you.
mhm.
And I said this. A lot of you motherfuckers don't even realize this shit. Two people I can't trust: a country simp and a really, really old one.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, your mama, who probably don't even know who your father is, you running niggas off for what? How would you like it if they ran your bitches off? Oh, then you're like, what if that was your woman? None of these bitches are my woman. They're my coworkers.
And he tried to give it to me like it's some sage wisdom, like, "Hey man, I'm just trying to teach you something." And I was like, "Bro," he said like, "See, it's going without your," I was like, "Well," in my head, I was like, "I'm listening, but I know it's bullshit."
And who knows this bullshit?
And the thing is, like, I got another brother who's also Gen Z. I brought it up to him. He's like, "What the hell?" Like, it seems
Mm-hmm.
like like our mindsets are just different. Like, people talk about Gen X and millennials. Like, we don't have the same like millennials are not as bad as Gen X when it comes to that programming, but like it's like we're in a whole different galaxy compared to millennials because we got a whole the men of the millennial generation, the Gen Z generation, we got a whole different mindset.
Me, me
Considering
personally,
that a lot of us, considering that who were the kids that were being stepfathered by? They were mostly millennials. And they
no,
saw, and a lot of millennials and Gen Z, just like like a few of the Gen Xers, saw what happened to our fathers at the hands of divorce. So we learned why should be very cautious around women and relationships. More the Gen Zs because because remember, Gen Z grew up during Me Too. A lot of them were still teenagers when Me Too started.
Yeah, I was in high school when that happened.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of y'all watched your own. So if it wasn't your father, it was probably a favorite uncle or another male family member. Maybe it was a older
I had
brother.
two roommates in of 2 separate years in college that
Mm-hmm.
got hit with Title IX in college.
Article 9. Okay, who got hit with the accusations and shit
Yeah,
in college
I
campuses?
literally
Yeah.
had to one occurrence I had to sit for a Zoom session with with an investigator / lawyer
Oh.
while they questioned me.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one, during the investigation went pretty much blew up because she went to social media and pretty much she knew she didn't have anything on him and he had all the receipts, so she pretty much
Mm-hmm.
dragged his name through the mud and pretty much ran him off campus.
uh-huh.
Do you remember the mattress girl?
Protect black women.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I heard about that. UCLA.
UCLA, you had this girl who claimed that she was assaulted and she was carrying this mattress around and even had it with her during her graduation. And then when it was proven it didn't happen, she was never reprimanded. I can talk
Mm-hmm.
about a similar case where a dude got head. No, a dude was drunk out of his skull. He was taken back to his dorm by his friends. While he was asleep, unbeknownst to him, his dorm roommate's girlfriend snuck in, gave him a little oral, and then afterwards to cover her own tracks or to save her embarrassment, she claimed he violated her. He ended up getting expelled, even though he was able to prove that he couldn't have done anything. So he had to sue the school for it.
I mean,
Another case
hopefully,
was a South.
did he win? Hold on before you go to the next one. You said he
Mhm.
sued because
He
And then on
sued,
top and then on
because
top
and he
of
never
that,
got
because they did.
reinstated.
but
Oh God, let me get out.
the
So
thing is,
basically,
even when you're
hold
no,
on, hold
Wait,
hold on,
on.
Wait,
Fant.
Lost. Let him get out. Let him get out. Sorry. Hold on, Lost. Let him finish.
No, I was saying like so.
No, so
Basically, so you're saying
I
that he
can't hear him.
sued. So
Hmm.
basically, so he sued
Y'all
and
come in and
won.
out.
I think he did, but I guess that what happened was they never reinstated him back in because he was expelled without probable cause because they were scared. Because remember, the schools are trying to protect their asses. They're trying to protect their reputations before they seek justice.
Well, I mean, hopefully, like I said, hopefully he won, man, because
He won.
that shit has to stop. Like that's coddling
Hey,
these bras, man, like just too much, dude. That's inhumane, like a
one
motherfucker.
more case I can give. One more case I can give. I remember it was like Rolling Stone talked about there was a alleged assault that took place on a college campus, but when it was proven it never happened, the reporter and Rolling Stone was left with egg on their face. This is why there was a Netflix documentary called The Hunting Grounds about college campus assaults and everything. I'm like, do y'all even understand how this stuff goes? And not to mention, but going back to the topic about people getting accused and such, how many kids you be surprised how many Zoomers when they were still in high school were getting accused of stuff.
And yeah, instead of like just focusing on just having like I'm gonna just say this now
Hey Charles, somebody in
on
the
brother's
back channel,
platform.
please.
Yeah, I think that's him. He went in
Yeah,
and
it's
out
lost.
because
It's lost.
he said he couldn't hear me. Um,
Let's go.
yeah, man, because like I think instead of just focusing on okay, just having just simply knowledge, like political knowledge, like why not like reinforce that to okay, say like I got political knowledge, so therefore I'm able to we able to use this and pass on this knowledge to you on what you can do. Here's such and such a lawyer, boom, 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 and and just go into that deep dive search of lawyers that will help, man, especially predominantly black men they'll go through such situations of false accusations and stuff like that, where their life and reputation and everything is threatened or somewhat ruined because of the accusation. So yeah, I mean, something has to be fucking done, man. So therefore, I believe it will be best to just not just simply focusing on just build up knowledge for political shit. You know what I mean? Like to where you turn it into a damn near a religion. To where like
Hmm.
the in and out, to where y'all know the in and outs of these damn politicians so much so damn it y'all know what they ate last night type of shit. Yeah, instead of that, like go into deep dive of trying to find lawyers to help brothers out. Really, like, hey, brother, no worry, man. Okay,
Mhm.
we got this woman or we got this
They're out
man
here.
that will
They're
that,
out
that will
here.
help
It's
you.
but
plenty.
but but
Here's this law firm. You know what I mean? Boom,
The
and
Innocence Project, the
because
Innocence
if you
It's
just
Project,
plenty.
having
It's
this,
Brian
plenty of 'em.
Banks.
because
It's
if
a
you have this
simple Google. It's a simple Google search. It's a
simple
lot
Google
of them
search,
out here. You
my
know what I'm saying?
yeah, it's a
but
Google
but
search,
Um,
yeah,
but
but
fellas, but
I mean,
fellas,
instead of just being one Google
Hold on,
search, you
one
know
at
what
a
I mean,
time. One at
like
a time.
team, be a team about it, man. You know what I mean? Instead of just have
Here's the
political knowledge,
problem.
but you can't help your own fellow brother. You know what I mean?
hey
Like
fellas,
Here's the
we gotta
problem.
understand. Just because we're
I just
proven
had to get that out.
but we gotta
Go ahead,
understand,
boss.
even with the proven innocent, it's the reputation that's the biggest hurt. Because
Yeah.
I've literally seen it firsthand.
Right.
That first situation, proven innocent, but you had man. I was at an HPCU. I was in gyne. I'm in gynocracy central, and you got all these black women.
Uh-huh.
They're pissed off at this particular
not the
gentleman.
HBCU,
And then you
Oh
got you
no.
got br- you got these male gynocrats that will
home of the
use
brown paper bag test. By the way,
Oh yeah.
they
Wow.
will they li- I literally saw someone leverage that situation, use it as political fodder, and use it to uplift himself. And pretty much he tried to pull up on us and try to start something. We had both sides had to keep each other keep the two fellas back. But I've literally seen the gynocracy work, not only the female gynocrats, but the male gynocrats, try to destroy the brother just off of the reputation, even though he's proven guilty. So it's not just we need to not
You
only,
say even though he's not proven guilty.
even though he is proven guilty.
Oh,
Sorry,
he is
sorry,
okay.
not guilty. He is not. He is
Okay.
proven not guilty.
Proven innocence.
He is proven innocent. So not only do we have to go and prove the innocence and make sure that they're not incarcerated, but we also have to hit
Yeah.
people's pockets.
You have to make sure. Number one, this is the problem that I tell black men. You don't work well together. You're gonna have to put a money funnel up here, and because you have this thing, notice nobody talked about the edge. We're
go
gonna
on.
get back. We're gonna get back to that.
Charles, you're right.
Okay, I'm just pissed.
Uh,
Okay, I'm gonna have another black pill moment. Did you notice not
Go
one
ahead.
motherfucker said anything about the education of young black boys? You okay with black boys reading at an eighth grade? Only 8% reading at an eighth grade level when they reach the eighth grade, but you worried about the protection of the broads who couldn't even fucking read to them. It was your daddy, even that trans little man bitch, whatever the fuck you want to call him.
The the
The Transformer.
that's the only
The
time I'll ever use
Transformer.
they.
More than meets Transformer.
You know what's so
Let it
disrespectful
meet
about
more
that?
than meets the eye.
You
Yeah.
even admitted he was the more educated one. He was the breadwinning one. He's the one who helped you with your homework. He's the one who at the work. but your mother took was the one who take care. The bitch that
She's the
took
one
care
that
of
held
the
it down.
how? She was too. She was not intelligent enough to help you with your homework. You admitted that. Then on top of that, that's how a thankless job a father is. You know, one thing I told one of my friends. I said, "Yo, but you know, a real man wouldn't talk down to a woman. A real woman would know when to shut the fuck up."
Boom.
I said, "That's the crazy part. You ever notice nobody says what a real woman's supposed to do? Because
Never.
we don't put the same restrictions on women as we do men. But y'all get to have babies by fucking losers. Y'all get to
That just
have
shows you what
y'all
kind of
be
losers
in
they are.
love. Y'all be in love with losers.
It's
At
all
least a
about
nigga.
it. It's all about who gets their panties wet.
Yep. And
This whole sissy summit just demonstrates once again that black men ain't serious for a fucking thing. We don't like having real conversations in the black community. Everything is talking points. Everything is hashtags and slogans and shit, and we never have real conversations.
mm-hmm.
Um, going to what my man said about the lawyers and shit like that, and Charles is 100% right. Black men gonna have to start putting their fucking money where their fucking mouths are.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we
Mm-hmm.
are fucking weak because we don't have a brotherhood with one another. Everybody's worrying about who's gonna fuck the bitch first, who's gonna fuck her the most times, whose dick is bigger. And then shit like this happens, and these little sissies get to be in Front Street with the
Mm-hmm.
Democrats because that's who's really behind this at the end of the day. This is some liberal Democrat shit. You know, we got the midterms right around the corner, and the Democrats haven't learned shit. This is what they're pushing on black men.
Mm-hmm.
When you
And,
see
it-
your
and
numbers are dropping, you still haven't fucking learned a damn thing from the last election. This is what they're pushing. So if
and
black men are mad, if this is the type of shit that makes you mad, it's black men, and you don't like hearing these stories about black men getting railroaded off of the campus over false accusations, then goddamn it, it's going to be up to black men to fucking fix it. The
and
Exactly.
sissies
ABM.
ain't going to fix it. Your precious black woman not going to fix it. Your precious HBCU ain't going to fix it. We're going to have to do that shit, and it's going to have to take fucking money.
And,
Mm-hmm.
and ABM, just to add to it, like the way you talked about it, how it be not these nonsensical things like, oh, but like just to bring it back, it was like, old buddy that was trying to talk to me, the old Southern dude. He all like
Hmm.
that's one of the biggest thing the biggest thing he threw out in that convo. He's like, see, that's why you ain't getting none right now. You got to take care of that. I was like, bro, like, why? How did this go to getting your dick wet when we talk about man principles?
Do
Them
you know how
motherfuckers.
easy?
Go ahead.
Do you know how fucking easy? I thought, and me and ABM are millennials, and from Baltimore. We had an easy time getting women. You have it 10 times so fucking 100 times easier now. The bitches are basically doing free prostituting. Uh, This is the funniest part, right? You wonder why he's a jailbird, and you wonder why you're a college grad. Look at the priorities. This is what black men need to start saying. There's some motherfuckers that are just beneath you. As cool as a motherfucker can be, sometimes you're just beneath them. If that motherfucker cannot give you a tangible, real life lesson that can make your life better from either A, learning from his victories, or B, learning from his defeats, why the fuck are we near them? I say this to Max all the time. Why are you always around dumb motherfuckers? I'm rare. When you talk to me, you finished your degree. What do you do? There's not one goddamn subject you're smarter than me in. Did you notice that? I'm the one you came for when it came to legal shit. We were talking. Why do you think the whole VHS thing came up? Because we were talking about Roe v. Wade being struck down 5 years prior to it being struck down. The tea leaves, fellas. The tea. When you look at one of the biggest issues with black men, and this is the reason why the Gray Faulkner Initiative was so important. Black men need to learn fucking rank and file. Because you took too many cues from your women do not like rank and file because they want somebody to facilitate their bullshit. If I say she's cute, she's gonna say I'm cute when I'm not. When you put your, like ABM said, you put your money where your fucking mouth is, people see that you're serious. You know why Malcolm X and Dr. King were so powerful? Because you didn't have any fucking YNs going up to these fucking marches. You had strong, intelligent, educated black men, some of them armed to the teeth, and you would never know, who
Shout out
came
to the
up
Deacons
there.
of Defense.
Oh yeah, shout out to the Deacons of Defense. Hell, y'all know the Deacons of Defense is part of my legacy. Shout out to black veterans. You telling me you had the NOI, you have 30 to 100, 200 deep come in front of a police station, and you beat up one of theirs.
Brother
That gets
Johnson.
shit, that gets shit moving, doesn't it?
All they
When the
had to
Deacons
do was they got not just 200 people, not just 200 members of the NOI, and men all rank and file. Behind them was an angry mob of black men and women out across the street demanding they be Brother Johnson be released.
when you got people ready to rumble, show me what you're willing to die for, and I'll show you what you're willing to live for. That's bars. And I'm gonna
Absolutely.
tell you, and I'm gonna tell you what's crazy.
Mm.
Black people, historically, you need to be subjugated to be great. Because for some odd reason, all this freedom is making you fucking loosey goosey in the fucking brain. Look around you. The Hispanic is trying to take your place. White people are trying to fucking consolidate what they can grab. The Asian said, fuck that, I'm trying to make world moves. What are you doing, black man? Worrying about the safety of an ungrateful bitch? Protect who wants to be under your protectorate.
And Charles, name is gonna understand what I when I come from. So, Nema, you know
Go
Godfrey,
ahead.
right?
Godfrey, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
So
yeah.
he had a. I don't know if you saw the clip on this, but the podcast.
Hmm.
I forgot his name, but he's a clean cut brother. He runs like the theater, like a theater in New York,
All
and
right.
one of the black
Wait,
women,
was
she
this in
said like,
Godfrey We Trust? Wait. Was this in Godfrey We Trust, or was it the 154 podcast?
I don't remember which one it was, but it's the one that be always telling like the black cultural like facts and everything like that. Todd Jones.
It,
Todd
it's
Jones.
it's with it's with a brother who's like, does he have a co-host who's kind of bald,
Yeah, he's
former
bald. He's
football
bald.
player?
Not from
Akbar. Oh, you're talking about Akbar Bajia Biamila. For he used to play. He and his brother Kabir were both defensive linemen. I know it's called the 154. You're talking about the 154 podcast where they had like all those interviews with certain Africans and folks.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Ross.
he was pretty much one of the black female hosts. She said like the first time she saw him, she either thought white wife or gay. And this is the clean
Oh,
cut brother. He pretty much I was like, so any brother that's clean cut or just looks regular, either with a white woman or they gay. So that's when I said, oh, okay.
But you gotta also look at the class. This is the problem with the black
mm-hmm.
community as well. We're too class compacted. This is the reason why when you went to fucking, what was it, college in Atlanta, Morehouse and Spellman had some uppity motherfuckers, did they not? Even though a lot of the Morehouse girls, even though a lot of the Spellman girls were hoeing, but
The
you got to think
Freaknik was
about,
down there after all.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
oh yeah, at Clark, you see everything that go out down in Spelman and Morehouse.
yeah. And guess what? Once you go off of campus, because my ex girlfriend used to go down there, it's the hood of hoods. You get right off that
College
train
Park.
and walk down, it's the hood of hoods.
Oh yeah, West End, College Park, and then Bankhead ain't that far. Ain't that what I've driven past, drew through Bankhead many times.
Yeah, shit, you got to wear a gun just to go to college. Like shit. And the craziest part about it is this:
Oh, fuck all that shit then. Hell.
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
the
name
fun.
one.
To
Name a. It
hold on
was
a
Ty
second.
Jones. Ty Jones.
Ty Jones.
Okay,
Okay, let me look him up. I think I know who
think
it
about
is.
this, right? You got to be when you dressed up in a suit. You go to a form. You go to a nice event. You got to be either white, wife, or gay. But that lets you know that she's a low class bitch. And see, this is the
And then
reason
Yamanika
why.
Jones was in there too. She was on the. She
Oh,
used
this
to
is
be
in
on the.
Godfrey with Trust. In Godfrey with Trust. I remember Yamanika Jones. I remember Yamanika Saunders. That heifer.
Yeah,
When you got a
From
name Yamini,
Patrice's radio show, Black Phillip.
Black
oh, you
Phillip. I
talking about that?
remember.
You talking about that big lonely bitch?
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
still lonely. She's still lonely
Oh, still
with
I
her
big,
think
three
I
still
think
cats.
lonely.
I think Godfrey voted for uh Harris.
Kamala. He
Yeah,
did.
he
Yeah.
He did.
did.
He's a leftist. He's
Mhm.
not a
Yeah,
he
remember Godfrey's
is
like 60.
Godfrey is actually pushing. Wait, hang on, let me check. Godfrey, let me check how old is he is because he was born in like
Godfrey's like around BGS's age.
no wait on a sec. No wait. Godfrey the comedian. He was yeah he is. He was born in July 21st. He'll be 60. He'll be 57 this year.
Oh, okay. I thought he was in his
July
50s.
21. No, he was born in 1969, not 1959. BGS was born in May of 59. This brother was born in July of 69 in Nebraska.
Hey, but he is hilarious though, man. I can rock with his
Oh yeah,
with his humor, man.
Especially
Like
like BGS
I
is a few,
can't.
BGS is a few,
But
to some degree.
BGS is
yeah,
a few months younger than my mom.
Oh damn.
yeah.
So
But
shit.
yeah,
Wait, hey,
Godfrey
BGS is a few months
and
younger
a,
than my mom.
but yeah, Godfrey and a
Hmm.
couple of the other men on the panels, like, how does that even? What do you see in him that be like gay or white wife? Like, why those two things? And they couldn't even
Because they cannot see
give an
that.
answer.
Because that's what they've been programmed to see. Also, because remember, you saw
No,
so many celebrities. You've seen certain celebrities with white wives. But then
no,
again,
no. It's because of this.
all right,
This is a. First of all, what's her name again?
which one is that? Ed lost. The one who said
What's
like
that?
I'm thinking either gay or white wife.
Yeah,
Yamanika didn't say it, but it was this other chick. Like she's like when you hear, she's like typical typical New
85.
York chick. Her name is
85.
her name is Eva Evans.
Let me put it to you
Eva
this
Evans.
way:
Let me look her up. I think I know who that is. Hang on.
you have a bunch of 85 bitches.
She's from the Bronx, I believe.
You have a bunch of 85 bitches who ain't used to shit. That's like taking a bitch from West Baltimore or down the hill where I'm from, and you wear a suit. It's gonna be foreign to them. It's like, how can I put this out there? It's like if Frieza landed in the fucking middle of Baltimore. It's gonna be weird.
Oh yeah, this goofball.
Think about it. There are a bunch of 85s, and then when you notice something, it's a uniform. It's like being a cop. When you wear a certain uniform, it's foreign to people. They have
Hmm.
misconceptions. You know how people have misconceptions of people in the military? Drop down and give me 50 bucks. Nobody does that when you out of basic. Nobody does that. You're talked to as a professional. So when you got people out there and doing all this shit, right?
Hmm.
You gotta understand something that's foreign to them. You can't give a fucking mini mansion to a hood bitch. She don't know what to do. She'll be chewing on the marble steps.
But Charles, I sent her photo to you, and I'll send you Todd's
Where'd you send it?
messenger.
Boy, 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 boy.
I'm
Sandy,
looking at
Sandy.
this. It says she's hailing from Brooklyn and Jamaica, so she's probably partly Caribbean.
She's a hood bitch. She's the bitch. She's the
Yeah.
bitch who had to sleep with dudes to get attention.
Mm-hmm.
She has a low self esteem, and she probably got in some fights when she was old. She was younger because she was lighter skinned.
And I sent you the
Those
man that
dark
she
skinned bitches.
called. What she hit with the gay or white wife. Also,
You might as well send me the picture of what his brother look like. If it's who I think it is.
That lets you know that bitches love dirty niggas, man.
Yeah.
Like, what did I tell y'all before? You don't. You gotta judge a bitch. Like I told this one chick that I used to talk to, I might start talking to again. Really, I don't even want to talk to her. I just want the ass. Let's just keep it funky. And I don't even know if I could tolerate her voice. I see. I keep it real with everybody. Um, I said you gotta understand something. A woman is judged by the man she picks years ago. She was like, because I said it purposely because hit dogs gotta holler, right? You know that tactic, right, ABM? Well, you got
Yeah,
throw
he's
the
Yes,
not.
sir.
motherfucker.
Okay.
Well, you got to throw that fucking ball right there and get that strike. I said, Shorty, how do you want a better man than the nigga you had a baby by, and the nigga's a convicted felon? The nigga was never had a legal job. It's one thing if you went to jail and you straightened yourself out, you got a degree, got some certifications, you got your life together. That's different. But when you never had a legal job in your fucking life, you never. This is a nigga you were with for 5, 6 years, 7. And you come to a nigga who did what they were supposed to, they're gonna judge you by that. Yes, you're gonna pay a penance. Yes, you're gonna pay that penance like bitch. Why should I pay for something when that nigga got it for free? Yeah, but. I said yes, yes. Y'all don't like it because you don't want to hear how men think of you. Then on top of that, what happens when you got a man who don't need you? What happens when you got a man who really doesn't have to bow down to you? This is why I tell young men, don't move in with a bitch. Don't lose your power. And guess what? A bitch got 1 week. Let's say she's visiting. She got a 1 week minimum, a 1 week maximum. Okay, you gotta go. Yeah. And of course, every bitch want to leave shit there. You'll be like, what are you doing? Why are you taking my panties? I'm putting it next to the panty drawer. You collect bitch panties? Sure do. Why? To let you know you're not the only one. What? You wouldn't fuck me unless I could get other bitches, right? I mean, hey. Everybody still there? So it's just muted up.
Yeah, I'm muted up. I'm doing something in my background. I'm listening.
All right.
I'm still here.
But
I'm
at
still
the
here.
same time,
Charles. I also looked it up. She's 33, so she's lambasting a man that's married with children, and she's alone and has no one.
she's bitter. She has no one, and she's probably a
Resentful.
hood bitch. She's probably resentful, probably a hood bitch. And if she's not a hood bitch, that shows how lowbrow she thinks of black men. And This is the
And
reason
literally,
why she's single.
she showed a picture of Ty Jones to Yamanika, and she said, "Oh yeah, definitely white wife." And I was like, Jesus. But
Yeah.
Yamanika tried to even hold it down, on some sisterhood shit. Be like, "Oh yeah,
Five
he, he-
four and pushing 300 and probably 3 bills at least.
And you wonder
Yamanika.
why. You wonder why she's lonely. She's single. This is Yamanika's closer to the average of black woman. Do you know that?
she's the epitome of the
Yamanika.
statue, New York.
She's
Hands on your
closer to the.
hips, sassy, don't know when to shut the fuck up."
You gotta almost threaten bitches like that. Like even with the chick I used to talk to, right? She got that. I said, "Yo, let's stop that." I'm not yelling. I said, "You gotta understand something when it comes to men, especially me. Fuck men, me. I'm a laid back in the kind of guy. If we don't click, I get it. We're not gonna click with everybody, but the difference is if the old saying,
Oh, we lost you
everybody's
for a
only
little bit,
good.
Charles.
oh yeah, I said I know the old saying. People only as busy as they want to be. That's why
Hmm.
you never make yourself an option. An option. You give people a story, and then, hey, if you hit it, you don't. I mean, if you want to go, go. That's why you never make it look like there ain't no other bitch. You always make it look like there's another bitch. Because guess what? Guess what you're gonna teach that bitch? Respect my time. Oh, don't let me and cousin T Talk come on the camera or fucking YouTube record. Shit.
Shit, I could see you, the Bill Master, and cousin Tito on
Yeah.
on one stream
And
just
don't get
chopping it
and
up,
don't
I
and
mean,
don't get
cousin
Pimp
T
God.
Top been making his
and bring
rounds. He been doing
yeah,
streams with Pimp God, cousin
Yeah,
uh-huh,
Rom. Like, I'm
Uncle
surprised he's
Rom.
yeah. And I tell people all the time. I said to be a whore monger. You got to realize one thing about women that you got to notice. One, when I was younger, I could tolerate you more. Now that I'm in my 40s, I'm like, what are you saying? Because I don't mind giving you pushback. I don't mind. You're gonna fuck me anyway. I can't stand you. You're so arrogant. So why are you still here? Where's your sister doing? That's so fucked up. No, 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 no. Fucked up is wasting my time with erroneous shit. That's what it is.
yeah. and
Instead of
and their
saying that,
their jaw drops, and they get so infuriated when you
yeah,
don't bend the head, kiss their ass,
mhm,
and be that good loyal servant.
yeah, and I told her no. I said, let me put it to you this way, right? Being alone is not a bad thing. Being alone is not a bad thing. It gives you time to think and time to plan. Most of your best, when you're a man, most of your best successes and triumphs came when you were alone. Most of the greatest inventions in the world came when that man was alone. We keep putting a premium on pussy, idol worship. That was what that whole fucking thing was nothing but idol worship. What can we do to make this bitch please? But you never talked about how ungrateful this bitch is. You never talked about how she's willing to break up a family. You never told the truth. The truth
They they,
is,
they don't
what?
they don't talk about the mean spirit of a woman. Like,
Yeah,
it will just chisel you down and literally suck the energy out of you.
yeah. That's why I
They
kind
don't
of,
talk about a lot of stuff.
go ahead,
They
go
don't
go
talk
go
about
ahead.
the HIV rates. They don't talk about the herpes rates. They don't talk
Mm,
about the syphilis rates.
mm,
I was talking to Bay Friday night on his show, and I said this. I said, you ever notice with all these podcasts and all these conversations about black men and black women, nobody ever brings that up.
mm-hmm,
There are serious problems going on right now with black people, and nobody wants to talk about it. Your precious black woman, nobody wants to talk about how damn near half of them Look up the stats yourself. Don't take my word for it. Damn
Mm-hmm.
near half of them have some sort of herpes.
Mm-hmm.
What the
The,
hell?
the only person
Mm-hmm.
I've
Nobody
seen
else finds that alarming but me.
the only person I've
I
seen that
agree.
bring that up is Pearl, and they crashed out on her after she said
And I'm
that.
gonna tell you, did you know they're 6 times more likely to have a STD than a male? Why? Because they're incubators. They're natural incubators. If they can hold babies, they can hold diseases.
On
So,
top of that, on top of that, it's Black American culture, like Charles is talking about the idol worship. Catholics don't talk bad about their idols. Their idols is Jesus and Mary. You
mm-hmm.
don't see Catholics talking bad about their idols, right? The
Mm-mm.
Muslims, their idol is Muhammad. You don't see them.
No, no, no,
You
no, no,
can't
no.
say
Wait, wait,
nothing
wait, wait,
bad
wait, wait,
about
wait, wait.
Muhammad,
Yeah, but
Let's
don't
not
watch
go
that
right?
word.
there.
ABM. Hold on.
Peace be
AB, I gotta
upon him,
correct you
by
on
the way.
something.
Peace be
No, no,
upon him, by
yeah,
the way.
peace be upon him. But here's the thing: that word is is a dog whistle for them. Don't ever use the word idol because the one thing they hate is idolatry. So when you say Muhammad is their idol, they flip out on that one, fam.
Well, they're
Peace be
patron.
upon him. No disrespect.
Well, they're
But
patron
But
but you
somebody
see
who
but you
who
see
they
where I'm going
adhere
with
or
that though.
revere to, yeah, I know where you're going with
So
that. But just
when
some cats get triggered by certain words. You know, they
right,
get
right.
particular about certain things.
We
No,
got
Triggered.
that.
no,
That
no
you're
problem, no
late.
problem.
You're
So
late on that
again,
one.
when black people, you want to
Hmm.
idolize black women, you want to elevate black women to the goddess Isis and shit like that. You can't say anything bad. You can't say damn near half of black women got herpes in this country. This is why
Yep.
they are fucked up because you can't tell them shit.
Mm-hmm. Nothing above my protection is above. Nothing in my protection is not above my critique. You want my
You know.
protection? You got to
Oh,
hear
go
my
ahead.
mouth. And this is the part that it's. And this is mostly for loss because I know the other guys up here were in our 40s. Um,
Mm,
but this is for loss. In Black America, they make it like you're old when you turn 40 as a man. No, 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 son. If you did everything you did right in your first 20 years, 20, 30 years, 40 is a reawakening. And I'm not saying everything right, but you did made some good moves.
hmm.
I was told that I'm not a real man until I'm actually 30.
Oh, and
You're
you got to
not
realize
you're
this.
not a
Oh,
grown ass man till you're like
Yeah, yeah.
30.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not a fully
Don't
grown man
ask.
until I'm 30.
and then you got to think about it. When you turn 40
Hmm.
and you still in good shape, still a good mind, not stressed the fuck out, not strung out on some shit,
Hmm.
you look at the world and say, you motherfuckers must be stupid. To stress about the shit, to do all this stuff, I tell women now, if you give me up, you losing a catch. You should get me while I'm
Yeah.
cheap. I would tell a lot of women at your job, at the place if you don't get him, you should have got him when he was cheap because you're not going to be able to afford him when he leaves. When he
That's
step
what
out
me and
that
my
door
best
for the
that's
first,
what me and my best friend talk about. Like, we're trying to
Thank you.
give women opportunities, but they just won't take it because we're building or it doesn't look
yeah,
pretty. Like,
yeah,
my homeboy, my best friend, he literally had a girl look like giving him attention, like everything was cool. She looked at his Instagram, saw it was just he was just living a regular life, nothing sporadic, like traveling, these dip shopping destinations.
Yeah.
He wasn't living this lavish life. Literally went cold on him immediately.
cool.
Mhm.
She did him a favor,
Yeah.
and that's the beautiful part about it. Once you get through, because guess what, pussy's always going to be there. Two things in life going to be there:
Hmm.
it's oxygen and pussy, and sometimes pussy's going to be more available than that.
That's what my
And,
pops
and,
always told me.
and the
Literally,
craziest,
that's literally the speech he gave me the first day he dropped me off for college.
yep, it's going to be a pussy.
Smart
Don't
man.
worry, don't worry about it. It's always going to be
Yeah.
there. You gotta look at it because when you keep it real and funky with yourself and you hold yourself to a standard, it's like my homeboy was telling me about this cougar cruise. And I said, That just sounds bad to me. He's like, no, I know
Oof.
you're gonna be talking about me on your live streams about the Cougar Cruise. I said, define Cougar. Well, 10, 15 years plus. I said, I know there's one or two females in their late 40s or early to mid 50s who look nice, but you're still an old broad. I said, difference
Not
between me
enough
and you.
lube.
I said, difference between me and you is this. I like the quality, not just the quantity. I don't need the old beat up Chevrolets. I don't need them. I said, I never had a trouble. Do you know how many 23, 30-year olds, like fucking 27-year olds, 35-year olds I still attract? I don't need to go to the Cougar Cruise. If I wanted Cougars, why would I go take a cruise to go down the street to do the same fucking thing? To watch a bunch of old retired bitches? So
Like
what?
Nicole Murphy, she still looks fantastic. But at the
If you're
same
not get
time, would you pick 21 year old Nicole Murphy or Nicole Murphy today? I'm taking the
well,
21-year old.
if it doesn't count the money, I'm picking 21-year-old Nicole Murphy. Even now, here's the crazy part. You got to remember, no matter how good the bitch look on the outside, it's like a car. You got to check underneath that goddamn engine. You got to add
Hmm.
more to that pussy. Maybe even some vegetable oil. And here's the crazy part. The worst part about it is that the older version thinks she deserves more than the younger version did. And that's the ridiculousness of the shit, right?
Make that make sense.
Ever since
Make
I
that
ever
make
will.
it
since
make
ever
sense.
since Eddie,
I will.
she's been
I
unmarried.
will. Do you want me?
Oh,
Give
go
me a
ahead.
woo if you want me to make it make sense.
Ooh, yeah. I want you to make sense for me, will you,
I'm going to tell you
please?
why. Because a chick will go out and have a baby by a goddamn drug dealer who gets the house kicked in.
Mm-hmm.
Finally get married to another dude who's an idiot. And then after these bad relationships, expect a God fearing man to come in there and swoop her off her feet.
Some Captain
And
Save a
not
Ho shit.
and not expect him to go read your whole facts.
And Charles, that actually, I've seen that happen in my family. My sister had two kids back to back for some dude while she was in the Air Force. He wasn't really about nothing. She was pretty much doing the single mother thing, like still living her life. Pretty much, her mother wasn't not nurturing. She wasn't nurturing. So pretty much a shopaholic, bad with her money. Had to move in back in with us. Uh, and they lived with us for a
Damn.
period of time. Literally years later, she marries an older dude, black vet. Also, they get married. He helps raise my nieces to adulthood. Guess where she's at? She
Not with
divorced
him.
him once they're grown and pretty much moved to South Africa and married this younger dude.
Yep, she had that planned out in the beginning.
And I was like, wait, 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 wait. The dude that swooped in, Prince Charming, helped raise your kids. You just gonna just drop them like a
Rule
bad habit.
rule number 5 of women: they have no loyalty.
Mm.
Hey, man, that panel earlier, dude. Man, that I might as well call that the cuck Disney, the cuck Disney panel.
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you know
Because the
what?
By
motherfuckers
the
the
way,
show, they show was talking like them, like they was trying to create like a fantasy or some shit. Like, oh my god, see, yes, oh my god, you're right. Oh,
Ray,
I hear, I resonate. With, oh my god,
man.
Ray, that
Hey, Ray,
panel
can I?
that panel was
Mhm.
was aisle 5 at Walmart, all over the place.
Oh shit.
yes.
By the
Well,
way, before y'all go off, there's something I've been meaning to mention because thank God AB mentioned the STD stats and everything. And this is something I can relate to because I remember this happened to me in a certain way. Eddie Griffin had this joke how a female, how women would sometimes, because remember, this was back in the early 90s when AIDS was still hitting everybody, everybody getting scared and shit. I'm sorry, houses in Virginia, somebody said. He got skinny shamed for it. And some girls were like, I don't know, you look awfully thin about it. You look kind of skinny, man. You sure you ain't caught nothing on you? Bitch, I've always been skinny.
Hmm.
They will try to skinny shame you if you're lanky naturally on the lanky and whatnot. I
Yeah,
remember going when I was growing up in Eritrea, East Africa folks, and trust me, y'all think y'all had it bad? In Africa, they were starting to get hit hard with the HIV and shit.
you were
It went
supposed
full
to.
blown
That was part
by
of
the
the.
turn of the century.
You were supposed to. That was the plan. Remember?
Hmm.
That was the
Fortunately for
fucking
me, I
plan.
can't. Fortunate for me, I wasn't messing around with anybody like that. And I was constantly getting tested.
Yeah,
We
that
had to
was
get tested. You know what we were
that
getting?
was
Plus, we had like STD classes like crazy because they were teaching and showing us pictures of what happens to people and everything who catches certain STDs. Fortunately, they didn't talk about herpes, but they were talking about chlamydia, gonorrhea, and everything, HIV, because they were trying to get us to get our act together because Africa was getting hit by AIDS by the mid 90s. The
yeah.
rates were going up and they were fearful.
There were
They didn't want
certain
to lose it because remember, it was not just an STD issue. It had a ripple effect because the more people died, the more people would be out of the population, and now your economy is going to suffer because you don't have enough productive people.
and not
The
just
number
that,
of
you had
AIDS
a shit
orphans,
ton.
yo.
You had a shit ton of orphans.
Yeah, AIDS orphans. Hey, that's the thing about the millennials. First generation to be orphaned by HIV. Well, second actually, because some Gen X, the last of Gen Xers were also orphaned by HIV, but we're among the first. But among us millennials, we're the first generation of people born HIV positive.
You got to look at it, right?
Very few of them came to adulthood, Charles.
And
But go
it
ahead.
was it was some, it was a certain computer programming, you know,
Hmm.
CEO conglomerate that kind of planned a little bit of that shit. Hint, hint, nod, nod.
Hmm.
Um, that's why they're so heavily in getting y'all vaccines over there. Um,
Hmm.
it's funny, right? And god damn it, we're gonna have to push. I'm gonna have to do ABM just like I did fucking Mr. Z. Get your goddamn channel up, man. You know, the piggyback off of what he said. Notice when they kept talking about Mama holding it down. And what was the name? The nigga who played Pinky, Clifton, who was
Oh,
on
Clifton
there?
Powell.
Clifton
Clifton
Powell.
Powell.
Your dad was a drunk. Did anybody ever say, why did your mama have you by a fucking drunk? No.
And what was the reason he was a drunk? Did he work himself to the bone as a laborer all
And most
day?
like
Br-
most likely he was probably a laborer, and there's another likely he might have had to go to either war or labor. But
Yeah, my
every time,
grandfather. You know this about me, Charles. My
hmm
grandfather, World War II vet, uh,
hmm
training officer. He worked two jobs, a butcher. He would come. He only reason he would come home is to eat, sleep for like a couple hours, and go back out there to work his second job.
yeah,
I would
Hmm.
need a drink after that.
black men, and this is where it got disgusting for me personally on that panel. Black men went through so much hell through the 150 years after slavery. You have castrations. Did you ever hear a recording of George Washington Carver's voice?
Huh.
He has a very high pitched voice, and I think the rumor mill is young by white people.
Oh yeah, I heard that recording,
Oh,
I saw that in Hidden Colors where they talked about what they talked about that.
Because they were afraid that he was going to be near white women. See,
because he was adopted by a white family.
Yeah, but notice
Oh my God.
we got we all we got to do is exist, and that puts a threat to every other society. You got to kill us off, and then
Because think what would happen if that genius was passed down.
you got to think about it. If it wasn't for the status and the thought of money for white people, nobody be checking for them.
Nope.
But yeah, fundamentally, we go by this other dumb shit in the world called what? Not just white supremacy, but paper bag shit. We make up our own. It's not. This is the funny part about black people. We'll deal with we'll deal with racism, but then we'll make something even underlined worse, like the paper bag test, just to go to school, just to get certain jobs, and then we
Right
wonder
complexion for
why.
the collection and protection.
And then we wonder why we don't make it. By the way, colorism is a female thing, black female thing, not a black man's.
Colorism is practiced immense greatly in the third world, throughout Africa, which has its roots in slavery.
But then again, they
And then you
pass
saw,
that on to the man, to the weak man, to cause the weak man to
mhm.
want to say, "Oh, shoot, I only mess with my black queens. I only mess with my black queens."
Not just
Basically,
that, not just
basically
that,
virtue,
not just
basically
that,
virtue
Ray.
signaling.
Yeah, not just that, Ray. Let's not forget brothers and brothers are going back and forth about, oh, team light skin, team dark skin. Because at one time, remember, light skinned brothers went fashion, later dark skinned brothers went fashion, and it goes and swings in between.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep. And that shit's crazy. Now my eyes is clear and I see all that shit clearly now, man. I'm like, that shit's so vain.
like
It's just
are
ridiculous.
gonna joke about it, but they don't mean any harm. It doesn't really bother us. The
I
only
remember
time it
someone.
gets
I remember
the only
someone broke that concept down to me in middle school. I was like, that sounds like the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
it
It
really is.
is.
It really is. And you got to think about it, right? Most men who are dark, light, and middle can be friends and joke about it. It only gets offensive when bitches are involved. Because
Shit, I clown myself. I clown myself a lot of times because, I'm part, because, I'm dark. Not that I'm glad I'm a little bit darker. But, when I started having this vitiligo shit, I clown myself even harder because, you can't hurt me any more than you can't clown me any more than I can clown myself.
exactly,
And I learned to mess with people about it. There was a dude there was a good bunch of friends, my brother had. One was dark, a couple were dark skin, one was light skin, and everybody's in between. And we all, didn't give a fuck.
And
We were
namely,
all, one way or another.
you're just caught. You're just caught in the middle of mismanaging camouflage.
exactly.
Man, I remember was it somebody light skin I looked at? No, it was our man, one of the young mother trucker. I once spoke with him. I said, "Look, man, you can't accuse me of colorism, man. Look at me. I'm dark. I'm dark skinned, light skinned, black and white all simultaneously.
Yep,
So which part of me you accusing of being colorist?
all of them,
When I got you on all sides,
all of them.
I must be the one man four tops.
Hey, you got a little bit of Smokey
Hey,
Robinson.
well, I'll do Smokey Robinson and the Miracles without the female member because I better shop around here in a few hours.
Hey, what did you think, brother Charles, about this whole comics explain situation?
What about it?
About people saying that he's a coon because he's subscribed and and he watches the channels of a couple of white supremacists, and about how he showed he expressed he hardly cared about like uh, black characters like that when it comes to uh, milestone comics, and
Milestone's a
people was
classic.
just yeah.
When you listen to Rob, and I got love for Rob, at least for what he does as a content creator.
Right. Yeah,
Hmm.
me too. The same with that. Yeah. I
I
don't,
got love for him.
yeah.
When you listen to him and you see his mannerisms, do you see black man at all? No. You don't see typical black man. His wife is not even black, is she?
Well, yeah,
Nope.
his ex-wife, yes.
His ex-wife. I didn't know they got divorced her.
I
But
watched both videos of the beef between him and Blurred, and
yeah, blurred without
Blurred.
fear.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really
Blurred,
care for him like that either. Like, I mean,
blurred without fear. I
yeah, he
like
produced
him
some
too.
content. He produced
I
some
like him
content, but
too.
yeah,
But blurred without fear. There are some things me and blurred without fear would not agree on because he's ultra liberal. And
yeah, I noticed that. Yeah,
here's the part that gets me. Too many niggas are trying to have the I'm black y'all, I'm blackity black y'all card. You're both comic book geeks. What the fuck? I mean,
and I think also too, I was told, yeah, people's complaints was yeah, 'cause this is doing like Black History Month, and so I was like, well, how come you don't never get in depth and talk about black comic characters? You
let me
know,
put it to you this way. Give me 5 black comic book characters. Don't name
That
Storm, don't name Static,
damn.
and don't name
Um,
and and don't name
are you
John
just saying
Stewart.
just for, are you saying just for fun? Oh yeah, you said don't name John
Steel,
Stewart.
Icon,
Steel, yeah, Icon.
Bishop, Bishop from X Men.
And don't name
Luke
T'Challa.
Cage.
Hmm?
See how long it took you? That's why. And I'm gonna tell you
Darwin.
why.
Let's say Mister.
No,
What?
nobody gives a fuck about Vixen.
Vixen. Oh,
Nobody
Vixen.
gives a
Amendment.
fuck.
All right, Vixen. I forgot about her.
I was thinking of
Vixen.
black
Vixen,
male
Val
characters
God,
first.
Luke Cage. Luke
Nobody
Cage.
gives a fuck about
Yeah,
Cyborg.
Luke Cage. Ooh, yeah, Luke
Cyborg.
Cage.
No,
Cyborg. Yeah, you're right about Cyborg. Who else? What's the name of the one person?
I said
DC.
Steel, who's the black Superman.
Wally
yeah,
West.
Oh yeah, Wally
depends
West.
on which version.
Can't mention
Nobody.
Static like you said.
Here's the part about it, right?
War Machine.
Holocaust,
War Machine.
War Machine, Rhodey. Nobody talks about
Mhm.
Holocaust since we're going to go back to Milestone. Nobody's going to talk about Blood Syndicate. Nobody's going to talk about Hardware. Nobody's going to talk about Rocket. Nobody's going to talk about Oh, if you want a motherfucker of the motherfuckers, go look up Holocaust from Blood Syndicate. Um,
Tombstone.
Tombstone. There you go.
Who
Notice
forgot?
I
Who
gotta
also?
start. You know
There's
what? I
somebody from
gotta
the
start the comic
Conan
book.
the Barbarian. Yeah.
I gotta start
A
my
Sync
comic
from
book.
X-Men.
Yep, sync.
But they was pointing out too about how he when he talks about black characters, it's only those from the big wigs.
Because those are the ones people know. I mean, think
You
about it.
know, can I chime in real quick?
Please do.
I'm giving you my report of what they was talking about from what I
Hold on,
gathered.
hold on,
You know what I mean? Because
hold on for a second, Ray. Hold on, Ray.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna be quick. I'm sorry, but black comic geeks get on my fucking nerves. They
Mm-hmm.
bitch
Say it.
and
Go ahead.
complain about every fucking thing.
Oh my God.
Yep,
Woo!
yep.
Like
Oh my
this is
God.
what I said. We was having this conversation like a month ago, and I said
Yes.
this same shit about I used Tiger Woods and The Rock as the example. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you want Tiger Woods like years ago when people try to get all butthurt because he said, "Well, I'm not really black." Okay, Tiger Woods know he got a fucking black father, but he also has
Hmm.
some sort of Asian fucking mother. And niggas want
Chinese and
you to
Chinese, Thai, Vietnamese.
okay, so you want Tiger Woods to just disregard his whole mother side of the equation to make you niggas feel better. Tiger Woods
Hmm.
is not fucking Malcolm X. Okay? I mean, he's a black kid who grew up on a fucking golf course in the suburbs. He went to Stanford University for crying out loud. It's like niggas
Hmm.
always want every fucking thing to be tailored to them. They do the same thing with the fucking rock. So now look at how black people do. Now you're doing it with this guy, Rob. I mean, just like Charles said, you take one look at him, you clearly can tell. You know, okay, let's just say he's not from the hood, right?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, what do you want from the guy? Oh, you don't talk about the fucking black characters that I prefer you to fucking talk about. He tells you all the time he only reads Marvel. He tells you he don't even really read DC like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. But
What
yeah,
is the
you know, what I
issue?
mean, it's
They
It,
they,
I,
it,
they
you
they
got
do
up
the
there.
same.
Think
They do the
about it.
same thing with they do the same thing with Tyrone Magnus. Like
My God damn. Black
now that he's
comic book
getting
people,
now that he's being like a little bit more conservative, or like he's pushing it back against the woke narratives in like movies and comics.
I noticed that about him too. Yeah, that he did that because I just started
Like
watching him.
he's getting a lot of backlash in like the blurred community because he points
you
out, oh,
know,
this is
Blurred
it's
can
not
shut the
with it.
fuck up.
Yeah,
Blurred
they
can
can.
shut the fuck up. No disrespect, but Blurred can shut the fuck up because I've said this for 1,000 times, right? You can bitch and complain all you want. Here's the bottom line. You go into a fucking comic book store today, it's going to be a bunch of fucking white people buying fucking comic books.
Oh, it
Period. End
ain't
of
just
story.
it
Nobody
ain't just
cares about your.
blurred.
Listen, you can like Miles Morales, great, but hey, the whiteys don't really fuck with Miles Morales like that. Get over it, dude. It's a
Let
fucking
me
comic book.
Hey,
Yeah.
brother ABM, let me send you and y'all, let me send you Charles, rest of y'all. Let me send y'all the link. I'm gonna put it in the private chat, and I'm gonna try to put
Yeah.
it in the regular chat.
I,
The link
please.
to this panel of three, where one was a chick and one was a regular brother with glasses and shit, and the other one was another. I don't know what the hell he was mixed with. He bald and he had a long ass septic ring and shit. At first, when I seen his
Yeah,
ass,
he
when
had
I
all the
Oh
tuned in.
he
shit.
had all the piercings.
His shit was long too. He's kind of like light skinned, and
Yeah.
he was talking some real
Let me
cash
let
shit.
me let me
So
let
I
me put it
mean,
to you this way. Let me
this
put
is
it
a
to you this
must
way.
see. You
All
must
right.
see
I'm gonna
this,
get mine.
Charles.
I'm gonna get mine because I think I've seen it. Because the chick was playing with her
You,
nails and shit.
yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because you was talking about blurred. Oh, wait till y'all see this shit.
Let me put it to you this way because I saw that one. Let me put it to you this way, right? This is what I can't stand about the black community. Okay, this is gonna be black pill, black nerd style. You motherfuckers want everybody to recognize your blackness, but you can't recognize the blackness of your own people. Why are you such a Superman fan? Because Superman's a great morality character. Why don't I? But yet, oh, but you don't like any black characters. Motherfucker, I've been telling y'all about Luke Cage for years. Nobody talks about Night Stalker from fucking the New Warriors. And he was a bad motherfucker. He was Batman before they made fucking T'Challa Batman. Hell, what's the one chick I forget who was the crutches from the New Warriors back in the '90s who could phase through shit? She was on crutches kicking people's asses. But y'all don't support. This is the one thing. What about Rage from New Warriors? The New Warriors had several black characters. Where's the black people that support it? Y'all don't want. You would. You know what's a big lesson? ABM lost. Ray, name her.
Yeah, yeah,
Do what I
yeah.
do. If you can't see enough of representation of yourself, make it yourself.
But the thing is, Charles, the thing is, what crazy about it is they'll get more excited about them race swapping a character,
Oh,
which drives me crazy because I hate having to take over a character rather than
yeah.
just make it a full
Make it a
make put in the
character.
work to put an
But
original character.
Dude,
think
I
about what I
saw
showed you.
somebody. I saw
Go
somebody
ahead.
say that they should make Reed Richards black
No, we
for the
take away the
Fantastic
character.
Four movie. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you niggas? Like,
No,
why?
no, it wouldn't make
Like,
sense.
yo, dog, I'm sorry. I can't do it with blurs. I'm sorry. And I like comics explained. You know what I'm saying? I don't have
Yeah.
a fucking problem with his fucking personal preference and the comics he wants to read. And these, I'm sorry, but I don't look at comic books like that, dude. When I'm reading a comic book, I'm trying to escape reality.
Not build it
I don't
in.
know why y'all want to make comic books into a fucking civil rights issue.
These three was calling themselves breaking it down, and yeah, I'm like, okay,
And you
man,
know what? The one
it's
thing you
just
never hear
crazy,
from these
man.
people. How many of these same motherfuckers were supporting Eric July?
Hmm. Hmm.
I'm just gonna. How many were supporting Eric July when he came out with a black? See, this is the shit that black people. Once again, when a black man solves a problem, how many black people come in arm with him and saying, "We support you, my brother"? If Eric July was Asian, he would have the next image. His character would be on fucking Prime next year, animated. If Eric July was white, you would have had a miniseries. You know why? Because instead of the representation, why not have a good material? For my characters, three of them are black and very distinct from each other. Even the alien, they're all aliens. Notice, you don't even want to see representation, you want to see quality. Why? Because if I could make a quality character that could make a white man forget and be like, yo, I fuck with this guy, that character's gonna last forever.
Like no
But
no one
once
talks about the Riververse. How a
exactly.
black YouTuber created a whole comic.
Yeah, that's our like how many supported. Don't notice that. I had to go to you and a couple other dudes in the thing and they love it. Just to test it. If I go to the major black people, I know it's not me. Most black people gonna be like, "What's this about?" If it ain't about some hood shit, some hood romance,
That's that white people shit.
huh? Think about it. You're going through the universe in different dimensions, fighting crime, stopping wars, drinking and smoking and partying while you're doing it and getting paid to do well to do it. But yet, we don't have enough black shows. We don't have enough black animation. What's the second coming of Static Shock?
It's because you got dudes like the motherfuckers on that panel in the way talking about you show
Exactly.
them that shit. You show them that shit, Charles. They're gonna be like, oh, that's too manly.
Dog,
Exactly.
I'm telling you, all they want is for the Marvel people to suck them off.
Hmm.
That's all they fucking want.
You just want Marvel and DC to go rim jobbing you motherfuckers. And this is the funniest thing. This is why I personally made an effort not to put any fucking agendas in the fucking books. You know why? I don't give a fuck if you're gay. I don't know, give a fuck if you're straight. I don't give a fuck if you're male. I don't give a fuck if you're female. If you're old, middle aged, or young, you can relate to any character at some point. That's called good writing. When you have philosophical differences, when you can make people be like, why is he this way? And you find out why he's this way, you're like, that's my guy or
And
that's
the
my
problem
girl.
is that it's not that the characters are gay. It's just they make it their whole personality and make it like a full
Yeah,
story arc about it. Like Jesus, like okay, they happen to be gay, but that you don't have to make a whole goddamn story arc about it.
Oh, everybody complained about the last episode of Stranger Things. Well, they was pissed, and I see why.
Like I
DC.
remember that the Superboy when they made him bisexual or gay or whatever, they made a whole story arc about it. And I was like, is this
Yeah,
necessary?
no. And then they don't talk about it anymore because it was just a money grab. Think about it. This
Same
is
thing with
this is
Iceman.
yep. Anybody who okay. Another nerdy black pill moment. ABM, you remember Spider Man and his amazing friends, right?
Yes,
How much ass did Bobby Drake used to get?
plenty.
And all of a sudden he's gay. He's been a notorious fucking womanizer since Uncanny X-Men 1 is 63. Or is it 62? 63, 60.
And that was
And
it was
now
a
you
travesty how it happened too. Katie was like, Bobby, I've known all this time. And I was like, wait. Like this
it's
heart to
stupid.
heart bullshit.
It's stupid. Um, it makes no sense. But yet, the best story about an LGBT character I read in a long time was actually Crush, the daughter of Lobo. She's in a relationship with a chick from Earth. They barely played up the gay part. It was like the parents, because she's the daughter of Lobo, and Lobo's an intergalactic criminal and murderer. She's
This is
trying to,
actually something I would expect from a child of Lobo.
yeah, she's trying to fight the fact that, her father's legacy. So her parents, the girl's parents, want to meet her and give her a chance. She's feeling nervous. You can relate to feeling nervous to meeting a girl's parents. Well, if you're straight, well, if you're gay, well, if you're female, you can relate to that.
Now you talking about you one of your characters, or you? Because I just heard you said Lobo's
With
daughter.
DC,
DC, the daughter of Lobo.
and
What?
she's lesbian. So,
I I never knew he had a daughter. I'm not that hip. So yeah, go ahead.
so she's nervous about the girlfriend accepting her because of her father's legacy, and she says, "You're not your father's legacy. You're yourself." So, of course, Lobo wants to meet her while he's in this intergalactic prison. So Lobo somehow uses her DNA because of the same DNA and switches spots with her, so she has to be locked down, and he gets to walk free. So now he's not only going to track Lobo down before they put a collar on her and her girlfriend and said, if you don't come back within a certain amount of time, both of you will die, and track him down. So notice you feel the intensity of not only trying to be your own self, but you're trying to go past a legacy that's damning. People can relate to that. I don't have LGBT characters in my story, at least not yet. If I choose to, it's not going to be too much about it. Hey, this is such and such, their wife and their wife, their husband, their husband. Okay. What's up? Let's see what's about business. But yeah, why do I need
You
to
said
put it in there?
you said none of your characters are going to be none of your male characters are going to have the JoJo Bizarre Adventure poses, huh?
No, no. As a matter of fact, one of my characters is a 9 foot, 2,000 pound. He can turn his fucking skin into diamond, and he's also got at least minimum 3 PhDs in theoretical and theological physics.
Yeah. And the crazy part about JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, there ain't no characters as far as I've seen. They've all been with women.
Yeah, except Poochie.
Eh, no matter how sus the character design might be or the posing, you'll never
That's the reason why they call it bizarre.
Hey, and I appreciate damn it every bit of it too because
Yeah,
Man, that
it's
shit
very on
just
some Prince metrosexual type shit. Like,
it's very peculiar, yeah, and the creativity of it because it leaves you like with anticipation, like wondering, like damn, like what's next because you can't you can't hardly fathom it. They leave you like that to where you can't predict basically.
Ray,
Yeah,
if it comes out that the author took a lot of inspiration from Prince, I wouldn't be surprised.
of course he took a lot of inspiration from Prince. He
Are
took a lot
you
of
serious?
he took a lot. Well, you got to think he took inspiration from Prince and Mike Jack. You can see it.
Hey, yeah,
Think
you're
about it.
right. Yeah, you're right too.
Think about it. You look at My Hero Academia Vigilantes. There's a character this week coming out in Vigilantes. He's based on. He's a hero based on Prince. I mean, for God's sakes, one of your Mortal Kombat characters is based off of Prince Rain, and he's
I heard
purple.
some motherfucker say he was. I heard some motherfucker say some of them characters was based off of Elvis.
No, Prince. Like Rain is based off of Prince because the dude. He's a big Prince fan. That's why he's Rain, and he's wearing purple. So there's little nods they give to each other, like Newt Cybot is basically the two creators' names backwards. So, I mean, you got to look at it. When you have comic books, like ABM said, supposed to do a space-faring, dimension-faring exploration. Why? Because one, I didn't want to be limited. And two, one of the biggest issues I had, and I'll tell you this years ago, when Superman lost most of his powers during the New 52. And I told one of the comic book creators, I said, this is what I would have done. That whole year he lost his powers, when he gains them back, guess what I would have done? I'd have took him away from Earth for 12 whole months.
Hold on, you said Superman when he lost his powers? What
Well,
story arc is
well,
this?
90%
Yeah,
of his powers.
so he expelled all the solar energy out of his body to pretty much made him mortal.
Yeah. So once he lost about what? 90% of his powers. So guess
Yeah,
what?
he was still stronger and faster than a normal human being. He just wasn't at the superhuman level he usually was.
I would, as soon as he gained full
That
power,
don't make that don't make no damn sense.
yes, it does. He's a solar
Yeah,
battery.
yeah, he literally so pretty much in a battle against I forgot who the battle was against, but he pretty much pushes out all that energy that he's been storing in his body, and literally all his cells are literally
Just supercharged.
supercharged with the solar energy. So pretty much he pushed out all that energy out and literally
He literally burnt that guy
as
down near the crisp.
yeah. But the problem is when he spilled all that energy, it left the battery dead pretty much.
Yeah.
Him as the battery dead.
Yeah.
Is this a DCKO tournament?
No,
New 52,
this is
new
new
52.
50. This is new 52. This is like almost 10 years ago. So
Damn.
you gotta think about it. It's like even with the DCKO tournament, this is like their little crossover. That it's a fun crossover. It's like a DCKO is like, what if this hero went against this hero? DCKO is like basically it's a love story. It's a love story. To a little boy saying it's basically the love story to old school comic book fans sitting in their backyard. What if he turned into this and he did this and he became Superman 1 million and all this other shit and da 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 and all that Dragon Ball shit. Um,
Yeah,
so
that's kind of like basically what it was though when it came between him and Captain Adam.
Superman a million is more like like a possible future, not a
yeah,
current Superman
yeah,
anyway. So that wouldn't
yeah,
even work. Because the
yeah.
thing is, Superman a million, he pretty much goes into hibernation inside of a sun for like
15,000 years.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's. That's a possible future for Superman.
You know, if you're
But
sucking up the
either
sun
which
that
way,
much.
Superman's like relatively immortal. Either which way, so.
I
And then he
mean,
gets out, and then he gets out, and then he what it said? He brought Lois back to life.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
you got to
He
think
brought
he's
her back to life and made pretty much gave her her own set of powers, pretty
yeah,
much.
and sentience. And I mean, just like people wonder, like, what about Cosmic Armor Superman? That's not Superman. It's just they call it that because that's what they named the robot. It's really just a fucking plot device.
Yeah, it's like the Black Superman Steel. He
Yeah,
uses a highly pretty much a powered suit, pretty much.
yeah, yeah. And it's one of those things where you can tell the generation because they're like, well, this is the reason why Dragon Ball got rid of fucking power. You know, the power scaling with the numbers and shit because it got ridiculous. Like it doesn't matter. Um,
Like it's over 9,000, but then we got to like God level. It's like it makes no sense to use the scanner and everything with power levels. It's just who's
not
gonna
even
win the
like
battle.
But yeah, that I think that's what it led to because well, you had Joker, he had what the Atom Belt, and then he had the power of temporarily of Mister Mixability.
wasn't the first time. Especially
Um,
Emperor
it,
Joker
it,
story.
yeah, Emperor Joker.
I mean, that's why you never leave a person like Mister Middle Critic Mitzi talking to the Joker because the Joker can outsmart him.
Uh,
For a multi-dimensional being, he's not the smartest.
Oh, he's not ruthless, thank God. But you know, he wants to play the game. And you look at a lot of these characters, and let's look at Milestone. Because some of these people who talk about why not talk about Milestone? Number one, some of these young motherfuckers weren't even born when Milestone came out. And if they were, they didn't read them. They weren't there for the fucking condom issue of Static. Most of you want to talk about Icon, but guess what they won't tell you about Icon? Most of these same motherfuckers complaining would hate Icon because Icon is highly conservative. Oops. You know
oh,
why Icon
I'm
is
liking that already.
You know why Icon and Rocket was such a good book is because they had a dichotomy. He was ultra conservative, she was ultra liberal, and a teenage mom eventually. So you're telling me a guy who's been around since slavery is not going to see the world the same way as a goddamn 90s teenager. He's
Yeah, I
going to
didn't
look
find
at her
about Milestone comics until I was well into my late teenage years.
exactly. By
Like
the
I like
time you
people don't even mention it. Like I found out about Icon because he popped into the DC universe,
hmm
but he made like a short little cameo. I was like, who was that?
yeah, you'd probably talk about Young Justice. That's where most
Yeah,
people first see.
damn, I need to get that's on my list too. Damn.
Um, you look at you look at because of his race, not even the Green. He has diplomatic immunity that the Green Lantern Corps can't even arrest him. So he has superhuman strength on Superman's level, where Superman even said that's the hardest he even been hit.
Yeah, because I seen a little slideshow, a little slide panel of where he punched Superman. I'm like, oh,
And
and he black.
Icon's also an alien, right? Charles, did I lose y'all?
No, I can hear you, Charles.
I'm here.
Okay,
But right, am I right? Icon's an
it's
alien
probably
also.
yeah, it's probably Charles. Yeah. I don't know, man. I got to dig into the character, man, because it's just I'm like, wow. Like I wish I would have been up on this like years ago, but I never been
It's
exposed to these
it
comics like
look.
that.
I think they've kind of buried the legacy of Milestone because they don't like. It's not even a part of the They're not even part of the conversation mostly.
The books, I looked at the books, was like around
Like,
twenty
this some type
dollars.
of shit you gotta like dig up on your own, do your own research.
Yeah, all the books are
Just
like
leave it up to
around.
them. They probably leave most of these characters buried.
Oh, he probably can't hear me, ABM, can he? Lost, can you hear
I
Hey
hear
Ray, I
you.
can't hear you.
me? Yeah,
I hear both of y'all.
Ah shoot. I gotta come back in and out.
that's weird. Damn, man. So yeah, that's comics, dude. I gotta get into. I'm like, damn, okay. I'm like highly curious now with Milestone. So he just said it ran to all the way to like what 97 from like
Yeah, something like that.
yeah, man. I'm like, damn. And like all these issues too, and each issue was around like 20 some dollars. So I'm like, okay, shit, that ain't bad.
Yeah, that's how it be when you getting them back issues. Start going down that rabbit hole, it get real expensive.
Man, I was looking for videos to see if people like would cover the comic panels. You know what I mean? Like do the slideshows with the characters like they've been doing. Certain issues of when it comes to DC and Marvel. I'm like, I know somebody, damn it, have got all the issues and they're then did a video about it. So I'm like, I know it should be somewhere. Shit, I'm seeing white folks covering the shit, and they're getting high views.
That's what I'm telling Charles. He got to make his comic channel.
Yeah, you there, Charles?
Yep, I'm back.
Yeah. Say it again, brother ABM.
Charles got to get off his ass and get that comic channel started.
Well, that is very true. I got nothing but time.
Comic/anime.
Because I was just telling ABM Charles that man, like, and well, I was trying to shout out to RCMC, but it just went left. What I mean, I don't know, it's weird. But I just shouted him out to tell him that because he was the first one to expose me to Milestone Comics. So and I think it's according to what Lost said. He said like they kind of like buried it.
Yeah,
So
let me tell you why. Because
because it ran from 93 to 97 last time I checked.
yeah, because you got to think Milestone was big because the Dakota verse, which they were came off of, was big, especially being a kid. Because look, we don't need Superman to be black. We got a guy who's just as powerful, if not more powerful, more interesting. He has a
And
different.
Charles, is Icon also an alien also?
Yes. When his ship crashed, it crashed in what, 18, 1850 or something like that. And their people,
Mm.
they take as soon as you look them in the eyes, they take the form of the people they see. So it was a black
Ooh.
who actually found him, and he was a baby. So Icon has been around since the 1800s, since slavery. So his perspective alone is going to be different than a teenager in the 90s, which was Rocket. And I like the fact they made her a single mom because that was something that was going real big in the 90s.
Bro, I was just telling ABM about that because Lost dropped off. That man, like I'm surprised that nobody has covered like bought and covered the Milestone comics like in theirs. in their
Matter of fact,
in their slot panels. You know what I mean? Like how Rob and them do. You know, with Marvel and DC.
matter
There's
of
been a
fact,
couple videos, but it's very far in
it's
between.
still Black History Month. I think I might cover some goddamn milestone. And I'm gonna say this.
Oh, that's automatic. If you do that, boy, that's automatic. I'm hitting the button. I don't give a damn what I'm doing. I'm hitting the button. I'm hitting the
And I'm
notification.
gonna say this. The comic book industry is like the movie industry, is like the TV industry, the gaming industry. Stop asking for something you're not going to sit your ass down, buy, and watch and support. When I start my book and start publishing, I don't want to hear motherfuckers be like, oh, I got to pay it. No, support the motherfucking material. Why? Because you already complaining about what they did to Star Wars. And most people, whether they're black or white, they want to see some manly shit. That's the one thing that
Hey,
it
motherfuckers like Andor though, big bro. Motherfuckers like that Andor from Star Wars.
was
I kind of did too.
it was manly. Think about it. When you see, you could ask Lost. I think I sent it to AVM as well. But you could ask Lost. When you read some of these characters, you'll be like, wow.
Like literally reading it makes me excited to like
Yeah,
like I want to read some more.
like you, you'll end up having a favorite character. I don't care what nobody says, but you'll have a favorite character in that motherfucker. And you'll be like, wow. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know, Jax is kind of my dude sometimes, even though Jax is that dude. I'm sorry, Jax is that dude. Oh my god, Jax is that dude. He keeps it lively.
Yeah, that's either Jax or like I already told you, my favorite one is either Jax or the reality manipulating wizard.
Orelon.
Reality manipulating wizard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's still milestone, right? We're talking about.
No, this is my creation.
Okay, okay.
I got
Ooh,
I got this.
you got something like that now? What the hell, Charles? Damn, that sounds badass.
I'll let Lost tell you a little bit about it. Just tell give him your synopsis.
So pretty much there was an event that happened that now you have this conglomeration or like this of these planets pretty much. And you have these different factions, you have these different like it's pretty much how like you literally have you got your regular inhabitants, but then you also got like these somewhat demigods, you got these gods. Um Different sometimes some of these different planets house these gods and train these young like demigods or godlings, and kind of the main character he's one of those, but also he's been cursed, but also he's been blessed by some by like two guys in particular. And so he's pretty much lived for about a couple centuries. He's been a soldier, he's been an enforcer of law, and now he's pretty much part of this ragtag team of like pretty much
He's
bounty hunters.
like vigilantes,
Yeah.
mercenaries, bounty hunters, all the above. I have a sniper. He has telescopic X-ray and microscopic vision. He literally can change the trajectory of anything he throws from his hand or fires.
And he has interplanetary distance.
So he could,
Bullshit. Interplanetary distance.
meaning he could literally throw a coin from space. Just a coin, not it. He could, and somehow he can actually predict or change the trajectory of what he wants, split, and he can kill whoever he wants.
Oh, give me 50 push-ups. That sounds badass.
Then
Hmm.
you
Then Jax, he's a wisecracking
have
soldier. Literally,
Cause
he's a living weapon.
what I was about to
And
say was right because when he was describing him, right, his
Jack,
sniper, I was
Jack.
really about to go into what's his name? No, Deadshot and
Oh, trust me, he
oh,
makes you look like a bitch.
oh damn.
He makes Deadshot look like a bitch. And Jax is like a functional super soldier with a sick personality and
He's
a drink.
he's like dead. He's Deadpool, but he's more serious.
Yeah,
But still wisecracking and everything like that. But like pretty much he's pretty much a genetic project gone rogue.
yeah. Since five,
Oh man,
child soldier.
I'm getting geeked out now.
Yeah, he literally can't die.
You can nuke him. Can't decapitation, just slight irritation. Like he's literally. Imagine having a Navy SEAL, somebody on Delta Force, who's functioning portal
And he's a demolition
simulations
expert.
and Nyara. That bitch. Oh
Like
my!
Ray, like she literally moves almost near light speed.
And she could phase through shadows.
But damn.
So
Well,
there's
that would damn near make her as fast as a Flash.
and she
Hmm.
can get faster. She once she starts training again.
Yeah,
Mm.
I've already told Charles like we need to do like a side story where she accidentally phases phases through time, and she ends up in a random place in time, and now she got to figure out her way how to get back.
Oh well, I'll give you credit to co-wrote that. And it's funny because I don't. I think I sent it to you where each one is on a solo mission. So it's like a solo mission thing. So you can actually see the best of their abilities. And I've actually written a protocol where there are certain characters can't be teamed up unless shit goes bad. Like you cannot put early on and Faulkner together unless it's a real bad extension level event.
It sounds
Yeah,
like something, man,
as
where
a
it's like
team,
I want to.
they operate functionally, but like as a separate, like pretty much everybody has their part in keeping the group together, but at the same time, like there's different dynamics between each different team member.
Yeah.
Cause see, when I go into, it, I'm gonna read it and to enjoy it. You know, what I mean, to what you created, instead of being like how others will be, which will be critiqued like the hell out of it. You know what I mean? Like instead of just appreciating what your brother done created. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
So
then like Charles, he's the religious monk, who's also
that because that is awesome,
with the
dude.
giant war mace.
Oh yeah, that's Caradon. Nine
Yeah,
feet.
Paragon, the one that could turn his skin into diamonds.
Oh yeah, and there's a story where he gets even more powerful.
Yeah, literally
He,
his faith is the binder of his power. The more he believes, the stronger he gets.
oh yeah, there's a scene where him and Faulkner talk, and he finds when he does his new form, that's even beyond the diamond form, and he says, "Normally I want to test that, but seeing what you do today, not today." and
But yeah, pretty much he's the pretty much he was the blue pill religious dude that like through war and do seeing the downsides of war. He pretty much kind of took the red pill and then pretty much he awakened into a warrior monk.
yep, that's why he said, "I am the shield, but I also learned how to be the axe." So
And
yep,
pretty
that
much he liberated his whole planet by
yeah,
himself.
yeah. Matter of fact, I did send it to ABM. Oh,
Wait a minute, hold on. You say he liberated a whole planet by himself.
yep, he
Mm.
liber-
He pretty much stopped the war
yeah, he
that
stopped
was that stopped the war on his planet.
by himself.
Excuse me. I'm wondering, damn, like if it goes further into fruition, did you think about your the music, the background music that you're gonna have, like for each scene, and yeah,
Well,
like
I
you know how certain songs go well with
I like
particular scenes.
I
You know
like
what I
the
mean?
because I'm an old school cartoon guy, and I think the show that did it best was Thundercats. If you ever notice, each Thundercat has their own theme. which means you knew who was going to get busy at what time. So when you look at these alien people, think about it. You have a, and I purposely made Caradon look like an ancient Hebrew, because I based him off the Samson in the Torah.
Paradigm. That sounds familiar. Like who? Where the hell I hear
And then you got
this? A
then you got the
similar
main
name.
character.
I
He
heard
has
a
the
similar name somewhere.
and then you have our main character who has he has the symbol of the lion on him, and
Hmm.
that's a throwback to the Lion of Judah.
Lion of Judah, and also my company.
Okay. Which explains why Escanor was so damn strong.
Yep, and it's funny because when you see these characters, because I finally, like, even early on when he he's a professor as well, so you got two professors on the team, but he could be smug, he could be jovial, but man, he's got a mischievous side. Like when you fuck with him and it's really unjust, he's thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years old, but he's not afraid to be okay. I'm about to be 17, so he can warp reality to the point where these guys try to pull a gun, and he made candy canes fall out of their shit. Like he's just fucking with them. He can make them look like they never existed if he chose. And he's just that powerful. Like you have the chick who literally, I don't know if, can anybody hear me?
I'm sitting here listening to you trying to picture that shit by mind, brother. I'm listening.
And it's funny because Naira, she moves so fast that there's a picture I had created where people drop their shit. She's catching it. She's blowing kisses to the screen, kind of breaking the fourth wall, but kind of not because it's a kids that she's signing autographs to. She's
On some Quicksilver type shit.
Yeah, so she blows kisses to her fans, hands the keys back to where the kids dropped in their toys, and signs autographs all at the same time. And we designed her to look beautiful. And she's very mischievous. She ain't some stick in the mud. And she's very beautiful. She's a jokester. She will joke you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
loving, doting female.
oh yeah, she loves the fuck out of Faulkner, but she loves all of them, but she has a special thing for Faulkner. Special thing. Elias, oh my god, that dude. He's the loner, but boy, when he comes out with a one-liner, everybody's just. It's like a scene where him and Jax are talking, and the bag, the Darcy area, they're power, and they're on vacation. Because you notice one thing every once in a while, they're on vacation, and I took that from my military and police background because after shit goes down, you got to put people on break because that's the mental progress. And I think a lot of first responders and soldiers will love that part. And
Yeah, like Ray, it's like the filler episodes between One Piece after an arc happens.
So are you gonna do it? Like in somewhat of a sense, like how a lot of cats be doing it, like including like Rob. Uh, like, are you gonna do it like that, where it's gonna be like your voice? Or are you gonna use like AI to insert their own particular voices?
either that or
Uh,
either that or
do
do it. I might even get a couple of people. I might even get lost and use a symbol. Be like, you know what? I gotta do you right and give you credit for your symbol.
Yeah, because I took I'm using this is from what is it called Soul Eater, though my symbol, but like my symbol is kind of different. It's kind of it's like I took the symbol it's the one I currently don't want is not the one I created, but the one I created is based off of Gurren Lagann, Soul Eater, and it's kind of somewhat similar. But
Yeah,
I'll send you kind of a photocopy to where like you can use it for.
like we'll write you into the story. It'll be like, you know, I tell people I'll write them into stories eventually because it's what makes it funny for me is that I forget how creative I can be, and what happens is I have fun with a lot of these characters, and and people think, oh, you're using ChatGPT. I said I could show you all the shit that I wrote. I wrote about 2 pages full of shit in one column just to get it written, and when it didn't format the way I went back and wrote more. So literally, it's just helping me format. I
Hey,
wrote.
whenever you ready, bro, shit, I'll share that shit on my platform. Whenever you're ready, just let me know.
Oh yeah, and just see how you like it. Like I just give people testers, and once you see the characters, you'll be like, "Yo, these characters are well thought." When you look at their uniforms and how different everybody is, how they come from different backgrounds. I think the campfire scene is when I really start to fall in love with them.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
the campfire scene was a defining moment, like
I
on
will say this though,
some canon shit.
in regards to your thumbnails, if you can still hear me,
Mm-hmm.
can you hear me? Can you hear me, Lost?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it didn't get all weird and shit. It's fucking StreamYard. Um, but damn, I just fucking lost my thought. But it was just something creative too. I had. Damn it, man. Damn it, it just slipped. I hate when that shit happens. Damn it,
It,
Mary Jane.
it's funny because it's like tell them about the campfire scene, boss.
Oh yeah, the campfire scene is like it's a defining moment in like the story. Like it's the type of like people will look back at the campfire scene and be like, "That's when I fell in love with the with the team."
Like,
It's like
oh,
have the heart. It pretty much they go on their backstory and everything like that. Like it's kind of like how I brought up One Piece the last one. It's like how you meet the crew and you find out what happened to how they became the people they are, and then like they join the crew. And but we're pretty much sitting down with the whole crew together already, and they're just going piece by piece around the campfire and telling their story.
oh yeah. And some of them are like, wow, you're like,
Oh,
damn.
I'm muted. Oh, I was muted. Oh yeah. So, but so you basically gave Brother Lost the shit, the whole blueprint. Hey,
Yeah,
that shit. That's tight. I like it.
because I know his generation probably gonna be the first motherfuckers to read it.
But oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. I have to commend you, dear sir, Officer Charles,
Yeah.
because I'm slick kind of, I don't want to say a little jealous, but Lord knows what I admit. I was a little jealous, man, because I'm like, how does they create such badass looking uh, characters for your thumbnail? I'm
And
like, yes, man. I'm like, I like the detail and everything. I'm like, man, you motherfuckers got to show me, man, just a little bit. What platform you use
I
to
touched
to create that?
GPT. And the beautiful thing about it, because it remembers the one thing that ChatGPT to it, it keeps the personality of the characters because it'd be like, yeah, that motherfucker would say that. And there was a scene where the whole team kind of has a synopsis on each other's abilities and powers, and it's just hilarious as fuck. Like they rag on each other because that's how you got to think they're warriors who've seen a lot of death and destruction and save people from it. They got to cope somehow, and you have like they get into some weird shit. They get into some weird shit, and there's a scene where they're on one of their vacations, and they're where it's 99.999% gets jealous.
Oh shit! You was breaking up. You was saying something. Nah, something.
It's the vacation because they went like 99999% women. of different species all around the dimensions and omniverse. So you're like, wow. And one of the scenes is Ayalis, and they're like, he must be the silent one, and he's playing darts. So, and they're like, oh, so what's this game about? Is it about accuracy? So it was a fruit falling down. So he just threw a quarter and split the fruit, and both sides landed on their plate. And he said, no timing. So Faulkner and Naira is actually watching this, and they're like, "Oh my god, he doesn't even know how smooth that was." They're like, "You know what?" And they're drinking and they're clicking glasses, like, and that's what makes it even better. Cling. So they're critiquing all the guys talking to women, and it's like hilarious. Like it's a lot of heartfelt shit. But when you read the story, and it's like,
Well, that scene kind of reminded me of real quick. And shout out to both of these gentlemen, Wesley Snipes and Jason Statham, when in their little contest, their knife throwing contest.
and it was like you'll get a lot of shit coming out there. You'll get a lot of shit out of it. I think I don't know. Do I got your goddamn email address?
Yeah, I gave you my email address, nigga, Roshi, and you just I don't know what the hell happened. Hell, you're a busy man, shit, you know. So yeah,
No, because I
I don't hold it against you like that. I'm just fucking with
sent me down because I sent it to ABO and sent it to me down so I could save it again. So I don't know why I didn't save the first fucking time. You can put it in the back chat.
you. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in there now.
I'm just like, how the fuck does that happen? But this is what happens when you're bored and you like, you know what? That is a damn test. I'm gonna make this motherfucker help me format my shit. Shit.
Man, cause boy, I like that manly shit, man, because boy, it's just
Oh yeah, you
like man,
know,
the movies from that not all of them by God, but some of the movies from the 80s and 90s just those masculine characters are in like Carl Weathers, rest in peace. You know, James Earl Jones,
yeah, you know,
Amos, rest in peace.
yeah. It's like it's one of those things where
The man that didn't play, you hear me?
yeah,
Oh, rest in peace, man.
it's one of those things that I think a lot of kids are missing, especially boys, because if the boys actually had characters like Action Jackson, you wouldn't see such bitch assness we witnessed through that. We, that lets you know like how masculinity is. Like you can't fuck around and tell me that fuck around and tell me that somehow, some way, that if you raised around confident fathers, you're gonna be bitchy like that. No, no.
You might have been glad you ain't got to the end of that because I think MTR covered like basically the last close probably last 40 some minutes of it. If you didn't get to that part where he was like, yeah, he's queen, she's boss, that bullshit, you know.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna watch it in full and then do a review on it.
But before y'all check that out, check out that link I sent y'all about that Rob Comics Explain panel discussion with those three. If y'all didn't see it already, because man, you may want to say something about it though in your next stream or something. But yeah,
I
it's
don't think that. Here's my thing. What a man does in his personal time, I really think that they need to really just get off his fucking back. Really. what the fuck's wrong with him if he likes a certain? I might like something. I might watch something you don't like to watch. Yeah, matter of fact, I did send you some of this shit, nigga. You didn't.
Yeah,
Didn't. I did send
yeah,
some of this.
cause I'm gonna check and see definitely. Um, because I was really looking for like black comics like that, being like a milestone. I'm surprised the cats ain't covered it like they did with other comics. You know what I mean? Because I know they buried, like I said, you know they buried and everything else. Um,
I mean, you got to remember.
but still though, man, like I'm gonna still search, man. I'm gonna do a little bit more searching to see, um, but I know eventually sometime I will probably get the issues myself somehow.
Yeah. Yep. I've already sent some of this shit to you, so you can't say you didn't get it, nigga. Ain't like
Yep, and that's my correct email. And yeah, 'cause I don't think I emailed you before. I called you before, yeah,
yeah.
but I ain't emailed you. Um,
Look up look up for Charles Faulkner Jr. 1224 at yahoo.com. You'll see you'll see my creativity.
yeah, and I don't know. Was that tournament wasn't the end I'll be out for it? That was some like side off thing. Like when it comes to the KL tournament, like it wasn't a. It didn't really affect their main
Well, it
like
does.
their universe, the absolute universe.
It could.
Like
Could.
okay,
We got to read it and find out because God, EC right now is killing it with the writing.
yeah, Dark Side popped up. Yeah, he mean business. But that reminds me. Do you have a character that is or are you there yet or not there yet on having a character that is equal in some sense or more powerful than Dark Side? I've been wanting to ask you that, by the way.
Without giving the story all the way up, yes, a couple. I have a set. We have sets of bad guys. We have different factions. We have, and lost to tell you, one of the most saddest parts. One of the crazy parts is the main character's master. If you read up on that motherfucker, you'll be like, oh, no wonder he's the way he is.
Oh, okay.
This motherfucker 10,000 a 10,000 ton fucking nuke instead of tickled.
Hmm. A damn nuke? Oh shit.
10,000 tons. He actually fucking canceled out her just with the force of the wind resistance of his punch. So this story, the backstory, you know, once you get the backstories of people, you'll be like, wow, this was thought of. So
Like what made you damn I'm sound like I'm a damn uh interviewer now shit. Uh
now,
what made you what inspired you and just like what was that urge in you to just say like fuck it I'm a create this shit.
um drawing since the age of, what, 10. So I've been making characters for years, and this is the first time I just put words, but again, in a long time I words to it.
You was breaking up a little bit, brother. I'm gonna help you out. You don't know, but you was breaking up a little bit.
What about now? Come in and come back out.
Oh yeah, that's probably me. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm
I'll wait till this thing up to answer his question. You still there, boss? Or yeah, you
Yeah, I'm
gotta
still
come
here.
back in because we can't hear you. I think I was
I'm
doing
still
shit.
here. You hear me?
I'm still here.
Hey, ABM, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep,
Oh, okay.
I can hear
I'm
you.
coming through.
Hey, it's something about Apple devices on this
Okay,
BIH.
Charles, I can't hear you. I can't hear you now.
Can't hear me?
It's weird. I could hear both of y'all when I was in
Yeah, I
the
can hear you. I can hear you hear me.
backstage. Okay,
Okay.
I hear everybody.
Shit. Apple ain't.
but can Charles hear Lost? Is weird.
Has he seen The Dirty Dozen? Not yet, but good movie we need to see together. What inspired me
It,
because drawing for since 10, and I made these characters, or similar effects of them before. I had the powers written down. This is a way to, I was bored and said, let's see what I could do with this character. And I just kept feeding so much shit into ChatGPT. I was typing away, and I made them. I put some of my old drawings together, and got some inspirations from other things. So yeah, so a lot of that stuff, calmly, you know, was a combination of years of doing this and just seeing what I could do that's new. And I never like being one of them black people who get complained, I don't see enough people. I don't see enough representation. Nigga, represent yourself. Stop waiting for people to do it for you. If I
hey, I hear that one.
if I want to see the way, if I'm tired of looking at woke shit. Matter of fact, I think the next series I might work on is something called Super Woke, where I'm gonna show you what's really woke. Like we're gonna take. I might even take a fictional heroes before they die. I might get. I might get Frederick Douglass, Martin Luther King, uh, Harriet Tubman, and Malcolm X, and call them the Freedom Four. You know, I might call.
Oh shit!
I
Hey,
think
that's awesome.
I think I want to do. I think I want to get somehow get into doing Bass Reed stories. Shout out to Bass Reeds. You want to talk about the baddest cop, the baddest deputy, the baddest marshal, and he was real? There is no fucking. I know ABM loves it. Now, so I'm gonna have my comic book. I gotta do my comic book channel. That's definitely 2026 motivation. Okay, I'm gonna give you niggas homework. All right. Hey, LAPD SWAT, you don't mind being my scribe for the day. Everybody, the next time I do a live stream, I need people to tell me who the fuck Bass Reeves is. You want to talk about a badass black man? Bass motherfucking Reeves. That's a bad black man right there. And you want man, man.
I hear you. Shit. Um, man, it's just so much shit out, man. It's just, dude, you got your thing going on, and oh man,
Oh yeah.
there's so much awesome shit coming out this year. You
And
you got your content too. You coming out with, amen.
I really think it's good. I think we need more black content creators. actually creating not just content but stories. Because if you can talk to people for 2 straight hours, you can tell a goddamn story. And I'm surprised that people like hearing my bland ass voice for 2 hours, which is a blessing that I've that everybody reviews. But
It ain't really your voice. It's just you sometimes the stable connection a little bit. But that whole when you went into the whole statement of your uh, what caused you to what drove you to create these comics, um,
it's a
we
love of
that came in clear for everybody.
it's just being a love of a fan. I love the comic book genre because you got to think we grew up in the crack time in the '80s and the violence in the '90s in Baltimore. You needed a fucking escape. You wanted to be. Think about it. We're the last children of the hero, and it's it's sad because a lot of children don't get to see that. Think about that. Who's your
Did they
hero?
stop and did they stop protesting there too?
I barely noticed. I was sick, so it didn't
Oh
bother me.
shit!
The motherfuckers
I,
wanted to flee.
I thought you had to fight them bastards off.
Nah, stay the fuck away from me. I'ma sneeze on you.
I like that.
I tell people all the time. I said, look, if you want to build masculinity, the first way you build masculinity is through true propaganda. And true propaganda is what? True propaganda is, you know, when you see young men having to question themselves, having to use restraint, why not have a character that says, I know when to walk away? How many
Mhm.
deaths could you prevent in street violence if they grew up listening to a guy that says, know when to walk away,
Yeah,
know when to show mercy, know when to take action, but know when to show mercy? And a
and in
lot
that
of
show of mercy, you're not, and within that show of mercy, meaning also too that you're not quick to jump on someone of whatever wrong they have done you, but choosing to look at the whole picture of everything clearly, so you can operate in the proper manner.
yeah, and that's I think those are the, and notice those are not the masculine principles none of those men talked about. And if I could tell it in story, and I could get the kids to tell me, what did this story tell you? Reverberate what was told. Well, he was, no. Now you're building not only reading, but also reading comprehension. And I think that's one of the biggest crimes we've done to a lot of kids. We don't let them feel the heart of your characters. And if your
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
characters don't have a soul and a heart, fuck we care about them for.
Yep,
And
and if they do have a soul and a heart, people will gravitate to it real quick.
and that's kind of what I had to, the one thing I always wanted to do when it came to creating characters is this somebody you can actually sit down and have a conversation with. Even some of the bad guys, you see them, you know, they're not afraid of like saying, okay, what's my what's my morality? Do I have a limit? And if those people don't have that, guess what happens? You're not going to get the best story. Are there some people who are just rageaholics? Yes. Don't get me wrong, we love our rageaholics, but even though they show restraint, they know when to show the sword too. Like they're not afraid to put you down if necessary. Like they. I'll put it to you this way: uh, this team, this team is not afraid to take your life if you become that much of a nuisance to the universe. And there's times,
You said something to the a nuisance of the universe.
in other
Before
words,
that, yeah.
they take your life. Meaning, in order to preserve life, they will take yours. There's
Mm.
no there's no consequence about it. They will take you down and out. And there's times they've shown restraint. There's sometimes they said, "Okay, gloves are off." When they give the order, gloves are off. That's why they said there's certain people you don't send in together. Like you put Niagara and Yalis there. There's a protocol that I've written where if no witnesses are if needed, they will kill every goddamn person with her speed and his accuracy. They will kill every goddamn person there, and he doesn't mind. They don't. It's not that they're bloodthirsty. No, you got to think they came from some very harsh environments. These are nice people, but they're not pushovers. And fundamentally, I think that's what's a lot of things that are missing. A lot of things that are missing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when you talk about a lot of this shit, that's out now, I see it too. And I see where, some of the people, some of the critics' complaints with, uh, certain projects are straight valid, legit. I'm like, okay, I see, I understand. Like, but then there's some like where I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous, it's, but, um, but they do have that problem with not having that heart and that soul, man, within a lot of these characters, within their character development. And we all went through before too. You guys covered before about all these shitty ass writers, from which you guys know the names of very well when it comes to certain franchises. But
But they'll shit over. They'll
man,
shit in it, guys. Some of those writers will shit on the independent creators because they know the independent creators are coming for their ass.
yeah, man, I didn't see these motherfuckers man created some shit, man. Like with this AI shit.
The last one of the beach story. I've already sent ABM his, so just tell me what y'all think.
Okay.
I've sent you. This lets you. I've already sent you a page with all their powers and abilities. I think you're gonna like it because you're gonna be like, "Wow, this is well thought out."
Oh shit.
My comic.
Hell yeah.
You can tell I love my comics, and you can tell that I'm bored. I was bored. We just
Yep. And
Hey
man,
Charles,
just
I sent you more of an idea of like uh,
tough.
I use Kriya to generate it.
Oh, that's tough.
Korea. That's another platform. Huh?
Yes, the AI platforms are pretty much I could use an image and I could pretty much place objects like let's say like I create an object. So I could literally create a circle and then I could like put in the prompt like blah, 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 animate the circle into something totally different and then like I could manipulate the circle that I drew in the digital platform and see as the literally see the picture shift and move as I move the object that I've created.
Oh shit,
But
that's
also I
tough.
can create images and I create an animation and everything like that.
You got to
Uh,
pay for a certain subscription.
Oh yeah, of course. But like I've been looking at tools that I could use like whether it's music towards music or something like that, while I'm in like officer training school, being that I won't have access to like my freedoms. So
Mhm.
it's a way to do stuff without having to be there or like if I
Like to
like you know
like
I
to
got like
create those
I'm a
pictures
you
like
know
thumbnails
I'm a
like
young
Charles
man with
got.
limited funds, so I just can't be paying people to make my own stuff. So I
Yeah.
kind of have to. I would pay somebody to create my own icons, create my own symbols, like like the companies usually do. But hey, we don't got money like this, so we gotta make it happen.
Oh my god. Oh my god, you're gonna laugh. This is how funny. And just to give you a synopsis, because Lost already knows, some of the situations and shit they get into is almost slapstick funny. They get into a fight with this casino, this crooked mob that owns a casino that's the size of a moon. They beat up the fucking mob so badly that they convinced them to be half owners of the casino.
Oh damn. Yeah.
Do you want us to go to the authorities? No. Do you still want to make your money? Yeah. Then guess what? We're gonna be half owners, and if I refuse, we'll be full owners. So shit like that, like they're like, how did how did we just own a casino? Well, half of it technically. And they were like, and this is the funniest part. I'll read you one part. Uh,
Kind of like what that dude was doing in the hood with that hood and Ironheart.
yeah, and it was funny, right? Because Jax is the funniest part when they finally get down to the discussion. And let me see if I can find this shit because it's like hilarious. Like they always get into some kind of goddamn fight. I know some of you motherfuckers be like, "Yo, get that fucking book out, nigga." I will. I will. Uh, here's the story. They said, okay. The arrangement. 5 minutes later, syndicate leadership sits in a restraint at a private negotiation table. Casino security stands awkwardly nearby. Early on, steeps with his finger. You have demonstrated incompetence. Yalis slides evidence across the table. Cheating logs, blackmail accounts, extortion trails. I'm not gonna do a female voice for Nair. I need a cute female voice. I think Toya would do great with that voiceover. What's up, Toya? Nair places a small holo, which is hologram, of all the hidden off-planet assets. Jax whistles. Yeah, y'all were busy. Faulkner speaks last, calm, measured. You want to avoid law enforcement? Vex nods. Yes. You want to further embarrass? Another. Faulkner leans back, half ownership. Vex blinks. Half. Early on, gently, keeping ethical reform. Yalis,
You was breaking
transparency,
up a little bit.
transparent operations. And here's Jax and premium liquor. You will operate legally, fairly, under supervision, or we take full ownership. So now, this fucking band, mercenaries, vigilantes, and also bounty hunters now own half of the fucking casino.
Dude, you said the casino was about the size of a moon.
So
Damn.
now, so now, to think of how much money these motherfuckers get at their jobs because they bring in millions on their regular shit. Sometimes they do pro bono work. Like you listen to the solo missions, they will like each one of them will fuck something up. Each one of them will fuck something up. Put them all together. Oh God.
Man, I know it's going to be a fun read, and
Oh
I will get back with you on it too. So,
yeah.
because I'll end up calling you. So yeah.
Yeah, honest critique. So give me the powers. You got the powers, the abilities. Once you finish, you're the bad guys. Well, some of
Hmm.
and don't worry, Lost. Just, just either text me or send me a face with the abilities you want your to have.
I'll be listening to some
I
Procure.
def I definitely want some soul. Definitely want a soul based ability.
Okay.
You can't do that to me because I'm gonna think of some creative shit. You're gonna be like,
Cause I was like, damn, I'm gonna give you the symbol, and then I'll be like, okay, like spitball me some ideas, cause like I got some, you know, I got some there's different ways you can format that.
yeah, because if he has soul powers, that means he can control the emotional spectrum.
Oh yes, yes, yes. Cause
I mean,
you know what I'm planning to get my PhD in.
it was that.
I brought it up to you with name it's about it's a coalescing between philosophy, neuroscience, and then music. And I'm trying. What I want to do is I want to tap into the multiple frequencies into how the frequencies tap into the unconscious mind of the emotional spectrum.
So if you already gonna tap into the emotional spectrum, you could just walk around and just say, okay, these people are pissed. Okay, riot, stop rioting. Okay, make love, orgy.
Or I can see like kind of how Soul Eater in the anime and manga, you can literally see the emotional state of the souls, but also I can manipulate, and also I can take them also. Like kind of like,
Well,
kind of like, and oh, and my weapon could possibly be like a multi-tooled scythe, into where like I'm kind of like a I kind of what do you call it? I obtain the enemies of the souls of my enemies, and I keep them as like charms and or like trophies.
yeah, and it'd be like, I think that'd also be funny, especially on the vacations. Like, are those souls? Like, I can see Jack's asking. They're like, yeah. I was like, oh, oh my.
You want to hold one?
He would have been like, fuck yeah. Oh, it's funny because it's like it's like one of those things are like, because if you got, that means you have the ability to raise the dead or resurrect someone. So if you have, like, for
Oh yeah,
example,
like
oh
there's so many ways I can use the powers. Like if like let's say like they defeat an enemy, and they're like, hey, we need somebody to like you know talk to him, or give us the information.
yeah, this because it's funny. This is one of the things, like, for my character, and I forgot to write that in. But this is how you know superpowers. And if you ever go to like superpowers.org, certain powers are branched off of like ultimate offense. Like, what ultimate offense means, what? There's different tiers of super strength. Like, the highest is godlike strength, meaning there's almost no there's almost nothing in the universe that you can't move. So,
Like Superman can literally move planets out of their planetary alignment.
like, that's some of the highest strength. Like, there's no amount of force he can't overmatch. Like, if you think about it, if you're that strong, you, you pretty much are you're pretty much a fundamental force of nature at that moment. Like,
Man, that dude, I seen the other, where he moved the planets, out of their alignment or whatever. Um, but Superman and Lois when man, I don't want to fucking butcher his name. His last name Hochin, the guy that plays Superman.
Like
Dude,
that damn.
when he punched that damn planet, when he punched that Earth, dude, the underverse or whatever the hell it was called, man. When he punched that motherfucker, man, out from the
Oh
main
yeah,
Earth,
Bizarro's planet.
that yeah, dude, I was
Like
like,
actually,
when I seen that, I was like, I'm sorry, Goku. I'm
bro,
like,
if you think about it, he played a damn good Superman. He
yes,
played
he did. Hey, and the masculinity that he showed in that motherfucker. Hey, yes, sir.
masculine.
When he got on his boys, damn it. Yes, sir. He told, go upstairs in your room now.
Father. And remember, there's a lesson that me and Sandog talked about. That's the most mature Superman you ever seen on film because you never seen him as a father before.
Yeah,
Think
I
about
think that was the first time in media we've ever seen Superman as a parent.
yeah, with
I
the
think that's why I gave. I think that's why I gave him a higher star in the ratings uh,
yeah,
over uh, over our boy. Um, over our boy Henry Cavill.
that's the most mature you've seen him because when he yelled at his teenage sons, and if you're a father, and of course you've been a teenage boy, and your father yelled at you, you felt that shit.
Hey, because boy, I mean, you could see it too in the soul too, man. I was like, ah, when
And
we
then
got
even
on,
though
bro, my chest went out. Damn it, boy, I want to do some push-ups. You hear me?
even though
Man, I love this shit.
Lois was a hard ass, like she always was endearing and like trusted Clark that he would figure it out.
Yeah, she
And
would
she
never.
never, and she never really emasculated him at all.
Oh,
Oh,
never overstepped her bound. She stated her point, but she never overstepped them.
Yeah, they would have very she got very
you're
strong
right.
disagreements, but at the end of the day, she would be behind him about his decisions.
And I'm
Especially,
like,
I'm gonna ask you this real. That last episode, shed a tear.
Oh yeah,
he should have been and sent his ass to the sun. I
Did
mean,
you see
even though I seen the connection though that he made, like as he was
episode?
going into the sun, they basically he reached him. He reached
because
Yeah,
we've
the
always had,
Bizarro.
for the most part, we know like the future canon is that Superman will live long into the future when everybody is dead and long gone. But this is like the first time I've ever had the concept of like Superman actually,
immortal.
dying with his loved ones.
And think about it. Think about this is the reason why I say he's such a great character. Even in death, he forgave his greatest enemy and comforted him. He was that great of a person that Luther cried over his death.
Yeah,
Luther
sure
felt,
did.
Even though he was the cause of his death.
yeah,
But that Lex Luthor though, until the last episode, which I was pissed with, because I didn't really
the
care
last
about
episode
him, crying and shit. So, but aside from that, the best Lex Luthor you've seen yet.
that was an evil motherfucker. I mean, you gotta felt you. It's okay for men to shed a tear for that last episode. That was a little emotional because it's like it,
Lois fucked up, even though, damn it, that I know, I understand that she could imagine, there was old boy's wife, who was masking her voice as Lex, but I'm like, damn, man, like, dude, that just grinded my gears. I was just pissed dude, about that. Like,
But
I looked at Superman and Lois kind of different, man, behind that, man.
I mean, it's not
Oh,
the first time. Like, I mean, Joker would literally go stir crazy if Batman actually if he actually killed Batman.
Yeah, he would actually be hurt. You got to think about it is that what happens when the whole time this guy was actually right? I could have.
It's low key on some Gemini twin shit. Like I can't live with you, but I can't live without you because you're the only thing in this world that gives meaning to me.
And oh my God, dude, and just y'all just don't know the dimensions, dude. I mean, not just one dimension. I'm multi-dimensional with this of being pissed off. Cause I'm like, look, if that's so symbolic due to what we black men have been going through when it comes to these damn shitty ass mothers, these baby mothers. You know what I mean? That and this and the system too, and how it's all the fucked up infrastructure of how it's all set up to sabotage black man and black man's success. You
Yeah,
know,
a lot of people
and
understand like
and
that.
it's shit like that, and it's cases like that. Hence, like Jonathan Majors, you know, he didn't do it, but he still went down. You know what I mean?
You literally had white boys on
Yeah,
Twitter was like, "Hey,
and there's
this
other
don't make
cases
sense."
too. Yeah, I hear you, lost. Yeah, it don't make sense. It because dude, I'm like, what the fuck, man? And now and because of that, the other dimension I'm talking about, because of that, dude, it sabotaged the relationship with his daughter. Because if he was there with his daughter and the damn wife wasn't able to intervene like that, but then again, damn it, it's still America, and what they're gonna give automatically to the mother. So you know, control the custody to the mother. You know what I mean? But then again, I'm like, damn, that's Lex Luthor, motherfucker. Like, you trying to conquer Superman and shit, but then you need to conquer this damn woman here and lay down the law and say, no, this is my daughter. And by being up under him, boom, she would have been raised up and be not to do what the hell she did in there, like in how she treated him, you know, because that just putting all those pieces together, and I'm like, so you, like, dude, yes, I feel Lex, dude, right? Oh my god, man, like you have to, bro. Like Superman, he deserved his ass beat. Yes, that's your wife. I mean, you got to get your ass beat 5 times for that. Yes, and motherfucker. So since you whooped my ass, I'm gonna send Doomsday for your ass and whoop your ass and shit. And damn, I didn't. I was hoping that he killed you, but damn, I didn't know he was gonna actually do it. But Doomsday actually did it. Damn it. But shit, and then to watch it, and then that satisfied him too. But I don't know, like, was he satisfied? But then again, he was pissed when he came back,
But
of course.
but at the same
But
time, what I didn't understand was like
yeah,
being that he had his General Lane's heart, wouldn't
mm.
his Kryptonian physiology sometimes overwrite that and kind of like take that in? I mean, literally, he's like a
That's what
effectively a
I.
super
That's what I
battery.
thought too, man. Oh my
I
god,
thought he would
that's
take
what I
in the
thought too.
heart, and it would kind of the Kryptonian genes would take over.
Yeah, man.
Depends on the continuity, because really, Superman has a healing factor. I mean, and even if you gave him a human heart, right? You might have been better off getting a mechanical one.
I thought it would have been better if they would have like taken some Kryptonian DNA and then just 3D print the shit. I mean,
Yeah,
you're
like
dealing
you
with
know
alien
what?
technology.
Yes. You talking about the Fortress Society? You know, I thought about like
Like
what
this
the
ain't
hell? Like how come he couldn't?
we're dealing with extraterrestrial alien technology. You told me you can't extract some DNA and like print or grow a new heart for him.
And
Intelligent.
this will be our complaints to Mama L, Superman's mother, his AI mother. Yeah.
Damn it. We could create a whole continent out of a goddamn shiny rock. Out of a shard of a rock.
We can literally transport a goddamn baby 3,000 light years in less than a year.
Through a
Yeah,
black hole.
you hear me? And you ain't got no way to create no heart for my boy.
I
You
said,
know, I feel General Wayne, but then again, at the same time, I'm like, you should have told him, man. You should have told him where his daughter was. That's his daughter, dude. Fuck ever you mean, man. You know, so I promised her, motherfucker. You don't know because her mind is fucking. Oh, her her mind frame is fucked up, and she's been groomed to think negatively this way towards her dad. So therefore, why the fuck are you failing to see that as a damn father?
yeah, that's why it's a very conflicting story. That's why it was compelling.
Hmm.
That's
Because
why
in
it
one hand, Lex Luthor's a father, but also, he's a super villain. So
was a bit.
But
Yeah,
damn it, he was innocent. Then let him be caught up on whatever the hell is that he actually did.
because I'm gonna tell you why. If they didn't do it the way they did it, you wouldn't be talking about it now. That's how compelling it was.
Yeah.
because we've seen this nigga come back to life.
So notice this watching Ironheart. Is it just me or the chick who plays Natalie is fine as a motherfucker, boy? I,
You talking about her friend?
I had to check to make sure she's 25, so I could say that she's 25.
Okay, she's 25.
Talking
Oh,
about the
okay.
talking about the AI friend that from back from the dead.
The one with the bushy eyebrows.
You ever her? If you see, this is where you're gonna hear Law's text faster than the speed of light. Go look at her at the premiere in the red dress, and you'll see why.
Okay.
Girl named
Shoot, if motherfucker pull that up, hey, that'd be great.
at the Ironheart premiere in the red dress, and you'll be like, God damn. Ooh.
She ain't like your girl in your main
I
in your
found it.
woo in your woo thing, right? She ain't thick like her, is she?
I found it. I found it.
Go
She's
go
got
go
like a
go.
little she's got like a little side thing with like that makes a train, and then like it's like
You
a
got
cocktail dress in a way.
some legs on her, some thickness.
Oh yeah, she when you see her aside, when you see on the
She
side,
looking.
you see that she got a wagon on her, and she's really fit actually.
And she got yeah, and she got a nice skin tone too, boy. Nice skin tone.
That's what you just call a healthy. That's
Yeah,
a healthy.
her name's Dominique Thorne.
Yep, that's a healthy motherfucker right there.
I like it when they take care of their body like that, boy. Cause damn, boy, that motherfucker makes it look delicious. You hear me?
Hey, don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
the series sucked, but hey.
I
Oh no
like
no no! Dominique Thorne is the she was in the black dress. Like I gotta look for the one that's in the red dress.
Dominique Thorne
Uh,
played
Lyric Ross. There we go. Lyric Ross.
there. Jesus,
oh man.
you're gonna hear the most niggerish tones out of like Jesus Christ. Pictures of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, she played. I knew her from somewhere. She was a Deja from This Is Us. She
Mm-hmm.
definitely had a glow up.
He definitely
Because I remember when you seen her in This Is Us as Deja. She looked rough as hell.
purposely. Well, they purposely made it look like that. So it's kind of like when I was a kid and I watched Eve's Value, and you see Megan Good as a little kid, and of course I'm a little kid at the time because Megan we're only she 8 months older. So even as a little boy, when you looked at Megan Good's face, you're like, that motherfucker gonna break hearts when she get older.
I mean, shit. I showed you my childhood friend. We already knew that what she was gonna be before
Yeah,
she became.
yeah.
And now
Bro, I'm
literally every like like Ray, she be popping up in the red pill content. Um, what's the little things that you see before you press the video?
The thumbnail.
Yeah, she be in the thumbnails. I'll be seeing her in like Steph Cole's thumbnails.
Yo, I'm looking at the cast of Ironheart right now because I refuse to watch it.
Oh yeah,
So I
the
googled the
the
cast.
series sucked.
Yeah,
The fucking comic book sucks. The character sucks.
the character
But I'm
does.
looking at the cast,
When she
and this
talked when
just
she
looks
when she was
like
talking shit about Iron Man, I was like, you gonna talk shit about your like even in the comic book she showed deference, but the TV show they just made a mockery of it.
bro.
Yeah,
They're disconnected, bro. They just don't get it. I don't know why somebody would green like this.
That's
yeah.
why they dropped all the
Oh,
episodes in 1 week in 1 day.
oh, and
Bro, and
watch it
then you
now.
look at the cast, it just looks like a whole bunch of woke people.
Yeah.
Hey, don't say that. Where you gonna get them on you now? Damn it, they gonna get on you talking
Ooh,
about
fuck
they
Ironheart, yo. I didn't
they
like the
gonna get on
fucking
you.
comic book.
The critics gonna get on you talking
Shit
about
was stupid.
Ironheart.
The
Fuck Ironheart. Don't nobody like her.
Ironheart was a cash grab. You know, she's not Miles Morales because
See,
Miles.
Miles actually went he went in the he started from the mud. White boys talking shit on Twitter about him. He literally showed them and was able to like do the comic book and also well I feel like the animated movie was like the breakthrough for Miles Morales as the character to where like mainstream audiences finally accepted him. No, he's like okay, like he's not replacing our Peter Parker Spider-Man, but he's actually a very like well thought out character and well
You know
developed.
what white boys are really mad about?
They were mad
That
about.
they didn't go out and get his first appearance like I did.
Yeah. Mad you know what else they mad about? They're mad about the Falcon still being Captain America. And I got it when he turned to the Captain America the first time.
Bro, if you remember that era, they were so fucking pissed.
I mean, shoot, they made their boy
God damn,
they made their boy Wonder Chocolate.
Yep.
bro, that was a fucking glorious fucking time in comic books because they were so mad.
Oh,
I loved every minute of that shit. They were just
Not Boy
so
Wonder.
fucking
They're
mad.
Boy Scout. They made America's Boy Scout
You
black.
know what? No disrespect, but they know they never really liked Captain America like that. Nobody really gave a fuck.
I'm gonna tell you
Till the
what Cap
damn movie came out. Now all of a sudden everybody's so fucking hell bent on Captain America. Like, where was this shit at in '88?
exactly. And that's what y'all didn't really fuck with Captain America till Civil War, till X-Men versus Avengers, and then you really didn't fuck with Captain America till let's go back 20 years when the Ultimate comic book when the Ultimates came out. That's,
Captain America was on the same level as Hawkeye for a long period of time.
oh,
Bro, the Avengers were always the B team.
the Avengers were the B team, even though there were sometimes, depending on the book, they were A. But then struck them. What brought them back was the Ultimates. When you had the Ultimate Universe, because the movie based off of is the Ultimate Captain America. Ultimate Captain America will fuck people up. He's not a superhero. He's a super soldier. He'll kill your ass. He will kill you.
And
And
what was damn
Ultimate
and also I feel
Wolverine.
like people were pissed that Miles had like more powers than Peter.
so
Uh,
does Venom.
I mean, I give what's his name credit for what I mean introducing two black characters and shit. What's his
Like
name?
Michael
Yeah,
Bendis,
Bendis. His writing is hit and miss for me, but it was kind of lazy. Okay, Negro Spider Man,
Electro Spider.
Negro Girl Iron Man. I mean, you know what I mean? It was kind of lazy.
Yeah.
But at least
Don't
he fucking tried. I mean, goddamn.
let Tariq hear you say it. Well,
And it
hey
wasn't
man,
fucking. It wasn't that serious to begin with. You know what I'm saying? It's
oh,
just
Tariq gonna say, well, you sound like a, Tariq gonna say you sound like a tether.
I mean, you got
who
to
gives
think.
a fuck?
When you've been reading comics for the past 30, 40 years, right? Let's look at this. I came up during the 80s, the 90s with Milestone, the 2000s when the X-Men all wore leather, and the fucking Ultimates. Listen, to this day, when people, I'll tell you this one, and this is I could tell people don't read books. Superman's a boring character. I was like, wait a minute, you like that animated movie, right? Superman versus the Elite, right? Yeah. You know that's one fucking issue, right? Did you know that?
Yeah, Superman's arcs really don't last long.
Superman versus the Elite was one issue. That's how good it was. That it was the issue of the year. They made a fucking whole movie out of 32 pages, which is literally hard to do. Just to show you. And then what happened?
Wow, that's crazy.
That's how you gonna tell me his stories are boring. Superman and the Elite was fire. When the motherfucker starts slapping Manchester Black around, I mean, giving with the 5 finger say to the face treatment, map. And you
I mean
gotta,
the
Uh,
first death of Superman
who?
is a legendary issue.
I need to
yeah,
check out this. You said
almost,
Manchester Black.
but it is legendary.
Yeah, he's a UK
Yeah,
A
telepath.
UK telekinetic. Okay.
the British telekinetic, the fish and chips.
Yeah, he's a douchebag, but he's interesting.
He's interesting, even though he slapped the fuck out of him. He's like, wait a minute, I hit him with supernovas. You're gonna hit a guy who absorbs solar energy with 50 supernovas. Are
He
you
literally
stupid?
just supercharged him.
You just stupid or you dumb. It's like
Yeah, I seen that. That was crazy.
it's like when Superman and the New 52 was dating Wonder Woman. So they were on Mount Olympus, and Apollo was trying to bitch Superman, slapped him away, and then shot him with a beam of fucking with a beam. Who's Apollo the god of?
The son.
You just shot and tried to incinerate Superman with sunlight. You know what he did to Apollo next? He hit the motherfucker hard that he made an earthquake on Mount Olympus and he knocked him through another dimension. He said, he said, I feel like
You
I
said
can,
that's what Superman did to Apollo?
yeah, after he basically supercharged him. He actually hit him so hard, knocked him out Olympus. Imagine the realm of heaven, because Olympus is, imagine a realm that has no limit in its diameter having an earthquake because you uppercut a nigga that hard and you knocked him to another dimension. Not only did you make his dimension shake, you put him in another one. So he's like, yeah, that doesn't like. Wonder Woman was looking at like her brother Apollo, like, yeah, you shouldn't done that because now yeah, you'll find out. You're gonna fuck around. You fucked around. Now you find it out. He hit him so hard it took him 2 days to find his way back to Mount Olympus.
Jesus.
So when there's a lot of good fucking stories, motherfuckers ain't read. Matter of fact, shit.
Oh, and then also you got Superman stories about him traveling around the universe helping other planets. So there's that also.
Yeah, like I mean, you got a lot of good stories. Like man, what was another one? Fucking trying to think of another one. When they had the
What's the intergalactic woman that battles Superman and now wants his child? What's
Max
that? What's her name?
Maxima, I
There you
battled
go.
I battled thee for your dick. I am appalled, but also intrigued. I cannot.
Hey, as long as it's not on some invincible shit like, oh, you're a powerful male, I must take you.
I don't know. Like I can tell Mark is not raised in the same way I am. Like I'm a bit of a heat. I'm a bit of a self-proclaimed hedonist. Some things.
We know, Charles. We know.
Did she take you? Yes, and I think I like it. I'm sorry. That, that- I'm just look lost. I'm just admitting my problem. Okay,
The Dr. T is somewhere in the clouds, just shaking his head.
or giving and secretly behind his back, give me a thumbs up. It's just like, God damn,
Yeah.
is is it that bad? Like, God, like I don't know. Some females be like they love my arrogance, but then they hate it at the same time. I was like, well, it's not my fault.
Yeah, it's like they'll get frustrated, but at the same time, it's like they kind of like it.
Yeah,
Which is a
I seen a
paradox. It's
video.
like
I,
they
I
they
seen a
they
video.
they,
I'm gonna
they, hate,
share
they
with
hate
y'all.
you, but they want to tear off your clothes.
that
I
has
want to share a
happened.
video with y'all that I came across. The dude asked the question. He made a video and it was funny as hell. He said, like, would you smash uh Mystique, a shapeshifter?
Mystique is a lesbian.
I mean, no, not necessarily Mystique, but a shapeshifter. Period.
And you
I
know what?
mean, she
I'm
could
glad.
turn to any woman I want.
Pretty much.
But then again, he said he asked this question too in the video. He said, "What if she turns into a man?"
Game over.
I
Yeah,
mean,
he
and you
said the
would know.
same thing. Yeah, he said, yeah, he said that'll be pretty much it. We'll be done.
What if I turn this? What if I turn this? What if I turn this hand into a Glock? Shit. I mean, you know what's funny? I I get it because she's a shapeshifter. She can be whatever sex she kind of technically wants. I think it's even more stupid that they kind of made her Nightcrawler's father. They've been fucking with the X Men lore, and
That was silly to me because I was like, she was already Nightcrawler's mother, so
Dog, they
Yeah,
can't not fuck with the X-Men. They can't
yeah,
help it.
dang.
every
So
time
they had the rights to do that. Damn.
every
they be just
time they
making
have a
shit
good
up at
story,
any point, Ray.
but you already had the. This is how you know the X Men because everybody know the greatest sequence of X Men was the Chris Claremont stories. You still played them in the fucking cartoons. I mean, you can't even give them Cocoa, and give them their own fucking island, and now they're all scattered around the world. Y'all make Xavier look like he's fucking crazy.
Well, a
When
portion of the mutants are on Mars.
yeah, you're trying to boost up Storm to be this mega threat. Did y'all see the bullshit where she's supposed to be bringing Thor down to one knee?
And
Wait a minute.
now Beast is a villain.
hmm I'm like, so wait a minute. You're telling me that atmospheric pressure, she can create enough pressure to make Thor's ears bleed. Thor, the god of strength and thunder. And this is not just any Thor, this is King Thor. Bad writing just to make Storm.
Wait, empowered the Odin Force Thor.
Yes. No. She was
They're
never
gonna they're
going.
gonna do all this, and then the next writer will come in and nerf the fucking hell out of Storm.
You're gonna tell me that she can go toe to toe with Thor, hammer and all, Odin force and all. She couldn't do it when Thor. First of all, let me let me take you through Thor's powers.
Like the hammer's only a conduit. That's not even the full impact of his powers.
Thor is the son of who?
Odin.
And who else?
Damn, I
The,
forgot who his mother is.
the eldest god, the elder goddess, Gaia.
Yes, they don't talk about his mother that often, so
Even though Freya, his stepmother, that's who raised him. But
okay, okay.
like he literally has elder god blood and Norse god blood.
So he's
He
he's he's ten. He's actually the child of heaven and earth.
yeah.
Literally.
So he can create earthquakes. He can literally create weather formats that don't exist. Like if he wants to make a hurricane of fire, he can do that. He is literally physically the strongest Asgardian. Meaning,
He's a living storm.
yeah, literally he can go toe to toe with Namor, Hercules, the Hulk. If I can take punches from the Hulk, atmospheric pressure doesn't mean shit to the mother
Thanos.
Thanos. I literally sent Galactus running one time. That's how powerful Thor was. And this is before the Odin Thor. Holy shit.
I think the Rune Thor went toe to toe with Galactus.
No, it, it, it's it, it's just, and I get it. You want to pump up Storm, but it's bad writing. It's like, I know. Remember ABM when they had the Marvel versus DC in the '90s, and you had to vote it in. And I hate it when people vote in.
I remember that.
When the fuck could Storm be Wonder Woman?
Never.
You telling me a Thunderbolt takes out Wonder Woman and she
She
flat
she's
by?
the she wait. Wonder Woman's the child of Zeus. How does that work?
It's called voting because the X-Men were popular as a cartoon.
Yeah. She would literally just
That's why I don't like crossovers.
she would literally absorb the lightning, or she would just use her gauntlet just to deflect it.
I never liked crossovers, dude. It just I have that, by the way. I have
Why?
that.
I have an
But
autograph.
Yeah. That's some people. I mean, I come across there's some people, man, but hey, I like the idea, and some people don't like crossovers, so that means people definitely don't like it when you have what
Why?
multi crossovers, like you have with the games like the Mugen, Jump Force.
Yeah. I mean, that
And
makes
Jump Force died out real quick.
real quick, and it should have been still living. I mean, you got to think about it, right?
Those damn spammers.
Let's look at let's look at this real quick, right? Wonder Woman was going against all kinds of people. This bitch went slap fucking boxing with slap boxing with Darkseid, Doomsday, Darkseid, Superman, Shazam. A goddamn Thunderbolt takes her out. A
The
goddamn
daughter of Zeus, taken out by a thunderbolt.
no bad writing. You're talking about a chick that literally fought Superman because this is before New 52. This is when Maxwell Lord took over Superman's mind.
All the comic heads are gonna come after you for that. I'm like, what? Of
They can come out.
course.
First of all, most of those comic heads only read Wikipedia. Fuck
They're gonna
you.
be like, of course, Storm should have beat Wonder Woman.
Lynn, do you do you know what Wonder Woman could take on the whole Justice League by herself? You put Wonder Woman against the Avengers by herself. I'll put it to you this way.
You put Wonder Woman against the X-Men and she'll murder them.
She's a demigod trained by Amazons. What do you think
And
was going to happen?
in some continuities by the God of War. And
And
she
then
actually
with the and then with the new series is happening. And now she's been trained by Heket and now knows magical spells.
yeah. And you gotta remember, at one point she was the goddess of truth, and in the new 52, she actually becomes the god of war. Which means, even in my character, the god of war means master of all combat, past and future. You can
And
control.
I think they damn near did that with this absolute Wonder Woman, damn it, because boy, when she fucking took out that big ass behemoth fucking creature, boy, that damn big ass kaiju with one slice, shit.
Hey,
It's
absolute universe Batman is badass with
Oh
the
yeah,
axe, with a battle axe.
yeah. That's called
that Batman and Bane fight, boy, that led into where man he had him fight Killer Croc.
that's the way I thought Alfred should always be. Personally, I thought he should be. I thought Alfred should still be a butler, but I think they should show more of him being that MI
MI
6 agent,
six.
that British SAS, medic or soldier
Yeah,
or
you never get to really see that side of Alfred and his like you see him as an assistance role, but you never get to see him as like use any of his other skills. Like at least use your intelligence gathering skills. Like I know a guy I could call.
yeah. And it's funny because that's why I kind of like the show low key with Pennyworth, because you can tell he can handle himself. Like Alfred gets down in the gritty.
We're talking about the
Like
live action.
yeah, that's why
Uh,
Alfred. You read Alfred. Alfred gets gritty. Like there's you go train with some of them guys in the SAS. They get gritty, and they will not only they will put a bullet in your head. They will stop for tea time. No, no, seriously, they will stop for tea time. That's part of their general issue. They will fucking start their tea time.
Americans, we don't stop until the job is done.
They said Wonder Woman can blow one passing gas on the Avengers. I'm gonna put it to you this way: yeah, when somebody when somebody actually thinks about this, and I remember being in one of my favorite comic book shops, and somebody said, "Who's better, the Avengers or the JLA, Justice League of America, or Justice League?" We gave the synopsis to the person who wanted to debate this. I said, "Well, let's take the Magnificent Seven: Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, and who's the last one? The Flash."
Yeah, you can't forget the Flash. Oh, Aquaman. You say Aquaman?
Yep. We'll start 7 days out the week with the Magnificent Seven. We'll start with Batman. Batman will give the fucking Avengers problem. You can pick whatever Avengers you want. Oh well,
He'll have contingency plans for everybody.
even if he doesn't, he'll just fuck with them. Let's say he gets a little further. Okay. The next thing.
He'll probably hack into Iron Man's suit. He'll probably
Mhm.
just stay. He'll probably use a super magnet for Captain America's shield. Um, what else? What
He'll
else?
probably have some type of containment for fucking. Let's say you have Scarlet Witch on the team. He'll have some type of containment for her.
Yeah,
I mean, the Hulk. I mean, oh wow.
he'll probably use some type of tranquilizers before he even transforms. Or
Mhm.
if he transforms, use a very strong tank tranquilizer that puts him to sleep.
No,
Yeah,
because the Hulk skin is too thick,
yeah, it's too thick. You can't get through it. Or
Yeah,
and gas don't work on the Hulk either.
Hey,
you
I
can
forgot my niggas.
even
Hey,
Now,
Who won that fight, y'all, between the Thing and Juggernaut?
there's nothing to do against. I mean,
Thing can't deal with Juggernaut.
he's a better fighter. He's not going to give up. He'll die before he gives up. But the Juggernaut's
Because
going to.
the thing is with the thing is he's using what do you call it what's the force that the Fantastic Force tapped into? That's where they, because the Super Scrolls use the same type of powers that they
Mm.
do.
Cosmic.
Cosmic, yeah. So Thing has tapped in, he has the power cosmic, but the Juggernaut, he's empowered by a
Yeah,
god.
the Crimson Gem of Sidorak. By the way,
Yeah,
those are the same Doctor Prison. So when you hear the word Sidorak, you already know. Oh, Juggernaut. So you got to think about it. What the fuck? Juggernaut doesn't need to eat, breathe, or sleep. He once he takes a step, you can slow him, but you can't stop his forward momentum. So yeah, he's on that one. Not even Thor's hammer can hurt him because he's invulnerable. And not only is he invulnerable, he can make a force field. He's over.
yeah. That's why he has that's why he always has a red aura around him.
That's why when he says unstoppable, he meant that. I mean, let's look at it. Batman fucks him up a little bit. Who else do we send? Okay, Tuesday, we send the Flash. No, but Quicksilver is nowhere close to the speed of the Flash. Oh, nobody will
I mean,
perceive.
I've never seen Quicksilver travel through time.
He's about as fast as radio waves, but is nowhere near the speed of light. Um,
I've seen this where Predators, Predators kill the Marvel Universe. That shit.
which, which should never happen, or aliens, and that's because you got characters who are too powerful for the fucking aliens. It's it's called
The thing is, I forgot who the character was. The villain. Damn it! I want to say I don't want to say who it is. Damn it, and be wrong. But
was Mr.
it was somebody who basically is guiding him to to where the basically to the superheroes, but giving them the info, the full background of all of each character.
Yeah, it was
So
Mr. Sinister, which is
you
stupid.
sure it was Mr. Sinister?
Yeah,
Hmm. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. It was. Yeah. Okay. I remember.
and you got to think about it. Like, what was I talking about? Like, let's say it's Wednesday, right? Wednesday. You know who you send next? Aquaman. Shout out to the new 52 putting the respect on Aquaman. Do you know that motherfucker can move tectonic plates? That motherfucker can lift city blocks underwater. They actually showed him in the new 52 walking a ocean liner, a cruise ship, back to shore on his shoulder. Who is the Avenger?
That shit is wild. Now I did not see that one. I'll
Who the,
admit. Damn.
not only that, he's bulletproof. He swims 1,000 miles per hour underwater, which means God, how fast is he when the pressure's not on him? He's got that magic.
He's able to withstand the gravitational force of being at the bottom of the ocean.
Then on top of that, you can't. He still has all his telekinetic abilities of the ocean. Don't be near any. Plus, he has magical abilities where he can drain you fucking dry.
Yeah, and now his current iteration has the power of a god now.
So even if you have the Hulk and Thor, that's the only way y'all probably surviving. Let me see who else we got. Oh, we'll put Green Lantern. You want Kyle Rayner?
Hal Jordan, John Stewart.
The White Lantern Corps.
Pick your poison. Because if you pick John Stewart, he's a Marine and an architect. He'll kill you. He'll kill you exquisitely. We're not even going to talk about the battle because there ain't going to be one. Who's next? Martian Manhunter. You're fucked. You are fucked. Not even a good. You're not getting any roses. You're not getting a date. You're just getting Vaseline and hard dick. That's how fucked you are.
Are you talking about with this absolute Martian Manhunter?
Oh, I'm talking about regular Martian Manhunter.
Oh
He's
damn! Oh yeah.
he's got Superman level strength, Professor X level telepathy.
Shapeshifter.
If not better, he's a better shapeshifter than Mystique.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you, you better pray that this is the version where he still has a weakness, a mental weakness to fire. Because if you don't, you can't fuck with him. He'll phase you through. This motherfucker phased Superman through stone.
Yeah, when he turned into his ancestral form of
Yeah.
a Martian, badass.
And was like, yeah, that motherfucker's dangerous. So
Uh,
let me see. You're fucked. Like there.
Was a galactic threat.
Yeah. Then we're getting into the really, really fucked up space. Now we sit in probably one of the deadliest motherfuckers. You could put a spear, shield, or sword in their hand. And that's Wonder Woman. Everybody on that, you pick your Avengers, she's leaving with their heads.
what was wrong? Why was y'all so pissed off about 84? I still haven't watched that motherfucker yet. Wonder Woman, what 84
Ooh,
was?
ooh, ooh. What about Captain Marvel versus Wonder Woman?
Like, what was y'all issue with Wonder Woman 84?
Uh, I
I
didn't
forgot.
mind it.
I forgot.
I didn't mind it, but it was it was anticlimactic. I liked the scenes. Some scenes were hard as shit. Some scenes were hard as shit. Like the one where they're fighting in the White House, that was hard. I like the scene where, you know, where they had the cheetah. I like the fact that they brought out her traditional armor. I like the fact that they gave Linda Carter her shout out. And they kind of alluded to her being the original Wonder Woman in a way. So I don't mind it.
Now you kind of like, gave me a little interest. Now I want to see it.
Well, Magnificent.
See it for myself.
Well, now Magnificent Seven. Uh, and then I went Magnificent Seven JLA version. Now
But wait, Charles. What about Wonder Woman versus Captain Marvel?
maybe if she's photon, but hell, if but Diana could take off her bracelets and there ain't shit she could do with her. Diana take off her bracelets and now she's in total god mode, psychopathic god mode, and there ain't shit she's gonna do. There's too much. There's a limit of energy Captain Marvel can absorb, and there's almost an infinite amount that once she's in that god mode she could do. So it ain't much shit she could do.
Because I get what you're saying. Because Captain Marvel, she's pretty much a battery, while Wonder Woman's a generator.
She's just generating power. So then on top of that, you think she has weapons on her that could cut Superman. If I could cut literally the most invulnerable character in comic book history, would it? I'm gonna, like I told you, if she goes to an Avengers mansion bloodlusted, she's walking with everybody's head as a trophy. Like,
So you saying Wonder Woman will be able to defeat Thanos with no problem?
yes, yes. What?
She
Hit,
would aim for the moon.
False.
You said she would have came in and been a big favorite for the damn
That is
Avengers,
so
huh?
false.
let me put it to you this way. I'm gonna put it to you this way, right?
Oh,
Wonder Woman.
he disagreed with you.
Everybody can disagree, but I'm gonna just have to state my argument. Then he state his. Tell me when Thanos seen Wonder Woman, but how many Thanoses did Wonder Woman see in her universe? That ain't. Trust me. They boosted up. They boosted up Thanos a lot more in the past few years because Thanos was powerful, but of course he's synonymous with the goddamn gauntlet. You take the gauntlet away, is he still powerful? Sure. Ain't no fucking way that I'm seeing Wonder Woman get beat with that fucking sword, and she's taking his head. Now, if she can go slap boxing with Superman and Doom and Darkseid, Thanos ain't too much for her.
Oh yeah, I
But
will say is a bigger threat from Thanos because he has the anti-life equation than the Omega Beam.
now, why do people disagree? Go.
Because you can't give me an example of Thanos getting washed. When you talk about Wonder Woman and Darkseid, Wonder Woman can't beat Darkseid. She'll fight him. She'll scrap with him. She'll thump with him. But she is no match for Darkseid. She ain't.
Let me
Well,
see.
Darkseid's technically a god.
You know who everybody compares to Darkseid? Thanos. That's the matchup everybody talks about.
Even though I
And
think
Death Battle did their video analysis, and Dark Side came out on top.
Darkseid, Darkseid,
They did the crossover, and Thanos came out on top in the crossover. That's neither here nor there, but I'm just saying.
yeah, that would make more
Wonder
sense.
Woman,
Wonder
Wonder
Woman,
Woman can't touch Thanos, yo. He too smart.
Wonder Woman, and even with Thanos, right? I, even with nobody in the equivalent of the Marvel Universe on Wonder Woman's level. Nobody. Not on the Avengers, not on the fucking X-Men. Oh, trust me, she's burying the X-Men. And even when people say, what about Wolverine? That is the worst matchup for Wolverine.
I got Emma Frost being Tom enough for Wonder Woman.
I think she's gonna I think she's gonna break Emma Frost in half. You
I think
can't
Emma Frost is gonna make her think she's a fucking lizard,
you can't but
and that'll be the end of Wonder Woman.
that's the thing. You can't manipulate her mentally. Immune. That's the part.
Okay, okay. Then what's she gonna do with that diamond skin?
Break it. It's part.
Can't.
She'll do the same thing the Hulk did. Oh, you got diamond skin. That means you can't. I can't hurt you. Like getting up, or you can turn human and kill yourself.
Especially when Hulk goes world breaker.
And so you got to think about it. Like people said, "What about Wolverine?" I said, "You do know Wolverine is actually classed as one of the weaker mutants. As we love him, as much as we love his violence, God, the
The
fuck."
better
Go
the
ahead.
better matchup is Wonder Woman and Thor.
Yeah.
That's the
So,
better matchup. That's the matchup that makes sense.
and
What about Shazam being that he's imbued with multiple gods' powers?
well, they actually Sam versus Captain Marvel back then. Well, he's the only Captain Marvel I salute. Um, versus Thor, and they tried to say, well, because they clashed in the Thunderbolt, and it kind of took him out. It's kind of stupid writing. And even Marvel versus DC did Hulk versus Superman. And remember when they had the incursion story, when they had to go to planets and the planets were meeting and blowing, they had to blow up the planets and all that shit. You know they had a planet where it was based on the DC universe, right? There was a guy who flew, had super strength, heat vision. His name was Sun God. And this is a Marvel book, right? So Marvel even said the Hulk can't beat Superman. Can't. And they had,
He can't.
huh?
No, I said he can't.
Can't. Like people really don't realize how much Superman holds back. That there is a limit on how angry the Hulk can get. And think about it, you're going against a guy who almost holds back. It's not gonna. It's eventually he's gonna get to the point where you're a threat. This is what he said in the Trinity, John Burns Trinity. People call me a Boy Scout, but the one thing growing up on a farm is even I know when to put a mad dog down. Bars. You telling me this motherfucker? What's up, GQ? Detroit and Longo.
You,
Sometimes we
you go ahead.
because we be in it. You gotta realize that he would kill him before he gets stronger and stronger and stronger. And by the way, all this motherfucker got to do is go into the atmosphere. And you got to realize, science lesson. What's that one thing that's called the ozone layer that blocks out a lot of the fucking solar radiation that keeps them from cooking like fucking raisins, drown out like raisins? Okay, they take the fight into the air. He breaks the ozone. He breaks the stratosphere. He's getting all of those unfiltered sun rays.
Oh,
Yeah,
you talking about if Superman takes them out into outer space?
yeah. I'm gonna take you in space.
But,
And
but
what
but
is
can we say that for every version of the Hulk, Immortal Hulk? Now with the they said the strongest one is what, Titan Hulk.
yeah? There's nothing.
Ooh-wee. I'm like, are you sure Superman can't be him? I mean, the Hulk can't be Superman. Are
Oh,
you sure?
we're very sure. Number one, when it comes to speed, what can he do? When it comes to versatility of abilities, what can he do? You might as well say strength cancel out, right?
But yeah, but then they wrote it to her like, okay, that he's gonna keep coming back because of the green door.
Maybe. But guess what happens if you seal it? So at this point, which is I get the green door because they want that sci-fi feel,
Oh
but
yeah, I forgot all about Immortal Hulk.
yeah, even Immortal Hulk is not the strongest Hulk. So Immortal Hulk, he just doesn't die. I mean, you already got a you already lesser. Just like when he punched Thor and he knocked some of his molars out. That version of Thor he fought was not the version of Thor with the original Mjolnir. Once he got the Mjolnir back, nobody was fucking with Thor anymore. Look what happened with him and Thor. They did the 30th anniversary, no, the 40th anniversary of him and the Hulk fighting. It might have been the 50th. I don't know. And guess what? Thor was tearing into his ass. So when they say, okay, he's strong, but guess what? He's gonna tear into your ass. And if he's doing that with Thor, ooh Lord. So you're telling me there's a couple of motherfuckers now.
I mean, but is that base form Hulk though?
No, even even with even when he went against Thor, he was not base form. They were going at it. So you
Oh,
got to.
dude! And speaking of Thor, I gotta finish that one run of where it's Storm, Thor, and they're going against like the first Thunder Gods, who's basically like, man, he's about to check both of their asses, and
Yeah,
man, he looks terrifying.
yeah. You got to think about it. It's kind of funny because they got to make Storm better. I mean, I'm glad they're putting more emphasis on voice acting.
His name is Hadan. I'm sorry, Hadan.
You know, I swear to God, man. Excuse me. You know how I'm gonna piss the comic book industry off? This is how I'm gonna piss the comic book industry off. I'm gonna do a comic book about Shango. And you know how I'm gonna piss them off, ABM? Lost and Ray? I'm gonna put in the moniker the original Thunder God. What can they say? It's historically true.
You want me, are you talking about like for your characters? You talking about for your characters or what you create?
Look, read up who Shango is.
Yeah, I need to read up who Shango is because it's the first time I heard of Shango.
It's a damn shame. If you heard of Thor, Shango existed 2,000 to 3,000, maybe 4,000 years before Thor.
But he's not as old as Adon though, right? Who they said was the first god of thunder.
First god of thunder, Shango. Matter of fact, you had Shango before you had Zeus.
What?
Yeah, River Tribe, man. You got a red tunic, a double-headed axe, bronze, dark skin. Mm-hmm. And you,
Damn, that's awesome.
so when a lot of these characters, you're gonna go see Thor, but Thor 4 or 5 thousand years ago was a black man with a double-headed axe. Why did you?
And Hadon has like some little, uh, black features about him.
So when you look at it, that's the reason why. So if you think of the clever ways of making a universe, you give yourself an out, but you also give yourself an in. You know what I mean by that? You
No, sir.
you give yourself an out, meaning if I got two of my most powerful characters fighting, if one loses and one wins, what did I just do? I just put the I just put the I just put the one character in the stratosphere and I just put one in the mud. So now you're not going to have the same interest about one of those characters, if not both, because you're like, oh man, I saw that fight. But if I give myself an out, like something happens to keep them to having a decisive winner, I can save that fight for later. And when I put myself back in the end, that's an out. I can make things. I can do detailed tip tip tip. Let's say 20 chapters ago, 40 chapters ago, and build up on something, and now I got me an end back into that battle again. So let's say this is just off the top of my dome. Let's say we got this we got this character called Ray Maximus. He's fighting this character. He's peaceful. He's looking. Ray Maximus looks, goes fishing, comes back home. His daughters were kidnapped. Ray Maximus is pissed. He's this mighty warrior. He sees this message to meet these people at this mountaintop. Ray Maximus is about to put belt to ass, but he's given specific orders. If you don't fight and take out this warrior across this continent, you'll never see them again. See how I made Ray, I put Ray into the battle, even though there's no other way that I could get Ray to make sense to battle this guy, because why would they battle, right? That's just,
I see that. Yeah, you see that. Yeah, okay. You have to create a reason for them to fight. Okay.
yeah, because if Ray's normally a peaceful guy, why would he fight? What would make him fight? Oh, he's got to rescue his family. So now, what did I just do? You just made Ray a sympathetic hero. He might be the villain, he might be the hero, but you made him sympathetic, meaning people just don't hate Ray just for doing what he's doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, to where therefore they will cause people to gravitate towards that character more because they will resonate with that person, with that
Yeah.
character,
And then,
out of that strong sentiment.
even though it might be a mighty battle, now the hero helped Ray rescue his family. No decisive winner. But guess what I just did? I just made another interesting character who I could do a fucking miniseries off of. And see the adventures of Ray and his family, right?
Whereas if you would have went the other route and and both of them fought each other and one of them take out the other, you wouldn't be able to do that, so you wouldn't be able to create that bridge to continue on the story. Okay, I see you.
That's called writing 101. See how smart that is? Just dumb shit off the back of the dome.
And you see what you learn when you listen. Yeah, amen. Yep, and
I just
I listened and I caught on to it.
and now I just made a bigger universe in a different place, and I don't even have to. And I could just send that copy. And just say I started a company and said, "Look, I want you to build on Ray Maximus and his story. Why did he decide to leave the battlefield and become a mountaineer? And he has nothing now. Guess what I just showed you? You have a multiverse, meaning they're in the same universe. There's other interesting characters in here, and once in a while he can join forces, or they can make reference to the other characters he met. So now you have some type of what footing for your universe. So when you get those characters, it's one of those deep things that you be like, yo, I never thought about writing like this. And I'm learning that shit and listening to other writers. Like, give yourself an in and give yourself an out. Like, hey, think about it. If if you think about it, what would they say? Menace to Society and Poetic Justice was in the same universe. So,
That's something to ponder on.
and it's like if you think about it, what does If you meet a person and you make a story, that's why, Marvel and DC were so clever back in the 60s and 70s of making street level heroes. Why? Because niggas in the ghetto need heroes too, Craig. Who gives a fuck about fighting? Who gives a fuck about fighting Thanos or Darkseid when you can't even deal with the crime in your neighborhood? That's why some of your best Spider-Man, stories, not only dealt with his personal life and family, but it dealt with the street element.
Yeah, the galactic characters though, I wonder like damn. So like the first firmament and the Celestials. When I seen like damn, and they been in the comics like shit for forever.
Yeah, you gotta look at it like, oh boy, god damn, that shit was like, that shit was something else. And what happened was, you get a lot of these characters. Some of these characters, you have to really take your time with because, oh man, Jesse Jackson died. Oh man, R.I.P.
Damn, he finally died. Lord, they're gonna milk the fucking hell out of him. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. I can hear you. I'm just cooking. Well, fixing me a little something.
Damn, he passed an hour ago. God damn. R.I.P. to Jesse.
So yeah, I need to keep saying that to myself. Young Justice, Young Justice, Young Justice. I need to watch Young Justice, and I need to finish with the Teen Titans live show with Dick and them.
Yep,
That's what I gotta. I gotta get back into Young Justice.
yep. And then, yeah, it's Titans. Good old Titans.
That was actually a good one, Teen Titans. That was actually good.
Cause now, man, I'm still, like following a lot of these damn ongoing shows coming out. Like, damn it, my shit's coming out too. You know how Netflix puts stuff out, 25 episodes, like, or however many episodes they put out, they put it all at once. Um, and yeah, my shit Baki is coming out, so yeah, that's coming out. But House of the Dragon, that's coming out. And I think that may be coming out before they are done with this one Game of Thrones series they got out now was the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. So yeah, all that's going on. So
Yep. I think that oh, oh boy, shit, he's 84 years old. Good God. Oh, he was. Good God.
yeah, man, shit, this is a great stream, man. I appreciate, bro, for you having me on too, bro,
That's why I said,
and good chopping up with the rest of y'all too, and
yeah.
those that left the panel.
That's why I'm gonna start, getting my shit together for this. I keep getting pressured by Ray, Lost, and ABM for this comic book shit. So might as well. Might as well. It kills a little bit of monotony.
It's a good change of pace.
Yeah, man, shoot, yeah, it was, dude. Hey, and didn't it just help you feel better, man? Because talking on this kind of like I'll consider this is part of man talk. You know what I mean? It's geek
It,
versus man talk. You know, because you got I think there's two sides. You got the geek, man mode side, and then you got the geeks who are of the bitch made side.
Yeah, I think I never like calling it geek. I guess you call it geek culture, but I never thought of like calling it geek because that's what bitches call it. Because they, let's be clear, women don't like comics. The women like comics when they found out it was cool. Because most chicks don't like something till men like it first.
So,
And
basically, so you're saying it's just best and suited to just stay with just the typical classic nerd turn.
I would even say nerd, just your typical shit. Just you just like your hobbies. And think about this, right? Even the girls who like manga, most of them like manga because of what? It's either their boyfriends or their daddies introduced it to them. So, and let's go to majority of the content creators who are female. If you ain't cute and the niggas ain't trying to dig your guts out, if the niggas ain't trying to dig your guts out, would you have the subscriber count you did? So you're gonna tell me I love Rennie Goddess, but sometimes she says some really crazy shit. Where she says, I'm doing it for the girls and the gays. Nobody what gay people support comics like that? Very few. Now, if if
Yeah, you
if
right on that one.
if being gay, hell, even the girls, very few. Like let's talk this shit. If you're a pretty girl who could play a little bit of 2K, play a little bit of Madden, or maybe some Street Fighter, you're gonna have 100,000 views. You're gonna have 100,000 subscribers in no fucking time. Let you be a nigga who actually talks about multifaceted shit. I can't even get 20 people to listen to me.
Yeah, and that's just crazy shit, man. I think that's part of the suppression with YouTube. Because it's weird. Because like I will multicast and from Rumble on YouTube, and sometimes my videos on my streams on the sometimes my streams on the Rumble side will be more. My views will be more on the Rumble side than on YouTube, and it's just weird. And sometimes it's the other way around. It's just I don't know. It's just a little weird, and I don't know. Like maybe well, definitely YouTube needs to get better with pushing out our content, especially too when we tag it and give it all the proper tags, to bring people who are of those genres, to our channels. So it's just I think they need to do a better job of that, and also too, some percentage of that could be, the audience too as well, on them pushing your stuff out, to others. But then again, they're kind of wondering to themselves like, oh, should I? Because Charles do sound he do be talking like rough. Charles don't be playing no games, and you
Oh yeah,
know, and I don't want to send him to certain people who are weak hearted. So
yeah.
yeah,
I
uh,
mean, got weak-hearted people. We'll talk about
it be contemplations like that people be having. Like,
them up. And for my Black History Person of the Month, well, the day, I'll do another one. We're gonna celebrate who's the head coach of Morgan State's wrestling team, Kenny Monday. What is he famous for? The first black wrestler to win an Olympic gold medal. He was inducted into the National Wrestling Hall of Fame in 2001. Hey, matter of fact, he was named the most outstanding wrestler.
rewind. Who was that? Wow, you got me hype again.
Kenny Monday. He won. He was in the Wrestling Hall of Fame in 2001. He won the he won and was named outstanding wrestler of the Soviet fame Spilly tournament, which is probably the toughest tournament outside the Olympics. And for those who are not privy to wrestling, to be called the most outstanding wrestler, you have to win your weight class to be considered that. That's how you get. So in other words, it's like pound for pound for a wrestler. If you could go to any weight class with the style you wrestled, they said you were probably you would beat all the other competition, all the other champions. So when you hear a person, when you hear a person win wrestle and they win most outstanding wrestler, basically the tournament's called the champion of champions. So let me see. Here's some more of his accolades. So when he won a silver medal at the '92 Olympics, he won gold at the '88 Olympics. He won six at '96, while winning a gold medal at the World Championships in '89, and a silver at '91. He was an NCAA wrestling champion for Oklahoma State, four-time Oklahoma State wrestling champion, three-time national finalist. Uh, Let me see. Wrestling champion. He was a four-time Oklahoma State wrestling champion at four different weight classes. Guess what his high school record was in wrestling? You ready for this one?
Yeah, what's
140,
up?
140 0 and 1.
Wow.
And this is a black guy who's coaching Morgan State right now in Baltimore, Maryland. First black Olympic gold medalist in wrestling. So if you ever come to Baltimore, do yourself a favor, go to Morgan State, see if you can find Kenny Monday, take a picture with him, tell him Charles Faulkner said I need to come see you, and go take pictures with the living legend.
Man, shoot. Boy, yeah, I wish I was up there too.
And
Shit.
and
Check
I'm
them
gonna
out.
I'm gonna do that. Think about that. I mean, one thing I hate. I'm not jealous, but one thing I hate. I really, I'm not jealous of the younger kids because they're supposed to do shit. What pisses me off is when they don't take advantage of it. They don't take advantage of it. You keep saying you want representation, but none of you motherfuckers are going up there and saying, "Hey, we're gonna come and we're gonna come and we're gonna support the milestone comics. We're not gonna support the black writers." God damn, I'm actually happy black people support Ryan Coogler. So, what are we going to do, folks? What are we going to do? So, if you want to see something, if you want to see somebody write your stories, nobody's going to write a better story than you. So, that being said, you need to come out and you need to really support a lot of your shit. You need to go to your comic book stores, support your comic book stores. Go out there and let them know what type of comic books you're looking for so they can get an order sheet. And once that order sheet comes out, hey, talk with your money. I want you to use getting your favorite comic books and use that as practice on getting your way when it comes to politics. Use your goddamn money.
I agree. Put your money where your mouth is.
I want you to use it the same way.
Stop begging Marvel and DC to suck your dick.
So I know it's getting not even late, so late that it's early. Just like you want to see representation, do the same thing we just mentioned about talking about comics. Create your own.
Amen. And basically, so therefore, yeah, create your own. And so then that goes into what Brother ABM just said. Like, instead, I'm going to say it in a better, basically, like, stop complaining about what Marvel and DC is and not doing, and band yo together, with your resources and create a masterpiece.
Hmm. And I told him, I said, I'm going to tell you, look, at the end of the day, you want representation in media, you're going to have to make it. You want representation in politics, you're going to have to make it. You want representation in power, you're going to have to take it. Whew. And we out.
Peace, peace, y'all.